And so we are back once more. Give a couple of minutes for anybody that comes in immediately to come in. Alright, we now have viewers. Lovely. Anyway, before we start, I just noticed that we had someone subscribe while I was offline. So thank you, Soldrin, even if you aren't here. And something to note that's interesting about this lost belt. It's so complicated, we need a notebook for this that comes with the game, or the area. Of course, most of it isn't filled out quite yet, because we're at the beginning of the story. But let's look at what we have so far. Fey Era 4000, Legend of Ace the Savior. And then, right when Jesus Christ is born in our timeline, we get the Era of the High Queen. Era of the High Queen, first year. Morgan establishes the current order of Fairy Britain. And then everything else is still a blur, but in 2019, Chaldea arrives in Fairy Britain. And now then, let's begin once more. Well, there we are. Let's go. Plot time. I'm back! You should have seen me out there, Mike. I somehow managed to complete 3 tough Oberon quests all in a row. Oh wow, sounds like you're getting kind of desperate. Why don't you have an apple water? On the house. Thanks, Mike. That's so considerate of you. You're really getting the hang of this pub owner thing. Aw, cut it out, Da Vinci. It's all thanks to you, my perfect angel. First we arbitrated a dispute between a wind fairy and an earth fairy over who had the rights of sunlight on the main road. Then we had to run a safety check on all the mysterious items, which turned out to be a bunch of bouquets that had not been sent to the head of the wind can. And finally, we had to subdue an out-of-control wind fairy who had been unlucky in love for the past 30 years and wanted to have a romance with a human. Surprisingly, none of this was at all easy, but that does make completing them all the more satisfying. It's great to see everyone so happy. Alright, I almost forgot. You there, human. Hio, was it? You've got Gus up in your room, and trust me, she's not the kind of fairy you want to keep waiting. I guess, to see Hio. So, this is a human bedroom, huh? It's not so different from ours. No, that's not right. We wouldn't even have rooms like these if not for humans. Really, we're the ones who should be thanking them. Pardon me. So you're back, human. You did well with the farm incident yesterday. As a wind fairy myself, you have my thanks. No problem. Is that all you wanted to say, or... We may have received word of your missing companion. Every human captured in South Britain is taken to a ranch out west, and a new human was brought there 3 days ago. Maybe the one you've been searching for. If you wish to go rescue it, I'll arrange for a guide to show you the way. Tonight, I'll have a few soldiers stationed outside Salisbury. You are to rendezvous with them and finish your rescue before the night is over. I also have a message for you from Lady Aurora. She said, I hope you find your friend there. Thanks, Coral. Don't thank me. Thank Lady Aurora. Now, if you excuse me, I must return to my post. I don't know what it is that brought you here, and I know I'm not in no position to offer advice. But you should know that the ranch belongs to the High Queen, and that it's very well guarded. So that's the scoop. Wow, when they said it would take 2 or 3 days, I didn't expect them to actually come through that fast. Impressive. So this human was brought in 3 days ago, huh? Then we don't have a moment to waste. I don't know what kind of facility this ranch is, but now is not the time for cowardice. I agree, Oberon might not be back yet, but seeing as we have a guy, I'm sure he'd be fine with it. So what are you gonna do, Altria? This matter really only concerns us, so we'd understand if you'd rather stay behind. I'd be glad to help. Plus, I'm dying to find out what the real match is like since I inadvertently used her name for a while. And besides, I'm feeling a lot more confident after these last few days. Be it infiltration, lockpicking, or brewing sleep potions, I'm sure I can handle it just fine now with my Merlin Magecraft. Alright, let's get going. It would seem the soldiers there are our guides. This is quite a surprise. I thought these soldiers would be fairies, not humans. Oh yeah, most of Salisbury soldiers are actually human. They might not hold a candle to fairies when it comes to sheer combat ability, but they have no problem with using weapons, and above all, the Moors don't pose any immediate threat to them. Well, welcome, Sonic Maria. So yeah, human soldiers are basically the fairies' Moor countermeasure. Most of the clans treat them as disposable tools, but Aurora sees the value in human soldiers, even approaching the more talented ones to serve as their personal guards. Remember the ones we saw protecting the Great Cathedral? The fact that they were so strong is proof that Aurora has given those humans various rights. Altria? Oh, I'm just a little nervous. I've never been around so many humans before. It doesn't make sense, does it? I mean, I'm obviously fine with you. Quite. They've noticed us too. Hey, you there, the suspicious looking ones. You the outsider Skull told us about? I can't believe you actually showed up. Ugh, why now of all times? This is the exactly the sort of pain in the ass I don't need. Oh well, if this is what Lady Aurora wants, then fine, follow us. We'll show you the way to the ranch. Be warned, it's a 2-hour walk, so you better have everything ready before we get going, do you? Yep, thanks for showing us the way. Man, you guys are dressed in the weirdest clothes I've ever seen. Lady Aurora sure does love her novelties, doesn't she? Not very happy to see us, are they? They probably think of us as a bunch of annoying pests moving in under the beloved Lady Aurora. Even so, that doesn't change the fact that they're helping us. We should be grateful to them for that. Come on, Hugh. I'm afraid we won't be able to talk for a while, but at least that should help us make good time. We're here. This is the West Human Ranch. Not Human City. That's right. We used to live here too. We were assigned to a horrid fairy who robbed us of everything we had, down to our dignity, before throwing us away like so much trash. Us stray humans had nowhere to go until Lady Aurora took us in. We became soldiers so that we could win the freedom Lady Aurora showed us was possible. We support overthrowing the Queen, too. But we're nothing like the trendy rebel army who's counting on the so-called child prophecy to bail them out. Rebel army. I've heard them mentioned before. Does that mean there's an anti-Queen movement outside of Salisbury, too? Yep, the rebel army is situated in the old castle ruins out east. They claim to want to free all of Britain, and they even have the gall to call themselves the Round Table. Still, they're definitely a force to be reckoned with. They're led by a human who actually survived against Lancelot in the joust in Camelot. Morgan herself offered him a reward, saying that he proved himself equal to a Tamerlane. Let's see, I think his name is Percival. Percival of the White Light, a man who reached the limits of human ability. Morgan was so impressed with him that she commanded him to join her forces in Camelot, even though he's human. But instead, he refused her command and formed the rebel army. Yeah, that's enough. Too dangerous to stay here any longer. If anyone sees us here, Lady Aurora is the one who will pay the price. Let's just ditch these backwater fairies and head back to Salisbury already. I take it that means you guys were only here to show us the way. And that sneaking in the ranch and looking for our companion is entirely our job? You're damn right it is. Hell, you should be thanking us for just taking you this far. The Wind Clan might be good at everything, but they don't have the right temperament for combat. If Morgan ever thinks they're rebelling against her, Lady Aurora is good as dead, along with all of Salisbury. Even knowing all that, Lady Aurora still asked us to help you. So you listen to me. Whatever you do, don't you dare mention Salisbury if you get caught. Got that? You better not bite the hand that fed you. Not if you had any pride at all in being human. Okay, let's discuss our next move. I just finished analyzing the ranch's interior structure. From what I could tell, there are 6 big factories in the middle of the complex and about 30 smaller ones. I didn't sense any heat sources in the big factories, so those are probably shut down now. But the small factories have lots of heat signals. There seems to be about 60 humans inside. What do you think, Kyo? If we scale the castle walls, we could probably sneak inside without the guards spotting us. You mad about something? Oh no, not at all. I was just concentrating on seeing what things are like inside. Now let's forget about those whiners who ran us off on us and focus on finding Mash. You still have your connection to Mash through the contract, Yo. Can you sense anything? If you can, that'd be the fastest and easiest way to find her. Maybe, I'm not sure. Then there are probably too many crossed lines to say for sure. Honestly, I'm feeling the same thing. There are just way too many contracts going around Fairy Britain. Maybe whenever a fairy takes possession of humans, they form a bond that's similar to a servant contract. If I'm right about that, the only way we'll know whether Mash is here is if we see her for ourselves. Christian, do you think you could carry Hio and Altria up the castle wall? Oh, don't worry about me. I'll get up there with my roller skates. Of course. Be the quietest and most graceful wire work you'll ever see. Both of you, over here, please. Then I'll lead the way. The western wall is the most lightly guarded right now, so let's go in from there. Don't see anyone else around. Altria, I assume those large factories you spoke of earlier are those complexes, and the small ones are those homes. That's right, humans kept at ranches like these are shipped out with their creativity intact. So they should be confined in houses rather than in pens. Just ignore the large factories, we won't find Mash there. It's not birthing season yet, so there shouldn't be anything inside them. There's something here. A surveillance familiar. It must have been disguised as a street lamp. I can't believe I messed up again. I'm sorry everyone, but we need to take it out now before it calls in reinforcements. Too late. Combat time! Could you imagine? Honestly, I think they should let us have at it with one of these 99 enemy nodes instead of cutting us off early. I think it'd be funny to see How well people can do in these things if they just bring in a bunch of riders. Oh, we leveled up. Wow. Back to story. Damn it, they just keep coming. There must be a fairy close by, making more of them or something. Can you find them, Hugh? I do it myself, but I got my hands full of all these familiars. On it. There's something hiding in that building shadow. You're correct. There's no sound at all coming from there. I suppose they think they're hitting themselves perfectly. But nothing can stand between my symphony and my enemy. How do you like your midsection kind of quarters? You. What are you people? Whatever you did was neither human nor fairy. You're obviously not Moors, and you're not with the Round Table Army. Are you the child of prophecy, then? This is great. Things are finally going my way. I am Knight Grant. No mere child of prophecy's magecraft can ever hope to match our High Queen. High Queen Morgan herself bestowed this armor upon me. It will take more than a few swings of a sword to shatter it. Huh? Who's that in there? Wherever they are, they're no ordinary fairy. Please be careful, everyone. I'm guessing this is one of the Tamlin we've heard about. Could you imagine? Yeah, I know, right? But we have ourselves a boss fight. Wow.
言われなくても霊気銀河解放女神たるもの、これくらいのことはしないとね。次元の違いを知りなさい。エビンシュブラックエーサー上へ。
Damn. Come on, hero. You could do better than that. Oh, it's fine.
当然とはいえ嬉しいものですね。皆さんのおかげです。
Imagine. Totally. Gah. Can't believe it. A knight of Camelot falling to such insignificant whelps. Did we get him? I did it! I really won! That Tamlin was super duper strong, but I still managed to beat him. And I couldn't have done it without all of you. I'm afraid that was almost certainly just an ordinary knight. For one thing, there was no grants among the knights at the Round Table, and for another, look over there. There's a million more of them. Oh crap, 3 more knights, each with the same incredible magical energy as the last one. And we were just barely a match for him alone. There's no way we could take on 3. Really not defensive. Anyway, come on Hio, let's get out of here for now. But, literally we could take him. There, we're through the gates. Squads 1 and 3 will take out Morgan's soldiers at the front. Squad 2, take control of the factories. Get our comrades before they're disposed of. Reinforcements of the castle gates. Damn it, so the child of prophecy was just a decoy. First, we need to take back the gates, and be careful. These soldiers are from the Londinium rebel army. Don't underestimate them. Some of them are armed with iron weapons laced with Morse poison. Well, no, I wasn't expecting reinforcements. That must be the rebel army we learned about earlier. Individually, they may not be as strong as fairies, but quantity is a quality on all of its own. At this point, it's only a matter of time until they defeat those 3 fairy knights. So it would seem. Man, that was too close for comfort. Still, once the rebels are done with the fairies, we can't be sure they won't turn their swords on us. Come on, Hio. Let's look for match while everyone's occupied. We should save making contact with the rebel army for after that. Can you show us where to go, Altria? Right, of course. Don't worry. I'm a great lockpicker. And besides, the Vinci's right. We can't be sure that the rebel army will see us as allies. So let's find Mash and get out of here before anyone else sees us. Well, damn. I should have figured the locks on the Queen's own facilities would be really tough nuts to crack. True, the Round Army Table didn't manage to open the other 29 houses in the time it took us to open one. I can't even claim credit for this one, since the Round Table Army ended up opening it too. Now, cheer up, Ultra. I mean, as a tech unit myself, I definitely get how you feel. But the important thing is that all the humans being kept in these houses were freed. It's too bad we didn't find Mash, but that doesn't mean that this is all a waste. At least now, we know she wasn't captured. And really, isn't that way better? Yeah, you're right. Wherever Mash is, I'm sure she's okay. Okay, everyone. This way, please. Don't worry. We have plenty of foods and jackets to go around. We'll be on our way as soon as we've gotten everyone's names and checked you all for injuries. Also, if anyone knows about any other humans being kept here, please let us know. I can't believe it. It's an army of humans. An army of humans defeated the Queen's soldiers. Then the rumors of the Round Table Army were true. We don't have to do what they say anymore. We could go outside now? Really? But the knights said that outside was so dangerous that humans would die instantly, and that we should stay here and study until we grow up. 2 years. 2 years since I last got to go outside. I have to hurry back to Gloucester. I got separated from someone there. Someone I care about deeply. That poor child. I can only hope she was able to get by without me. I must say, I'm very impressed by this Round Table's army's leadership. They even took the knights they defeated into custody, sparing their lives instead of killing them. They're a properly disciplined army, not a lawless mob of killers. So, it was Percival, the strongest of all human knights, who formed the Round Table Army. How this gladdens me. While I'm sure he isn't the same Sir Percival I knew, this other one is certainly doing his namesake proud. Also, you guys, thanks for your assistance earlier. It was a big help. We've been investigating this ranch closely for the past few months, so we knew its security would be its lightest today. But we definitely didn't know we wouldn't be the only ones making a move. It was especially surprising to see just the 4 of you managed to take out one of Morgan's knights. We were prepared to lose up to 20% of our soldiers, but thanks to you guys, we got off with no more than a handful of casualties. So which city's rebel army are you from? I don't think I've seen you around the south before. Are you from the north then? I heard there was some trouble up in Chesterfield. Maybe that's where you're from? Aldria? I'm sorry, are you people really? Oh, oh, I see. I forget they were still the only ones who don't distinguish between fairies and humans in our head counts. Sorry if I offended you when I counted all 4 of you the same. Oh no, that's quite alright. Is everyone in the Round Table Army like you? I don't know about that. We all have our own goals and our own ways of thinking. But one thing we all have in common is our faith in our commander. We all agree that Percival's ideals are worth fighting for. He's always talking about how the Child of Prophecy will appear one day, how he wants to assemble as many like-minded allies as he can in the meantime. He says that way, when the Child of Prophecy finally does appear, there'll be a firm anti-Queen foundation into place to help take some of the heavy burden off their shoulders. But enough yammering from me. It looks like they're done with roll call, so we're going to start escorting these people to Londinium. Want to come with us? We're always looking for more strong warriors like yourselves. We would, but there's something else we have to do first. That's right. We really appreciate the invitation, but we're actually trying to find a missing person right now. Gotcha. Well, that's too bad, but I understand. You all take care then. I hope you're able to find this missing person of yours soon. I guess that's that then, but you made the right call, Hio. Honestly impressed you were able to turn him down. I could tell Trey wasn't too keen on it, so... Well, I would like to learn more about this Round Table Army. Finding Mash absolutely comes first. It's just not the right time to join forces with them yet. Exactly, I knew one of the original Knights of the Round Table would understand. You're a real gentleman's gentleman. Yeah, well, I am Tristan, child of sadness, not a knight who lives and dies on chivalry alone. That said, if Sir Bedivere were here too, I may have been forced to make it difficult to sit. Hio, get back. So your attacks when security was at its lightest, huh? Devious of you, I'll give you that. But it won't win you the way. But it won't win you today. That's exactly the pathetic sort of conviction I expect from humans. So if your fiends are going to scale around in the shadows, you can't complain if you end up crushed under someone's boot. What's going on with this magical energy single? I can't even get a reading on it. Is that night keeping those creatures tied up in chains? Squad 2, Squad 3, are you alright? Damn it, how many soldiers did we just lose? Are we the only ones who survived? That wall of flame, it can't be. So a few yet lived. That flame would have consumed all of you had it been in an open field. But this ranch belongs to the High Queen Morgan herself. I can't raze it to the ground. So I'll crush the rest of you with my own horns. Go on, humans, try and fight back. Show me you're truly brave, and I'll be merciful. Show me you are cowards, and you'll have nothing from me. This can't be happening. What is she doing here? That great sword wreathed in black flame, silver white armor, fairy-eating black dogs. It's Tamlin Gwaine. Why is the Queen's right-hand woman here? You. If you refuse to take up your swords, you aren't worthy to cross horns of me. We've captured all the escaped humans, Lady Gwaine. We'll soon have the rest of these thieves captured as well. It'll be easy. We'll have 3 fairies for every human. No need for that. They're my quarry. I'll handle this myself. I can't let her overwhelm me. So you do have some backbone. Good. You're actually making me work up an appetite. Don't bother telling me who you are. I couldn't care less. The High Queen's told me all about you, girl. You must be the master from proper human history. Well, spare me the surprise. The High Queen has told the Tamlin about the outside world you call proper human history. She also commanded us to capture you all alive if the opportunity presented itself. Capture you, huh? How unlike her. Listen well, you shameless intruders. You uppity primates have a lot of nerve barging into the fairy burden like you own it. Tell me, in your world, is it considered courteous to welcome visitors from afar, right? Very well then, take up your swords and I'll give you all the welcome you want. I am Gawain, Knight of the Fairy Round Table, sworn to protect Britain. Now with this name bestowed upon me by the High Queen, I shall destroy you without mercy.
参拝の時よ、もちろんアリのように並びなさい。それが本当の私。始まりは極小、広がりは無限。すべて我が神殿の望み。ここでこの剣にかけて。熱を帯びなさい。マルミアドワーズ。何の試しにするわ。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けて。アラウンドカリバーン。邪魔。着陸強食。
Wait, why the hell did she text Fishy if she had fucking... Did she change the target focus suddenly? Huh. Wild.
参拝の時よ。アリのように並びなさい。私を悪魔と言った？その通りよ。原始の地獄に帰りなさい。足を狙います。やっ強きそれはなんだ。黄昏の時を再び言われなくても。もちろん違法の国、時の終わり。 慣れた剣は彼の手に。霊言なる勝利を刻め。ラウンド・オブ・アバロン。邪魔。ここで待つ。覚悟すればいい。剣だけではない。やります。もちろん。それはいつか来る兆しの星。誰に呼ばれるまでもなく、あなたは星をかざすでしょう。アラウンド・カリバーン。ここでまっすぐ。チュール・ブレイド。つま先が欠けた。覚悟すればいい。右のうちに準備早炊きですよ。カルウェナ。これよくがよい。受け取るがよい。圧倒します。負けないぞ。もってやります。下がっているように。ここで輝き。戦線の美学。望まれることを望まれたように。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けて。アラウンド・カリバーン。
Alright, we survived long enough to get the fuck out of there. Let's go. Oh! Dante's bound up. Wow. He's a whole number 9. Yeah, she has too many buffs to be able to reasonably take out with this account at the moment, so you gotta wait for her to get nuked later. Not yet. Can't give up yet. We still got another 27 acts to deal with. Stay with me, Hugh. Oh no, she's seriously drained. I don't know how she's doing it, but that Tamlin is somehow eating her command spells. I've never felt feedback quite like this before. It's still completely pathetic, but there's something more to it, You there, that look. It's not fear or despair. Is that hatred? Good, you figured it out that much, at least. It's been a while, hasn't it? I could have gone my entire life without seeing you again and been happy. Oh well. You know her, Altria? I don't know you. I don't remember ever seeing a pipsqueak like you before. Are you some weed I stepped on or something? Either way, don't talk to me again unless you've grown more. It's a literal pain in the neck looking down to talk to you. Not like a runt like you is likely to do much growing. Why you? But enough talk. You intruders will get no mercy from me. I have no more time to waste on you. Die now, humans and servants alike. A bowstring? Indeed. A bewitched, unbreakable bowstring I can wield however I wish, to be more specific. You'll never be able to get past it, no matter how strong you are. So it would seem. Is this one of the Wing Clan's threads? I'm surprised there were still any left. But so what? You don't actually think you could defeat me with this, do you? Defeat you? No. Detain you? Yes. Da Vinci, Altria, take Hio and get her out of this town. I'll hold Gwaine here and ensure she doesn't come after you. You got it? Honestly, it's not going to be easy, but I'll make sure she gets out of here no matter what. Come on, Hio. I'll carry you in my mechanical arms. Stand up, Altria. I'll carry you too if I could. I'd carry you too if I could, but I'm afraid I just can't. Huh? But what about you, Tristan? Don't worry about me. It would seem this is where I die. Huh? You're not serious, right? You can't just throw away your life like that. Besides, you're too injured to. It's alright. Besides, this is the first time I've faced down Sorgoin like this. Besides, I've already thought of a trump card I can use against her. If all works out, I should be able to catch up to you soon enough. That said, I'm afraid I can't use it with all you here. Go, my king. Please, hurry. You're still at the beginning of your journey. Okay, I'm ready. Come on, follow me. If you can't keep up, I'm gonna leave you behind. You get that, right? Let me guess, you decide to sacrifice yourself to let your companions escape. Oh, come on now, that should have gone without saying. You really are, Sir Gawain. Your body is strong and hard as a rock, but then, so is your head. Tell me something, are all servants like you? Pawns who are willing to throw away their lives away for their master because they neither fear death nor what it is to truly live? I don't know that I'd put it that way. Even servants hope to avoid death. In fact, I'd say we fear death even more than we did when we were alive. For we heroic spirits know all too well how miraculous it is to be summoned. We know that this opportunity will never come again. We know how rare it is to be granted dreams even after death. Most of all, we know what dying feels like. We know how painful, how bitter, how sad it can be. You may think that we can bear it because we've experienced it before, but you would be wrong. Death is something living things can only bear once. To suffer the pain of my own death over and over, or to make others grieve my passing several times, is simply more than I can take. If I may confide, I'm hoping you'll let me escape with my life. Whether you live or die here is entirely up to you. The only one I mean to kill is your master. If you're willing to stand down, I'm willing to let you go. It would be a shame to waste this impressive technique of yours. Even if your master were dead, you could still live as a good life here in Fairy Britain. No, Tamlin Gwyn, I could not. That's why I'm going to stop you. It is the least I can do to repay the debt I owe to the one who I trusted in my knighthood, even if when I was fighting against her in a moment of weakness. I know nothing of your life or your circumstances, and I confess I don't care a whit about your idea of justice. My only interest is using this life of mine for the one I love, no matter what it takes. You tied my whole body up with a string. When did you do that? But so what? If you think a mere human can hold me down, you're... What is this? How is this even possible? How'd you put these strings all over town without any magical energy? I've never even saw you move your hands. Indeed, these restraints rely on weight, not strength. The mass of this very town, this culmination of human technology, is what holds you in place. Thanks to our earlier battle, I know very well how strong you are, and I know you cannot break these restraints with brute force alone. I may no longer have the fingers in my right hand, but I still have my mouth. Oh, bro's arm is destroyed over here. Look at that. Now, otherworldly knight, prepare to face the full force of my airstrike. Nice sprite. What, you say it's lowly human technology that holds me in place? That does it. You deserve die a miserable death after all, servant. I'm gonna dash any hopes you had of this pathetic trick working. Yeah, it's to be expected. I guess they wanted to animate it without actually having to put in the resources to animate it or get an animation studio in. Are you hurt, Lady Gawain? And what are we gonna do about the ranch? Don't worry about it. I'll take full responsibility when reporting to Her Majesty. Now gather all our fastest runners and go after the human and servants who managed to escape. You should be able to catch up to them much quicker than me right now. I'll join afterward. Don't worry, I'm not just saying it like that idiot knight a moment ago. Once I catch up, surround and restrain them, but don't kill them until I get there. Yes, Lady Gawain, consider it done. Ah yes, the first casualty on our side, Tristan. Anyway, that hurt more than I expected. My whole body is still a little numb. I should have asked the man's name. He deserved that much before I killed him. Hold on, what is that whinny? What was that sound? Sorry, I'll explain later. Right now, we need to get away from the fairies chasing us. Can you stand? Can you run? Okay, I'm gonna put you down now. Now, run for it. Ah, how can Earth plant fairies be so fast? They're almost on us, Da Vinci. Damn it, and after Tristan may have to buy some time. But what can we do? There's nowhere to hide out. Oh, what's that sound? Oh good, I made it. I heard you guys were in trouble, so I figured, hey, Barry King Oberon to the rescue. You guys know what carriages are, right? Great, get in. Then get in. I'll catch you all up later. Huh? A carriage? Is it a carriage? The kind only clan hands are allowed to use? That's right, tools that exploit animals are prohibited by British law. But there are some fairies out there who voluntarily provide such labor themselves. My name's Ridger Bit, the Fey Horse. I'm a Fang Clan fairy who's always been fascinated with carriage culture. Usually I serve Lady Aurora, but just this once, I agreed to serve Lady Oberon as well. Something tells me that this fate at work, so why not sit back and see how great a carriage ride can be, Snort. So it's a carriage with a fairy for the horsepower. There's a whole lot I'd like to comment on here, but for now, I'll just say great timing, Oberon. Come on, guys, get on. These souls will never catch us now. Clever of them. Do you know who that carriage belongs to? No, my lady. One of our soldiers used to build carriages, but he said he didn't recognize the design. He thinks one of the clans must have made it without the High Queen's permission. I'm so sorry we couldn't be of more help. No matter, call the soldiers back. We'll be returning to Camelot. Are you sure, my lady? I don't have the time to go around chasing after rats. No, scratch that. They're not even rats. Burn is the High Queen's garden, and no garden is entirely free of pests. I just let my temper get the better of me this time. Next time we meet, I'll grind them beneath my boot. Assuming I ever do meet them again, of course. We have someone much better at squashing bugs in any case. Oh, you mean Fair Lancelot, the strongest Tamlin in all of Britain. She'll crush those bugs in no time, no matter where they try to hide. Why are you talking about Lady Lancelot in front of Lady Gawain, you idiot? Have you got a deathwish? Forgive me, Lady Gawain. I meant no disrespect. You are, of course, the strongest of Tamlin. It's alright, you're correct. She is the strongest, but watch your tongue next time. She's not the strongest of the Tamlin. She's the strongest creature in all Fairy Britain. She isn't even the same category of us. Do remember that. Yeah, that's why she's 5 stars and these two are fucking 4 stars. Anyway, yes, Lady, I'll never forget it again. Good, now bring the captured humans here so I can deal with them before we leave. Please, you got it all wrong. This wasn't our fault. Those soldiers opened our doors without asking. I told them we didn't want to go. Please don't kill me. I'll never hope for freedom again. I still have 10 years left. Doesn't that make me a valuable slave? Please, just spare my Know your place, dog. Not calling the kettle black much, huh? Anyway, any human who so much thinks about smarting away is worthless, even as a slave. This new form suits you much better. By the time I'm done breaking you in, maybe you'll be ready to rejoin your fellow human slaves. Fragment /2. cart's even heavier than usual. Come on, let's just get rid of that weapon already. No buyer's gonna want something that's scary looking. Don't be ridiculous, bro. You're gonna make a niece tear up again. Don't you remember how grateful she was when we agreed to bring that weapon along too? I definitely remember how happy you were when she took your hand. What'd you say that was called back? That was called back where she comes from again? A handshake? They've got everything under the sun in Norwich, and I know they love their trends in Gloucester, but I've never heard of any such custom like that before. If you're feeling tired, Rob, would you like me to take over? I can still pull a car, even without my memories. No need. I can manage mine on my own. You just keep resting up, Anise. We're almost to Gloucester, and I want everything to look its best. These get girl and 3 stingy fairy peddlers named Rob, Rag, and Winky. Together, these strange bedfellows made their way further and further north in the nameless woods. The peddlers fought to sell the girl to a ranch along the way, but Rob, who hated Woodwose, the head of the Fang clan, would have none of it. He insisted that anyone so violent did deserve a beauty like Anise, and that was the end of that. Way to go, big bro. Oh wow, I can see a city off in the distance now. What are they like there, Winky? That's Gloucester, Anise. Pretty massive, right? It's a special place, even for Britain. It's an upper-class city run by the head of the Wing clan, Marian the Adored. And it's all about trends, brands, and joy. You can get anything you want there as long as you can pay for it. Lovers, slaves, fairies, humans, everything. Not that it's really my kind of place. All the fairies who settled down there are posiers and trend followers. Most of the stuff there's just gold-plated hunks of dirt anyway. It's all shine, no substance. Really? But I thought you were really proud of your Gloucester knife. That's exactly because it's a fake. A real knife that nice? I'd be afraid of too afraid of breaking it to actually use it. Now I see. That does sound like you, Winky. You don't like Gloucester, Winky? Then why'd you pick this route? I'm scared of the Norwich calamity too, but we still could have gone there instead. What are you, stupid? We can't use any of the eastern routes this time of year. The rainy season just ended, so the Dread Cave's territory will be as big as right now. Hell, I heard they still haven't even fixed the Norwich Bridge yet, so Gloucester's our only choice. Though believe me, I'm not happy about having to bow and scrape off that show-off Murrian. You two really like this Murrian person, don't you? But where'd you get that from? I just said I hated her, right? But you looked so kind when you were talking about her. It's almost like I'm almost a little jealous. Check it out, bro. Winky's so flustered he's coughing. Why are you so embarrassed, Winky? You sharing chains of the truth or something? Shut up, it's not like that. Anyway, did you guys hear about the big kerfuffle in Camelot? They say an assassin snuck in about 10 days ago to try and kill High Queen Morgan. Yeah, I did. I heard they fought through a ton of soldiers all alone and made it all the way to the throne room. From what I heard, not even Lady Gwaine or Lady Tristan could stop them. But then Lady Lancelot flew in and beat the shit out of them, right? Apparently, they had a badass mid-air battle, but ultimately the assassin got dropped into the pit. Whoa, Lady Lancelot really is something else, isn't she? Gwaine, Tristan, Lancelot. What's up, Anise? You getting motion sick or something? Hey, Rob, take it easy. The ride's too rocky for her. No, it's not that. I just have a little headache. When I heard those names, my chest got a little tight. Can I ask what kind of people these fairies are? Oh, right. She might have known some of the Tamlin herself. Probably better if we don't say anything here, then. You mean you don't know, Anise? Those are the great Tamlin, the Knights of the Round Table. The Gwaine, the most feared Tamlin in all Britain. Tristan, the most hated Tamlin in all Britain. And Lancelot, the most beautiful Tamlin in all Britain. We couldn't do business without those three taking care of the moors for us. Well, not that Tristan ever does much to keep us safe. Hell, I'm more scared of her than I am of the moors. That's why I never go to New Darlington if I can help it. Wyack, the younger brother, smiled innocently. Oh, well, Rob and Winky were afraid they might just jog Anise's memories. Then all of a sudden... Ah, black dogs? This is all your fault, Wag, you idiot. These things wouldn't be here if you hadn't talked about Tristan. Just leave the cart and run for it before they eat us alive. You too, Anise. Get away from them. I'll hold them off as long as I... What? I don't know why you're attacking us, but I'm not going to let you hurt anyone. You want to pick on someone? Pick on me. I'm surprised they didn't just make this a gameplay segment. Anyway, more story. Thank goodness, my body just moved on its own, but it looks like everything worked out. Is everyone alright? The girl stuck her shield in the ground with a resounding thud and turned to face the fairies. She was greeted with stunned stares from all three, and who could blame them? They've never seen such a graceful knight before. That was amazing. I can't believe you sent all those black dogs packing by yourself. Black dogs are some of the most despised creatures in all of Fairy Britain, drawn to the putrid smell of death and decay. They are of the Unseelie Court, evil fairies unaffiliated with any of the 6 clans. They come and go at a moment's notice. And the only species of fairy in Britain who feeds on their own kind. Wait, hang on. Can she be this strong? Maybe she's the child of prophecy? Huh? Come on, Rob. There's no way that... How else do you explain it? She's got an iron shield, iron armor. You saw for yourself how strong she is. She's gotta be at least as strong as the Tamlin. If this ain't special, then nothing is. Yeah, you've gotta be the child of prophecy, Anise. You just saved their lives and everything. Huh? The child of prophecy? Me? Don't worry, I'll tell you all about it. The child of prophecy is gonna defeat the queen and save all of Britain. She's the savior we've all been waiting for a long, long time. She's gonna save all the fairies. Rob, the greedy older brother, and Wag, the innocent younger brother, began excitedly telling the girl about the Muir clan's prophecy. One did so with calculated intention, the other because he truly believed it. But when the amnesiac girl saw him so happy, she thought whatever they were talking about must be a good thing. And inadvertently began to believe it herself. Idiots, you're just gonna regret this. Even lies have a way of becoming true. If the rest of the world starts to believe Anise is the child of prophecy, that's it, we're done for. It'll only be a matter of time until someone even greedier than us takes her away. Yeah, it says that the original creator of this series actually made this chapter instead of outsourcing it to someone else like with a lot of the other chapters. So that's probably why it's that long. Let's see, what are we looking at here? Got it. I see, so Tristan stayed behind. He was a great knight. I don't know how much about fighting, but even I could see that. So if that's why he chose, then it must have been right. What do you want to do, Hio? Do you want to go back to the ranch? There's probably not anything left of him by now, but I can at least mourn him. The whole ranch is in ruins now, and the Tamlin's already left. You should be safe to go back if you want. We need to do what we can now. I agree. Tristan didn't sacrifice himself so we could go backwards. He did what he did to give us a chance to move forward. We can always report back to him after we found Mash. I see. Forget I said anything then. Anyway, I really showed up just in the nick of time, didn't I? That's one of the many benefits of my royal charm. I get to ride on a white horse to save the day. Now I'm really glad I pleaded for her to let me borrow this carriage. The only issue is there some sort of problem with the color of my coat? Well, I guess it kind of looks whitish in the right light, if you squint. Anyway, that's all I have to say about that. So you're really feeling better now? Great. Then here's another good piece of news. The city of Gloucester up north is about a day's journey from here. They hold auctions for rare and valuable goods every day there. And word has it that one of their hottest new items is a fairy with an unusual iron weapon. Apparently some peddlers found him near the Nameless Woods. And they plan to put him up for auction as soon as tomorrow. A fairy with iron weapon near the Nameless Woods. That's gotta be Mash, I'm sure of it. We gotta get to Gloucester right away, I guess. I rushed back to Salisbury as soon as I found out. But when I heard you already left, I got a bad feeling in the pit of my stomach. So I asked Aurora for a favor on the condition I don't owe her one in return, and we got to the ranch as fast as the carriage could carry me. I see, that's how you managed to get something so valuable. That was very quick thinking. Thanks. Well, I would prefer to rest up in the autumn forest if we could. Time's money and all that. I assume it's so long to Salisbury and off to Gloucester. You know it. Excuse me, could I say something first, Snort? What is it, Horsey? We're just having a moment here, you know. I know, but I'm a proud Fey horse, the most rambunctious and chivalrous stallion of all Britain. So as a matter of principle, I can only entrust my back to those who I have recognized as my master. I was willing to come this far on Lady Aurora's orders. But if you insist on going to Gloucester, well, I trust you see what I'm getting at. Carrots? A battle!
まだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります。無駄なことを運命をかけた早炊きですよ。軽い不明です参拝の時を下がっているようにアリのように並びなさい。
And we'll do a pull or two after this, Coco.
女神たるもの
Watch you just get another fucking Marpa.
次元の違いを知りなさい。シグラクエーサーここでまっすぐ輝き人馬一体圧倒誇りにかけ言われなくてもそこです邪魔やります言われなくてもここでまっすぐ上よ引かぬ人馬一体
Hello, Royalty 12. Welcome to the stream. While we're reading through Avalon Buffet, we're in a rare battle right now. In between all the text. What's out here with the fucking evade? Oh, thank you for the follow, Royalty. And with that, we hit 10 whole followers. Amazing. Oh, more cutscene. Contract finalized. I'm amazed you took my secret technique in stride like that. You must be a fearsome warrior who has overcome all sorts of harrowing ordeals. Very well, from here on, my legs are yours to command. As long as your path isn't unsavory, I'll take you wherever you wish to go. If this fake horse is the best she had to offer, maybe Aurora isn't as well liked as we thought. Anyway, I trust there's nothing else left to say, yes? And please, take us to Gloucester. Oh, and don't forget to drive safely. I can handle a few bumps, but Hio, Altria, and Da Vinci are all very tired. Not to worry, I can assure you that I've never broken the speed limit in my entire life. By the way, Oberon, what's with that outfit? I kind of like your old cloak. Oh, this is what I wear whenever I'm gathering information. The Queen's soldiers don't always take too kindly to people asking questions about the state of Fairy Brennan. So I try to avoid standing out by dressing up in drab traveling clothes. I see, I'm impressed, Oberon. I never considered an outfit like that drab. Oh, didn't know you were interested in fashion, Altria. Does that mean you prefer outfits like the Vinci's then? No, I wouldn't say that. I mean, someone like me dressing like her, that'd be laughable. True enough, you're definitely not ready yet. Oof. Okay, that's enough Altria teasing for now. Hio, Da Vinci. Would you mind telling me how much you learned about Fairy Brennan while I was away? And that's about it. The regularly occurring calamities, the Moors, the fairies who imitate human societies, the Salisbury Rebel Army, the Round Table Army of Londinium, and the Free Tamlin. I'm impressed. If you already know that much, then I only have one thing left to tell you, and that is High Queen Morgan's objective. As you know now, she's been inscribing command spells into fairies, levying magical energy from them as existence tax, and ending the lives of any fairies who aren't able to pay up. Well, it turns out she has been running such an impressive regime for the last 2,000 years just to maintain her rule over Britain. Her real objective in this is to attack proper human history and transform it into a land of fairies. She wants to expand Fairy Britain to encompass the whole planet, overwrite proper human history entirely, and then turn the Earth into one giant British Isle. Oh god, no, not the UK taking over the entire fucking planet. We already had that once. We don't need it again. I know it's hard to believe, but it's true. That's why High Queen Morgan continues tormenting the fairies even to this day. As you can see, we need to defeat her for humanity and fairy kind alike. Kneel, present. Worship, submit. Bow your heads, leaders of the six clans. Bow your heads, 30 ambassadors, 100 officials. You are in the presence of High Queen Morgan, the ruler who expands our boundaries, who upon these shoulders all of Britain's rest. Hear her words and obey. The same face as yet again. How terribly dull. I offer you neither absolution nor salvation. Remember always that all of Britain, down to the smallest pebble, is mine. Without my protection, the land of Fae would not see its next sunrise. Yes, your majesty, we are your humble servants. All of our time is yours. Our loyalty to you will never waver. Very well. You just may stand against the wall. I will now allow each of the clan heads to speak. What do you have to say? Thank you for your generosity, your majesty. Please allow me the honor of going first. The council recognizes Lord Spriggan, head of Earth Clan and Lord of Norwich. Thank you, Secretary. According to observations, Norwich Calamity Pool should be reaching critical mass in approximately 10 days' time. I'd like to take this time to say if there are any lords present with property still in Norwich, please come speak to me after this meeting. I can assure you that even if the moors engulfs all of Norwich, our bell tower remains safe within an impenetrable fortress made with anti-Moors iron. If you wish to store your valuables in there for safekeeping, I'm sure we can come to an arrangement. Sounds to me as though you don't care if your entire city disappears as long as your money stays safe. The council recognizes Lord Woodwoe, head of the Fang clan and Lord of Oxford. My request remains the same as ever, your majesty. I urge you to take this opportunity to expand your army. The Moors continue to grow in number every year, and these round table army upstarts need to be dealt with. So I must ask you to increase your human shipments and assign more humans to the barracks. Oh, does that mean that the Fang Clan alone is no longer up to the task? I suppose not even the fairy once known as the Sword of Burden, the great Lord Woodwose himself could defeat the specter of advancing age. Silence, your infant. How dare you speak to me like that? If we weren't in Her Majesty's presence, I'd crush your heads to my jaws for such insolence. Now, Woodwose, you should know better than that. Remember, every fairy in Britain looks up to you. The Lord of Oxford, owner of the restaurant most responsible for our food supply, should conduct himself like a gentleman, right? Right, I know that, Aurora, I do. I'm not the raging frontline fighter I once was. I'm the calm, rational leader of my clan. What a joke. If this is to be no more than the usual snipping at each other, would you mind if I excuse myself, Your Majesty? We're putting up a very rare item for auction today, and I have a lot of work to do getting things ready. The council recognizes Lady Murian, head of the Wing Clan and Lord of Gloucester. I already said my piece. Neither this calamity pool nor the anti-Moors countermeasures have anything to do with Gloucester. So if all you twisted fairies want to do is argue with each other, by all means do so, without me. Then again, Norwich has sent us some good product lately, so I suppose I can offer you our aid, if only a little. Do give my regards to Count Pepper on Spriggan. Let him know that if he ever decides to move to Gloucester, he'll always have a place here. Lady Knocknariaba, head of the King Clan and ruler of Edinburgh, absent. Lady Einsel, head of the Mere Clan and guardian of the Lake District, absent. At this time, and with Hind Queen Morgan's permission, the council would like to welcome the Tamlin from New Darlington. Gurk. Who the hell do you think you are? You think a damn secretary has the right to say my name? Come on, Mother. When were you gonna stop letting these stupid secretaries run these shows already? Can't you pick someone less hideous? What about a human with their limbs sewn to the wall, or one that's been put to the guillotine? I swear, Mother, you're way too soft on fairies and humans alike these days. Maybe you need more excitement. Huh? Why so quiet all of a sudden? Isn't it your job to kick up a fuss when something unusual happens? If you can't even do that, you don't deserve to live. Would you all rather die to my string instead? Oh, if it is a Tamlin Tristan, how good of you to grace us for your presence. You are the knight among knights who defends all Britain, and above all, you're the High Queen's beloved daughter. The only one in all Britain who will carry on Her Majesty's maidcraft. There you go, that's it. I knew you could do it if you tried. But I still think it lacked a little something. I've got it, patheticness. Which is why you three are going to show the others how it's done. Gah! My feet, my ankles, are gone. Go on, jump. Let's see how you hop around those little stumps. Oh, right. You're not supposed to spill blood here, and you three are getting it everywhere. Ah, so rude. You've got enough blood on the throne room floor. Just throw yourselves out of the window into the pit now. Ah, my body. I can't control my body. No, please stop. There's no coming back from the pit. Somebody, please stop that girl before she... Ah! Swoosh! Nothing but pit. Well, Mother, what do you think? Makes to me so much more fun, right? This is Tamlin Tristan we're talking about now. Our Tristan is dead. Tamlin Tristan is a bad guy. Our Tristan's a good guy. But ours is dead now, so only the bad Tristan's left. Anyway, what are you doing? That was Camelot's own Minister of Justice you just threw out the window. You bloodthirsty fiend. Know your place, Tristan. You think just because the High Queen took in a low-class fairy like you as her own daughter, you can. Silence, Woodwose. This is a family matter. See? Her Majesty loves it. Time for you to learn your place. Sucks to be you, you overgrown cur. Why don't you just retire already? We're way stronger than you ever were. What'd you say to me, girl? Stop, Woodwose. Don't let her drag you into her games. You're the head of the Fang Clan now. You can't let your temper ruin our reputation. Oh, great. Lady Queen the hard-ass. A little more dullness around this boring meeting. You're lucky she showed up when she did, old-timer. Just wait. I'll take your feet next time. Give us your report, Gwen. What transpired at the ranch in the south? Yes, High Queen. Some Rempels calling themselves the Round Table Army managed to take control of the ranch. The guards you entrusted with the staffs were captured, and all of the humans attempted to escape. Upon learning this, I took it upon myself to go and contain the situation without waiting for your orders. While I succeeded at wiping out the rebels, I'm afraid I also destroyed the facility and allowed 3 interlopers to escape. I am also having the escaped humans transported here for re-education as we speak. High Queen, I am prepared to accept whatever punishment you deem fit for me. What is your ruling, High Queen? It's alright. In light of your accomplishments at Sheffield, I will overlook your field today. Lift your head, Gwaine. I plan to demolish that ranch in any case. While you did take it a bit too far, you have ultimately saved me the time of mobilizing the Earth Plan. Now, is there anything else you have to tell me? Yes, Your Majesty. One of the interlopers was a human you told us about before. It was the master from popular human history. The master of proper human history. Then Barrowgate was right. There's more. One of the fairies accompanying the human appeared to be from Fairy Britain. From what I could tell, she seemed to be about 16 in human years, and she used the same kind of magecraft as you. She what? What are you saying, Gwaine? You don't think that fairy is the child of prophecy, do you? The child of prophecy is no more than one of Einstein's delusions. High Queen Morgan is Britain's one and only ruler. How could he believe such nonsense like a common peasant? You are a servant of the High Queen. You should be ashamed. Oh, quit yapping, you goddamn mutt. Now, Lady Tristan, you can't blame Woodrose for being upset. The child of prophecy is also connected to the Tungsuka incident after all. You know, the coastal village that was harboring her. Well, Lord Woodrose was there as the one who raised that village to the ground. It seems as though the child herself escaped him. Apparently, there was a girl of about 16 with long golden hair who managed to break through the blockade the Fang Clary surrounded that village. The soldiers who witnessed it said she fought like a raging storm. They also called her the girl who uses magecraft, the Queen's second coming, and High Queen Morgan's daughter. Don't you dodge my spell, Capless. That was meant to kill you. I'm Mother's only daughter, got it? I couldn't care less about this child of prophecy, but you better not spread rumors like that any further. These are my opinions, Lady Tristan. The Fang clans are the ones supporting these rumors. Still, I think about it, fine upper-class fairies at Camelot. The Moors continue to decrease in number. A calamity is about to befall Norwich. There's Knock the Ribbit in the north, Londinium in the south, and the recent rebellion in Sheffield. And now we have the invader from an outside world that Lord Gutlord is about. I don't believe Einzel's prophecy was any more than you do, but you cannot deny the pieces are falling into place. The child of prophecy is real. Or at least, the common fairies who know nothing about politics believe she is, which is enough. This is no time for our clans to be fighting amongst ourselves. We must put people's minds at ease. So I suggest we work together to do something about it, starting with the calamity pool at Norwich. What say you? You do have a point. Whether the child of prophecy is real or not, we must do something about Norwich's calamity pool. High Queen Morgan, would you be willing to send your army to Norwich to quell this disaster? I believe Lord Bogart's ruler of Sheffield made a similar request. I understand how you feel, Aurora, but we can't send out Camelot's shoulders. I am certain Her Majesty's troops will make short work of the calamity. Sandom will also leave Camelot vulnerable. Nocturne Rubia is constantly on the lookout for any weakness she can exploit. We can't leave the castle unguarded. I agree. The way things are going now, it must be the War of Spring and the War of Summer all over again. Only this war will be fought between Her Majesty and Nocturne Rubia, the sole proclaimed queen. We do have the upper hand over her forces, but only just. The wars of spring and summer. You speak of the Fae era war between the North and South fairies, yes? Indeed, the North fairies have been claiming dominion over Britain for thousands of years. I thought they had settled down and agreed to submit to High Queen Morgan's rule, but it seems they're still up to their old tricks. Ah, how deplorable. Why can't they simply pledge their loyalty to our High Queen like we have done? Given their circumstances, I suppose this truly isn't the time to worry about Norwich. Though it pains me to say this as their lord, I'm afraid I have no choice but to let my residents die, and worry not, I will use the water mirror of Norwich. It will destroy the calamity along with most of Norwich, but the bell tower will remain intact. As long as the castle remains, it will fall to you to rebuild Spriggan. It is time for you to demonstrate once again the skills that enabled you to take Norwich from its previous lord. If that is your will, High Queen. Now how much can I expect in the way of financial aid? I will give you 1/3 of the flood sum wasting away in the West Treasury. It is a foreign detritus that has drifted here from proper human history, but you could ask for no greater reward, could you? Oh, that sounds wonderful, Your Majesty. Thank you, thank you. But what about the residents of Norwich? None will survive this. Isn't there anything you can do to make them evacuate, Spriggan? Oh, I've been urging them to evacuate for some time now, but they all refuse to leave. They're either too attached to the land, or they love their jobs, or they don't think the threat is real, or they think the child of prophecy will save them, or some combination thereof. As great as my clan can be, I'll be the first to admit they can also be a bunch of hard-headed fools. Having said that, where do you propose they go? Salisbury's the Wind Clan city? You know just as well as I do how poorly the Earth and Wind Clans get along. It's a problem that even the High Queen herself has been able to solve. It's rare that these things like this get wrapped up in a nice little bow, so no, I'm afraid Norwich is a lost cause. Why don't they come down to my place? We'd be happy to take in any poor refugees looking for a new home. That's just the kind of place New Darlington is. Ain't that right, Lady Savannah? Right you are, Red Barrel. I didn't know you were listening on this boring old meeting. Now, my fair lady, don't be like that. There's nothing boring about it. These clans have agreed to put aside their many differences and focus on what's best for Britain's future, you know? You won't find a more entertaining show anywhere in the country. Not that you'll find any other show in this country either, but still. I've changed my mind. Lady Aurora, let's arrange a time to discuss the particulars of evacuating Norwich's residents to Salisbury once this meeting's concluded. Whatever our differences, I'll gladly take that over subjecting my fellow fairies to the National Slaughterhouse Theater. These problems concern Fairy Britain, and we fairies should be the ones to resolve them. Oxford would be glad to take in refugees as well. While I can't stand how many rules or Earthland's smithing breaks, that doesn't mean I'm about to send them to needless bloody death. Welcast's neutral stance remains the same as always. Our doors are always open, both to refugees and the fairies who are tired of being beholden to their clan's customs. Huh? What? No, you guys are buddy-buddy. I guess you must really hate me, huh? Man, that makes me real sad. You think High Queen Morgan's first ever boyfriend and future King of Britain would get a little more respect? Yeah, bro, her up and marry mother already. The most powerful fairy in all of Britain marrying a human. Freaking hilarious. And then you'll marry me next, right? Isn't that what you humans do? Marry as many people as you like? Of course, Lady Spinno, but that's not rush things. No matter how much you may care for someone, the moment they belong to someone else, a lot of the shine tends to come off. There's no guarantee the same won't happen to you. Once you see me as Her Majesty's husband, you might wonder why you ever saw me at all. So we don't want to make any hasty decision when it comes to marriage. Who knows, maybe the partner of your dreams is even closer than you think. Ah, you don't have to worry about that. There's no one else for me but you. Very well, I understand your concerns. My course of action remains unchanged from my public declaration. At the end of the year 2019 of the era of the High Queen, Fairy Britain, the land of the Fae shall rule this very planet. The walls of light that surround the British Isle will disappear, and our world shall overwrite the wicked world that lurks outside. Once it is, you shall all be free of the calamities, and a new age shall begin. I shall build a new land of fairies, and your clan shall die to serve as its foundation. Yes, High Queen, our will is your command. Then here's my decision. Nothing will need to be done about Calamity Pool or Norwich, so you'll not advise its residents to evacuate. Regarding the child of prophecy, I will consider the threat you may pose to my rule. Furthermore, once the child figures from proper human history Beryl spoke about are found, they are to be captured and brought here alive. There is something I will have them tell me. If the Master Gawain saw is also accompanied by the child of prophecy, so much the better. Woodrow, Spriggan, Murian, and Aurora. You are all to assemble a team and begin your search at once. I want to see these rebels and invaders brought before my throne. Whichever clan brings them to me shall be rewarded with 500 acres of land. This meeting is now concluded. Clan heads, you are dismissed. Tamlin, here's your next mission. As before, you need not search for the child of prophecy. I don't get it, Mother. What good are any of those stupid clan heads gonna be? I could find the child way faster than anyone, right? All Lancelot's has going for her is the speed. I can use the infinity mirror you gave me to go anywhere at a moment's notice. There's no need. Leave the child of prophecy be. I will send word of my edict later. The rest is in your hands, Tamlin Gawain. You heard Her Majesty, Tristan. Can you not behave yourself, even for a moment? You do know the reason she was so strict with you is because the clan heads were here, yes? She may be our all-powerful High Queen, but she still needs to keep up appearances. She can't treat you like her daughter at a council meeting, and as your attitude towards Beryl. How do you think it looks for the Queen's daughter to be so intimate with a human man, and the High Queen's own lover at that? Have you ever considered the kind of pressure she faces? The kind of things people say about you? Your own morals of the night? Just shut up, you big dumb bitch. Who the hell do you think you are lecturing me? I don't know how you even have time to worry about my rep, seeing as you're always on the lookout for your next little romantic snack. How many lovers have you had this year anyway? For such a big gal, you're sure good at bed hopping, aren't you? Oh, maybe you could give me some pointers about some romance sometime. Either way, I guess since you literally dig into your lovers right after you got them in bed, it's probably more a matter of filling your stomach than your heart, What'd you say? Just kidding, come here, don't glare at me like that. I understand, really. I'm totally aware that your romances are always sincere. I mean, you're so awkward. You couldn't two-time someone if you tried, right? You know what they call you, right? Queen of many loves, Queen the Big Eater. Gosh, you poor thing. Nobody understands you, do they? They have no idea that you only jump into bed with those you really genuinely love. I'm going back to the castle. You should stay on standby until further notice. That meeting sucks so hard. I didn't get to spend any time with Mother again. And Woodrose's stench was the worst. There's nothing more foul than an old game mixed with bad cologne. Brigand's fake-ass smile made me want to puke. Murian's goody-goody act was so transparent. And Aurora is the worst of all. Ugh, I wish I had a good excuse to rip her to pieces. Man, I hope she slips up soon. If she just act against Mother, I could wipe her and her stupid Salisbury all out at once. Hey, are you even listening to me, Beryl? Huh, he's not here? I was right here. He was right by the mirror a moment ago. Oh, I see. You must be down at the theater. They're doing a show with those humans we captured over there today. So they make the humans fight each other and the last one standing gets to live. What did they call it again? Gladiatorial games? I used to think it was a pain in the ass, but it's actually pretty fun. Especially the very last part when you tell them that the champion gets to go free and stuff. Idiots, as if whatever happened. Humans can be so entertaining. Then again, I guess this really is the time to be laughing. I know what Mother said, but I just can't let this go. Who does this child prophecy think she is anyways? Everyone knows I'm the only one who's used magecraft besides Mother. She's only got one daughter, and it's me. No way you can let trash like that, love. Ugh, this is pissing me off. Okay, I know what to do. Times like this is nothing better than shopping. Let's see what the newspaper has today. The Knock Company's getting out of Gloucester. New brands are coming soon. Oh, so Brigand's shop is going out of business. Well, that's too bad. Brigand sucks, but his shop at least had good shit. Huh, hang on. Does this mean it's going to be replaced by... I knew it. It's going to be a count shop. I'll say this for Murian. She always knows what hot. Looks like I'll be going shopping in Gloucester again then. Plus, she also mentioned she was getting things ready for a special auction. Fine by me. I'll make it an auction nobody will ever forget. And now that we're finally out of that story cutscene, by request of the person who owns this account, we're gonna do some polls. Because she still needs Scotty. And then we'll get right back into the story. Nope. And let's take a guess. Nope. Alright, back to Avalon. Look, you can see the city off in the distance now. It might have taken us a whole day, but we're almost to Gloucester. Yep, and now that we're here, we shouldn't have to worry about the Queen's soldiers coming after us for a while. Gloucester belongs to Murian, the head of the Wing Clan, and fighting is against the law here. She doesn't pick fights with any of the other clans, and she's not completely under Morgan's thumb either. As far as Marine is concerned, this is an autonomous region that does so happens to have diplomatic relations with Fairy Britain. And that's how she tells it anyway. Is that why Morgan's army won't attack here? Even Morgan only has limited power in Gloucester. As for why that is, well, you can tell something's different here, right, Da Vinci? Say with the amount of density. Glad you brought that up. I was just going to ask about that. There's nothing wrong with my big gadgets, but the ones powered by magical energy are refusing to work. Is that because this area has unique mystic traits? Because the rules of the world itself are different here? Exactly. As to why, well, that gets into the nature of fairies themselves. And not just here in Fairy Britain. This applies to proper human history as well. Like how there are several different kinds of fairies. Some are former gods fallen from grace. Others are accumulations of human and animal animosity and bits and pieces of their souls. They're essentially thoughts and feelings with nowhere else to go, wrapped up in a shell made from human rumors. These sorts of fairies only exist because human societies exist, and strictly speaking are not pure fairies. Pure fairies are those that form within the planet or the planet's inner sea, and whose existence is in no way contingent on human civilization. In the Magecraft world, fairies born within the planet's inner sea are known as the Great Fathers and Great Mothers. You can think of them as divine experience of Earth's soul. Yes, that's close enough. In scope, they're comparable to personified nature gods, but unlike gods, they don't impose any rules on humans. Great Fathers and Mothers are pure supernatural beings. In this Lost Spells, fairies of that rank who appear on Earth's surface, either for some sort of mistake or on a mission from the planet itself, are known as Ares. Proper human history, the fairy who lent King Arthur his sacred sword was a Great Mother. And I'm guessing proper human history's Morgan also inherited the Great Mother's authority. Though, of course, Morgan's father was also King Arthur, the ancient king of Britain, so I suppose that would make her a human-fairy hybrid? King Arthur, on the other hand, is a human-dragon hybrid. They may seem similar on the surface, but deep down, they couldn't be more different. Oh, how so? The fact that one ultimately decided to defend humanity and the other, mystics. King Arthur chose Britain where humans could thrive, and Morgan chose Britain where mystics could thrive. As for which one chose correctly, well, your own proper human history bears that out. Mystics continued to rule Britain, it would have resulted in being excised from all of human history. I digress, getting back on track. Ares are equivalent to a Great Mother, but possess a will of their own. They have a unique ability to make the world around them according to their inner truth, or rather, their essence. This phenomenon is called a Fey domain. It's a grand mystic that only very powerful fairies possess. And Ares generate descendants, or terminals, if you prefer, simply by existing. These descendants are called forest children and stone children, and in a majority of fairies in Fairy Britain. These descendants may have only a tiny fraction of Aray powers, but it doesn't change the fact that they're descendants. And some of these descendants have more Aray blood in them than others. Merian, the head of the Wing Clan and Lord Gloucester, is one of them. I'll just say that Gloucester has a Fey domain that can be quite a pain in the neck. A domain that takes Merian's temperament and mischievous nature and turns it into a law that denies strength itself. A law that denies strength itself, so the weak become strong and vice versa. It did behave like that for a time now, but now it's a little different. These days, nobody is allowed to bring strength achieved through training into Gloucester. All who enter, even Morgan herself, are less no more than the strength they were born with. So, city that where everyone goes back to being level 1. Yep, the ones with animals about making the rules are always the ones that are with a way around them. So it's probably safe to assume that Marine's the only one in the city who doesn't have to play by her rules. And if that's true, that also means her word is law there, so keep that in mind. It sounds like this A-Ray term is unique to this Lost Belt. In our world, they'd probably be close to elementals or true ancestors. So are there any other fairies that have inherited these A-Ray powers? Maybe other clan heads? Like, does Aurora have a Fey domain too? No, she doesn't. Most fairies with that kind of power end up being excluded from their clans. Sometimes they're outright ostracized, other times they're unable to control their own laws and end up falling apart. Yet of the 6 clan heads, the only ones who can impose their Fey domain on others are Murian and Knakna Rebe. Most of the other domains holders fall apart and become ghosts wandering the countryside. They're called the Night Calls, and depending on how you look at them, they can be even scarier than the Tamlin. Okay everyone, we're almost to Gloucester. I know this is a surprise, but I'm actually a member of the Fang clan, so I'd rather not go inside if I can help it. I'll be camping out here while you do your business, so call for me when you're ready to leave. And just so there's no misunderstanding, let me be perfectly clear. Despite how I look, I'm not a wind fairy. I'm a fang fairy. I'm sure you must be shocked, but it's true. Whatever you say, buddy. Okay, let's split up. I'll go with Da Vinci and Hio will go with Altria. The auction will be held at night, so kill the time however you like. And if it goes in Glaucester, so you'll find a lot of fairies living it up in there. You still have money earned in Salisbury, right? Well, you can use it here too, so don't be afraid to cut loose. Girls love to go shopping together, right? Well, now's your chance. So how about you two? You, Da Vinci, is there anything you'd like to go? We could go to a cafe, but personally I recommend the Warped Observatory. It's so dizzying it'll make you want to throw up. Oh, Fort, he's already headed there. Why didn't you even ask in the first place? Anyway, I know this is short notice, guys, but are you all right with this? You are? Okay, I'll play along then. What up, Warren? Aren't there any museums around here? With so many fairies in this lost belt, there has to be at least one painter. Well, let's turn for the time being. Shall we get going? For the time being? Oh, I'm sorry. This is also happening so suddenly that I'm still catching up. Well, we've already come this far. No sense holding back now, I guess. Now that we're in Gloucester, we might as well enjoy it. Come on, I'll show you around. There's so many things that seem vaguely off here. Very strange, isn't it? I felt the same way the first time I came here, too. Far away things look big, close things look tiny. Sometimes there's pink rain, sometimes the main tree is covered in rainbows. Sometimes boys become girls and girls become boys. Basically, it's a whirlwind of constant change. Last time I came here, I got 0 out of 10 in a princess pageant. A girl wearing a scarf made out of insect thread made me take off my clothes and... Your clothes? Why? She said that they were so ugly I'd be better off without them. I wonder what that girl's up to now. I'm sure hope she's not doing too well. I'll have to get her back if I ever see her again. Oh, I haven't seen you two around before. Are you here for tonight's auction? Huh, I never thought I would have thought to have my humans stand out more than me. You know, possessions that make people envious are all the rage in Gloucester right now. Is that why you made yourself look so plain? You could dress up your human instead. It's brilliant. I'll have to try it myself. She's making that face again. Speaking of the auction, can you tell us more about it? You mean about the merchandise being put up? The fairy with the iron weapon? Well, apparently there are bad fairy from another world who rebelled against the High Queen. I'd love to attend the auction too, especially since there should be no problem keeping a criminal as a slave. But since you need an invitation for this one, I decided to just give up and enjoy a night on the town. I'm sorry, I know I should have been one to ask, but I just kind of froze. Now what do we do about that invitation? Well, we won't be able to get one on our own. They're only sent out to upper class fairies. I don't like it, but it looks like our only option is sneaking into the auction hall. But don't worry, no one better to stealth magecraft than me. Just you wait, this time I'm going to show you what I can really do. What's this deja vu I'm feeling? Help! Is anyone there? My pet mice just escaped from their cage! I promise I'll make it worth your while if you can catch them. Just please help me! Well, looks like there's a bunch of tiny creatures running towards us. What do you think we should do, Hio? Let's catch them. Oh, right. She's still getting her bearings here, isn't she? Oh, well. Nothing to be done now. Sorry, just thinking out loud. Okay, let's get this battle started. I'm pretty sure you're going to regret this, but at least it'll be a good lesson. Ah. In this quest battle, observant cells are forced to go down to level 1 due to the effects of Meridian's knowledge of the outer world. That's fine. We got maxed out skills, it doesn't matter.
大丈夫。落ち着いて普段通りに。
Those are some big fucking mice.
無駄なことをするのね。無駄にないと答えてみて。早炊きですよ。早炊きですよ。彼上が戦いですけど身を決め準備。そうでなくっちゃ。やります。復讐するわ。私を悪魔と言ったその通りよ。原始の地獄に帰りなさい。
See, it doesn't matter. Doesn't matter at all. And since there's only 3 of them left, let's stack it as hard as we can. Why not meme it? We'll do that for funsies and... Those were mice. Big things seem small, small things seem big. That's just what happens with Cloudcasters sometimes. Now do you understand? Thanks, weirdos with too much time on your hands. Here you go, a generous coupon. Now if you'll excuse me, I'm gonna go make a bundle of my mice here. See ya. A coupon, huh? Let me see. Knocker Company, surprise and security. Oh wow, it's for S&C. Do you know it? Spriggan and Capless, I mean. It's Fairy Brand's very first department store. Grandpa told me about it. This is great, and look. According to the map, it's not far from here. Come on, Hio, let's go check it out. Looks like it's already going out of business. They're already building another store in its place, too. Looks like it's just called Cont. I've never heard of that one before. But I can see they've got shoes, bags, hats, dresses. Oh wow, everything on display looks amazing. They're trim and shiny and elegant all at once. I bet they'd be so much fun to wear. I bet those boots would look absolutely perfect on you, Hio. Just look at that brilliant blue color. It's so neat, so clean, and so clear, it feels like you could lose yourself in it for days. Huh, not bad. You got a pretty decent eye. But would you mind keeping it down a little bit? I'm trying to stay incognito, so I don't want to attract too much attention. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm from a very small town, so... I see. So what? You wanted to see the big city before Calamity shows up and kills you or something? You're lucky you're not one of those cheeky Cloudcaster fairies. You're also lucky your ankles aren't to my taste. Be grateful those boots are so frumpy. They are? Guess they are, huh? So they're very practical. An odd Goggy could go to town on them, but I wouldn't feel anything. Huh, you actually have to worry about Goggy bites? You must come from a real hick town. I mean, you've got the looks of a pretty upper-class wind fairy, but you're stuck doing your own farming? Man, it must be rough on those sticks with so few human slaves to do the heavy lift. Dang. This is weird. Really weird. Don't you think this conversation is really weird? Ah, crap. No, I mean, I don't think so. It's just neither you or I are used to city fairies, so... I'm used to them, huh? I see, so that's why you're not scared of me. Feels like there's more to it than that, though. That's strange. How come I'm not pissed off? Usually I hate every fairy I meet. Oh well, I guess that's just how some days go. Plus, there's the auction coming up. Oh, you're interested in the auction? Do you actually have an invitation? Well, we actually came here for the auction. But we didn't know we needed an invitation to get in. I see, an invitation, huh? You know, I do have an extra one. I'd sooner feed it to a goat to give it to you. That's it, finally, an expression that suits you. It's about time you learned to place, you uppity hick. Trust me, a girl like you is at least 100 years too young for the auction house. Come back when you're at least a little more grown up. Oh wait, that's right. Low-class fairies like you don't even live for 100 years, do you? Guess you'll just have to make the most of your life and eat the dirt with Gaggies while it lasts then. She was quite the fairy, wasn't she? Yes, she was. I wonder if I said something that offended her. An invitation? Of course I already got one. What about it? Guess you have to wait to unveil a great matchcraft another time will trio. Fortunately, we weren't able to procure any formal dress, but since Oberon has some dazzling, I think we should be able to get in as a part of his entourage. Of course, Meridian's something of a friend of mine. We'll have some of the best seats in the house. So no, getting in won't be a problem. The problem is what happens once the auction starts. The bidding on match won't start until the very end, at which point we'll be able to offer up to 70 million more pounds. It's all counterfeit, of course, but it should be fine as long as no one works that out tonight. The real problem is whether we'll be enough to outbid any other prospective buyers with odd tastes. Usually 70 million more pounds would be more than enough, but given the product, things are probably going to get ugly. If things are bad enough, I could have to put out my whole Welsh force as collateral. 70 million more pounds, that's enough to buy a mansion and a butler to take care of it. And you're worried it still might not be enough? Just what are they saying about this product anyway? Alright, I'll tell you, but try to contain your surprise. They're saying the fairy is supposedly a traveler from another world, with an iron weapon. And the new child of prophecy. Would you look at all those cameos of servants we already have? Amazing. Anyway, I'm Sea Fairy. Good evening, ladies and gentle fairies. Welcome to the Cloudcaster Auction House. Why put off until tomorrow when you can have today? Who cares about Clan Pie when you can boost your own brand? We know what you want, which is why we are once again proud to present a wide array of items sure to pique your interest. Have you taken a look at our catalog? Have you found anything else to speak to you? Wonderful, wonderful. I can see you're all enthralled by our selection. Then let's get right to it, shall we? We hope you enjoyed this latest Lady Marian production. Starting. I see. So you say your bid yourself, huh? Most auctions, the buyer quietly holds up a sign, and then an agent then bids for him. But it looks like agents are allowed at this auction, so we'll have to shout our bids ourselves. What is it, Oberon? Did you see the third item up for auction? It's one of Shakespeare's unpublished manuscripts. Maybe it's Flapsand driven here from proper human history? Man, now I'm really curious. Maybe I'll waste just a little bit of money bidding on it. No, what am I saying? I have to bid on it. Oh, no, you don't. We're only here for one thing, the Child of Prophecy. Besides, if you bid on something now, they'll notice your cash is counterfeit by the time they get to her. Just do your best to resist. If you want an original work from a famous artist out badly, I'll make you something myself. Whoa, really? Didn't want to be the one to bring it up because I thought it would be a bit gauche. But now you're saying it's okay? Okay, Da Vinci. I'm going to hold you to that. Just let me know when you need me to pose for my portrait. You're really enjoying this, aren't you? I can see this place is nothing new for Oberon. I feel a lot better about this knowing that. Okay, I'm just going to sit quietly until our auction comes out. Besides, I don't want to stand out too much anyways. And now, it's time to introduce our last item of the day. I'm sure you've all heard rumors. This is the treacherous rebel who posed a threat to our High Queen. The child of our beloved Einstein promised we would save Britain. This brave child attacked Camelot with an iron weapon none have ever seen before, crawled out of the great pit, and even made a miraculous return from the nameless woods. Is the prophecy real? Is this child our savior? It's time for y'all to see for yourselves. I give you our final lot number, the Child of Prophecy. Murmus, no. What? Grandpa? Well, excuse the hell out of me for being for a massive prophecy. Wait, hang on. Who was that? Say that to my face, why don't ya? Easy there, ladies and gentle fairies. Please, let's all take it easy. This man's attitude may be as foul as his mouth, but his magical energy is truly impressive. What's more, he's a gifted craftsman capable of forging wares that put all the blacksmiths of Norwich to shame. And since the Child of Prophecy was supposedly apprenticed to a superb artisan, even Lady Mariani agrees that there's a 30% says this man is the Child of Prophecy. Burm has a prophecy 30% chance. Shut up, how many times I gotta tell you I ain't the goddamn Child of Prophecy. I'm Senji Muramasa, lone servant. Now let me out of this cage, damn it. I don't know what's going on here, but that's definitely Senji Muramasa, the Fern God's disciple. Why is he doing it for him? Why is he up for auction? You know the man? Oh, does that mean he's not MASH? No, he's definitely not MASH. But he's also not a stranger I can abandon. A servant. So he's a servant too, huh? I see. So that's why. Fairies here don't know what servants are, and they can't tell them apart from fairies. So we have a servant who came from another world with an iron weapon who defied the queen. No wonder they thought he was a Child of Prophecy. But he's not. This is practically fraud. So what do we do now? The bang's already started. We save him, of course. Got it. Leave it to me. Luckily, everyone else seems caught off guard, too. So, 70,000 million more pounds should be more than enough. Let's start with a million and take it from there. The bidding starts at 1 million more pounds. 2 million, 3 million, 4 million, 4.5, 5 million. Lady Altria's party is now in the lead with a bid of 5 million more pounds. Do I hear 5.5? Why do you use my name? Don't you think it's much more exciting that way? The Child of Prophecy buying another Child of Prophecy. That's one for the history books. Oberon! That's 5 million more pounds going once, goes twice. 10 million. I hear 10 million more pounds. Things are really heating up now. Do I hear 11 million? Oh crap, forget it. I see where this is going. I'm out. 20 million. I beg 20 million more pounds. Okay. Oh, enough of this. 70 million. What are you doing, Ultra? You don't just lay all your cards on the table at once in a bidding war. That might not have been a great move. 70 million. I hear 70 million more pounds. Sold to the party of 100 million more pounds. I don't know what kind of Novao rich clan you come from, but you have no business being here. The day someone like yo bids me is the day all Britain falls. So obviously it's never happening. Oh yeah, that's what you think. Okay, in that case, I bid 101 million more pounds of Oberon's land as collateral. Are you nuts? My land won't even bring in 10 million. Oh, I'm afraid I can no longer make a call on this auction. What say you, Lady Marian? Which of these buyers has the more certain purchasing power? Very well, step down, auctioneer. Difficult decisions like these are mine to make. These are genuine, whether genuine or not. The fact remains that the Child of Prophecy is the main draw of tonight's auction. Whoever buys it must demonstrate not just wealth, but standing. So at this time, I would like to ask both remaining bidders to please come to the stage. Oh, that's how it is. I'm glad you understand how these things work, Marian. No one has more standing than me. It looks like the dude money's heading for the executioner's block. Oh crap, we've been called up to the stage. This is unheard of for an auction. Is this a how do you do things in Cloudcaster, Oberon? No, I've never heard of anything like this before, neither. Damn it, Marian. What are you up to? Ultria, I'm sure this is some kind of trap. Best if you just stay in your seat. If you go up on that stage, you're gonna regret. Why is Ultria's chair already empty? I'm afraid you're already too late, Oberon. She already took Kyo's hand and headed for the stage. Damn it, why did she have to pick now of all times to develop an impulsive streak? Why'd you bring me up here too? I needed to fight beside me, please. I don't want to do this alone. Now let's start with you, Lady Spinio. Or should I say, Tamlin Tristan? Nice one, jackass. Yep, that works. I'm the daughter of the High Queen Morgan and the Artist of Blood. I'm the fairy with the most gorgeous dresses of all. I'm Tamlin Tristan, the one who will one day own all of Britain. Well, your turn, little girl. Go on, share your prophetic name with all of us. Oh man, it's a fairy we met earlier. What do I do here? I can't believe she's a Tamlin, and she's Morgan's daughter too. I swear, why do these things always happen to me? See, I knew you couldn't do it, but hey, of course you couldn't. What fairy could ever compare to me anyway? You put up a good fight, but you're still just, hey, you're that girl. Okay, I'll be nice and letting you off. Then allow me to introduce her instead. This fairy comes from the village of Tungsuka and will turn 16 this year. This miraculous child wields a magecraft she taught herself, much like her queen did, and she also managed to slip a dragon net led by Wolf himself. Please take a good look, everyone. This is the staff of selection she holds in her hands. Her name is Eltria, and she is the genuine child of prophecy. What's more, the intended Poseidon is a visitor from the outside world. She is the traveling star who will guide the child of prophecy, the other light that will save Britain. Her name is Hio, and she is a human and master from proper human history. What? She knows about Hio too? No violence, please, Lady Tristan. The business is not yet over. Now that you're both here on the stage, you both have an obligation to try and complete your bids. But unfortunately, Tamlin Tristan and Eltria the child of prophecy. You are equally matched. Neither of you has an edge over the other in wealth or standing, so these can't be the determining factor here. You think she and I are equal match? What are you, blind and stupid? I outclass her in every conceivable way. Strength, beauty, elegance. It's not even a context. What do you say to that visitor from another world? Who would you say is worth more, Lady Tristan or Lady Eltria? I mean, Eltria's the one that has bond 13 for a reason, while Tristan's sitting at bond 5, in my account. Anyway, you're dead. You hear me? Dead. Very well then. How about magecraft? Both of you practice magecraft, which is considered pretty useless in Britain. Magecraft itself may be nigh worthless, but fairies who use it are very invaluable. And here, we have two of them, the High Queen's own daughter, and the Child of Prophecy. Since both of these children are equally matched, perhaps they could settle this bid with magecraft. After all, they both consider magecraft to be something truly valuable. So surely a display of their own magecraft will show what they are both truly made of. So you want me to kill this shit stain with just magecraft? Works for me. I'll play along. I was planning on ripping her apart sooner or later anyway. Humph. If you're the queen's daughter, then you probably grew up in a fancy castle never wanting for anything, huh? And there's no way I'm losing to a pampered brat like you. So what if you're Tamlin? We country girls are a lot tougher than you think. That's how it goes when your feet eat fresh veggies every day your entire life. And just for sanity's sake. Up. This music's bopping, to be honest. Take a listen. I'll have to look it up later. Anyway,
やり
back to regularly scheduled pummeling.
突破します。立ちはだかるなら先生のプレイもちやります。突破します。ここまでやればもちろんもちろん突破します。先生のプレイ
Alright, party's over. And now the rest of these arrows are plot. Let's go. Anyway. No fair, that didn't count. I wasn't ready that time. This is in my actual power. I'd have plenty of magic if I just went back to the castle. Magecraft is built on hard work and steady effort. You could have used so many things here once you ran out of Magecraft trinkets you had on you. For example, this carpet would have gone up in flames at the drop of that, or those lamps you could have turned into bombs with a little magical energy. But instead, you just threw up your hands as soon as you ran out of the tools you brought with you. Really? Now listen and listen good. You're at least 100 years too young to learn Magecraft. Why don't you start with parlor tricks? Yes, nailed it. You freaking bitch. That's enough. We have a winner. As Lady Eltria's Magecraft is superior, she will be the one to purchase this suspected child of prophecy. This concludes tonight's auction. Thank you for all coming, and please take care of it on your way home. That goes for you too, Lady Tristan. I suggest you hurry back home sooner than later. As I recall, you're supposed to be behaving yourself in Darlington tonight. I expect even the High Queen would be cross with you once you heard you were actually here in Gloucester. You're taking the child of prophecy side, Marianne? No, Lady Tristan. I'm helping the High Queen save face for making you a Tamlin. I can clean dirt off my auction floor easily enough, but the High Queen's dignity is not so easily restored. You see, some fairies are bound to take issue with your selfish antics and lose respect for the High Queen. I'm sure I don't have to tell you how fickle fae folk can be. And I, for one, would rather not increase Naknarabe's numbers. Fine, I'll go then. Next time, Marianne, you'll have to come see me in Camelot. As a fellow lover, I'd love for you to take a look at my collection. Yes, oh man, it's finally over. That was so nerve-wracking. I thought for sure we were all gonna die. But that girl actually beat Lady Tristan? I can't believe it. She's no taller than me, and she has about the same amount of magical energy as me. But she carries herself with so much dignity. She's amazing, unbelievably amazing. Did I hear a voice coming from the backstage too? Sorry, now my nerves just caught up to me, so now my knees are knocking and my ears are ringing. Still, I couldn't just sit back and do nothing. She may have been dozens of times stronger than me. But the way she was acting when she called herself Tristan, well, I just started seeing red. Yep, I never expected to run into the second Tamlin already. But hey, at least you won your Magecraft battle against her. That was great. The only problem now is... Huh, so I'm back to normal now that the cage is gone. How the hell did that work? Our newly free compatriot, Muramasa. I didn't have time to tell you and Oberon this before Altria. But while Muramasa here is also a hero with fear of an outside world, that doesn't mean he's on our side. He's a disciple of the foreign god, which means he's working against proper human history. So he's your enemy, Hio. But why didn't you call him Grandpa earlier? That's because he is a grandpa. Don't bother explaining. We just had a few other run-ins, that's all. I ain't exactly mortal enemies with these people, but we ain't exactly friends either. We just keep running into each other for better or for worse. Ain't that right, Hio? If you want to fight me, I'll fight you. If you don't, that's fine too. I'll even brew you a cup of tea if you want. Like they say, even chance acquaintances are divine ordinances. Anyway, I gotta say, girlie, between that staff and that outfit, that was a hell of a show you put on. You really nailed that last line of yours, too. Gotta say, you British mages are really a real breath of fresh air. Thank you. Yo. What's with this guy? He looks so young, but he looks so old. He's also got a terrible aura about him, but I don't sense any hostility from him at all. Okay, just hang on, Muramasa. This doesn't change the fact that you're a threat to us. So for now, let me just ask you this. How did you end up in that cage? I could have kept this to myself forever and died happy. But I suppose you got a right to know. Alright, I'll keep it quick. After you people left Olympus, the foreign god gave me a new order. Told me to infiltrate the British Lost Belt and take care of its king. She also said something about how this place was still growing when it wasn't supposed to no more. Rasputin had his hands full with something else, and we couldn't get a hold of Limbo. So I made my way here and broke into the big castle at the Lost Belt Center alone. Those Tamlin Wutsits were so taken aback that I didn't have any trouble making my way to the throne room. But just when I was about to take the queen's head, someone crazy strong flew in at me and out of nowhere. The next thing I knew, I'd been knocked clean out of the throne room. I tried to fight her off in the air, but she just swatted me down to a big hole outside the castle. She also punched a bunch of holes into my spirit core in a couple of seconds it took before I fell into the hole. A normal servant would have probably died about, 12 times for that. But unfortunately, the foreign god did something unnatural to my body to keep me alive. So I woke up later still kicking. Once I was able to move about again, it took me 3 days to crawl out of the hole. I'd broken my sledgehammer during the fight, so I stopped by a village with a blacksmith and spent another 3 days there fixing it. On my way home, I got lost in some weird woods and wandered around aimlessly for another 3 days before I collapsed. Then I spent another 3 days in captivity after some unsavory fairies found me unconscious near a road. After that, they sold me to a strange city, where I spent the last 5 days talking and showing off what I can do with a forge. So there you have it. Embarrassing as it is, I still ain't done nothing to note here. Are you kidding? Just failing to make a warrior's throne room is incredible. In the 2,000 years of the era of the High Queen, no warriors have made it all the way there before. Yeah. And you're an experienced smith, too. The catalog said you can make anything. Well, yeah. Well, you're still a bad servant, huh? Guess we'll just have to kill you here, then. Isn't it a servant's actions today to determine whether they're good or bad, Altria? Servants are basically mercenaries. All that matters is who they currently have a contract with and what they're going to do next. Who are you, another servant? I'm Oberon, and yes, I'm a proper human history servant who was summoned to Britain a little before you all got here. Sanji Muramasa was it? Sounds like you want to take out Queen Morgan as much as we do. But we team up just until we defeat her. Yesterday's enemy is today's friend and all that. Besides, don't you think it would be better for us to put all our wood behind one arrow, so to speak? Good doubt, but I doubt I'll be getting any other help out here. Sounds like a pretty good suggestion to me. What do you think, Kyo? I know Senji Muramasa is one of the foreign god's disciples, but he's always been relatively reasonable. I feel happy to have his help, but what about you, Altria? Well, you want this old and young guy to come with us? I'd love that. Blacksmiths are never bad people, you know? Putting Altria's curious blacksmith fangirling aside for the moment. Are you sure you're okay with this, Muramasa? I mean, we're not exactly friends with the foreign god. You don't think she might consider this a betrayal? You won't just suddenly explode or something. What? No, the hell do you take me for anyway? Besides, this ain't a betrayal at all. I'm just a swordsmith who accepted a job from the foreign god. Loyalty ain't no part of it. Hell, if I owe anyone a debt, it's that girl over there. You saved my bacon, so now I owe you. The child of prophecy, yeah? I heard about you. If you just want me to stick around until you defeat the queen, I'm game. Doesn't even conflict with my contract with the foreign god. Yay, Muramasa joined our party. If you're all done, can I say something now? Thank you for bidding with the Gloucester Auction House. Now then, our proprietor would like to extend her congratulations on your purchase while we take care of the financial side of things. So you'll please come with me. I'll take you to Lady Murian, the Lord of Gloucester. She's expecting you at her mansion. Well, gee, doesn't she look familiar? Anyway, Nice to meet you all, trio, and you visitors from Proper Human History. That was such an exciting battle. Now I know what the next hot trend will be. I'll call it convenient necessities you can make yourself. Simple, fulfilling. Magecraft items for good luck. It's gonna be the most plain Jane trend in Glowcaster's history. Oh, it did not go over too well. I figured there was no way a bunch of broke-ass, powerless, small-time fairies and humans wouldn't be feeling nervous after being summoned to the home of the most charismatic producer in all of Fairy Britain. So I thought I'd offset the tension and make sure you liked me by greeting you a little bit more cheerfully than I usually would. But I guess it just goes to show why you shouldn't be too quick to leave your comfort zone. Then again, you do only get one chance to make a first impression. Oh man, just giving serious BB vibes. Yes. Last, hello, I'm Marian. Yeah, I don't need to keep going, right? Anyway, it's a pleasure. Phew, thank goodness you're back to your usual self, Marian. I was beginning to think you'd been body snatched. What the hell is that? Are you turning into a Morse or something? Don't be rude, Oberon. I'm the perfect fairy lady, and I always will be. That was just me going above and beyond. I'm so excited to meet a proper human history who isn't barrel gut, you see. My fey eyes may not be what they used to, but I can still make out auras. You're Hio, yes, just as lovely as I thought you'd be. If it looked like all you outsiders were like Barrel, I'd be killing you right now in a fit of rage. But I'm relieved to see that you have perfectly decent aura's value. It's enough to give me help, if just a little. Thanks, but we're still trying to wrap our heads around this situation. So you know about proper human history, and you're welcome us here anyway. Do I have that right? Don't make me laugh. I'm not for the proper human history. I'm sorry, that's not quite right. It's not proper human history that worries me. It's you Chaldeans. From what I've been told, you've been to all sorts of other worlds. So first of all, I'm going to learn for myself exactly what it is you plan on doing to Fairy Britain. Though I already have a pretty good idea, thanks to what Muramasa told me. Muramasa, you told her about us? Hey, I never dreamed we were going to end up working together. So yeah, I told her about what happened in Olympus after she interrogated me, but just a little. Interrogated you, I saw that, and here I thought it was a lovely tea party. I mean, I suppose I might have had a teensy bit of trouble containing my excitement. After you told me all those fascinating things about the foreign god, the tree of emptiness, the cryptors, and the alter egos, but even so. You call that teensy? So is it not true that the Wind Clan are the most mild-mannered of little fairies then? No, they are, or at least they used to be. But there aren't any mild-mannered Wind Clan fairies left anymore. Not after. Oberon? Oh, right. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt. Please go on, my fair Butterbird princess. It's okay, Oberon. You didn't interrupt me. Muramasa did. I just want to make sure of one thing. Do you mean to leave this last spot alone? Yes? Your business here is only with Queen Morgan, since she was foolish enough to go after Olympus. And Chaldea has no intention of attacking Britain itself. Can you look me in the eye and swear that? I wish I could, but I can't, at least right now. I see. Not the most eloquent defense, but a well-considered one. So you're still trying to figure out who your real enemy is, and what you hope to acquire here. I understand. You haven't even met Queen Morgan yet. Of course you can't make a final decision now. Very well done. Normally, I would capture you all here and present you to the Queen. But instead, I'm going to hold off on making a decision for now, much the way you are. As long as Chaldea leaves Britain itself alone, I won't get in your way. So you're welcome to keep enjoying your sightseeing in Britain. As for you, Lady Altria, have you memorized Einzel's final prophecy? More or less. Let me see. I shall speak now of the future of the end of the Isle of Mystics, which came to be known as Fairyland. Let the innocent return. Here stands the Queen's unknowable castle. We require now only a little more patience. After 2,000 years, the dawn shall bring the king who will bring us salvation. She shall be the child who saves the world, who binds both peoples together. The city of iron, the sea of soot, when the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. Ring, ring, like a raging thunder, like weeping flame. Let us hearken to the 6 bells ringing. I think that's how it went, right? Let's say more or less. You left us a key buzz, but you got the gist. Oberon, are you really sure this is a child of prophecy? I mean, she hasn't even been able to weaponize her biggest selling point. I wouldn't say that. She's got a few important points down. As far as the two of you are concerned, the only important passage is the last one, since you're the guardian of the bell tower right above us. The bell tower? You don't mean... I sure do. One of the 6 spells described in the prophecy is above us right now. And I believe you found one in Salisbury too, didn't you? Wait, are you saying you didn't come here to ring the Glowcaster spell? Well... We're actually here looking for someone named Mash. Mash? Sorry, but no one in Glowcaster's ever even spoken that word before. Are you sure she's not in another city? Okay, I thought one of your usual crew is missing. What happened? Did you get separated and come to Glowcaster looking for her? Well, yeah, I mean, we heard there was going to be a very of an unusual iron weapon being put up for auction. How are we supposed to know that it was going to be you? Guess I have to take some of the blame for that. I should have looked into this more closely. I could have at least found out if the fairy being sold was male or female if I just snuck into the auction hall. If we could pull that off. My actions are extremely well guarded. Not even an ant nor a single drop of blood could get in without detection. Good point. After all, it's been a few hundred years since you established your doctrine, or maybe objective is a better word. That nobody's allowed to use violence to Glowcaster, hasn't it? But anyway, let's get back to the bell, Marian. How come you're being so cold to Altria, even though you believe she is truly the child of prophecy? To be honest, I'm disappointed. Queen Morgan may be a great ruler, but she's excessively cruel. It's not just the annual existence tax, it's the way she treats humans, how she oppresses every fairy who's in part of a clan. It's the way she fails to handle the calamities, the way she monopolizes the Plattsam. The laws that keep our society a pale imitation of human civilization. In the last 100 years alone, she had all of Darlington moved, followed by building the National Slaughterhouse Theater. She's always been ruthless towards those who defy her, but she's gotten even worse ever since she appointed Tristan as his successor. There was a time when I thought she would be the ruler who would finally rid Britain of calamities. But now she's just a witch intent on turning Britain into her personal plaything. That's why we have been waiting for you, Lady Altria. But you just don't look the part. I can't see you being the queen like this. It would be one thing if the other clans were on your side, but neither the Earth Clan nor the Wind Clan will be willing to make things move as things stand now. So you're not going to show us the Glowcaster spell done? Not now, at any rate. I'm the Lord of Glowcaster. It's my duty to keep it safe. If I were to lend you my support now, Lady Altria would be seen as an active revolt against the Queen. Yeah, even my fave domain would keep us safe if that happened. If she wanted to, Queen Morgan could easily dispel it. So please come back to Glowcaster again after you have grown stronger. I don't care what form that power takes. It could be connections or magecraft or funding. I'll take anything as long as it leads to a way of defeating the Queen. Remember, Altria, you're the faithful star of hope. The chosen child of prophecy who will save Britain from its long twilight. The faithful star of hope. That's right, so I hope you'll please do your part to help her heal. You're an old hand when it comes to beating up bad guys, right? I mean, it sounds like you've done it lots of times before. Okay, Marian, I get that you're not our enemy now, and I'm grateful for that. But what I don't get is why do you go for all this trouble to help us? Even given what you already knew about us from Burma, so we're still outsiders who in some way pose as much threat as Queen Morgan. Yet you seem to have a deep trust for Chelsea, or rather for Hio. And that just doesn't add up. There's something else you're not telling us? Something I'm not telling you? Of course there is. In fact, this is a perfect time to introduce her. As you may have guessed, I've had another foreign guest who's told me all about you Chaldeans. Come on, Lady F. Let's see what I see. I think her true name was Koyanskaya. Tamamovich Koyanskaya, Princess. Good day, my dear Chaldeans. I'm so glad to see you all doing so well. Yet another new outfit? Stop that, Hio. Please calm down. Didn't I already tell you I won't abide by violence, Glowcaster? Besides, she's an important guest of mine. A business partner, really. She means Britain no harm, and she has no intention of interfering with Chaldea either. After all, under most circumstances, she wouldn't even be here now. The only reason she's still here is because I insisted she stay after she tried to leave. And why did you do that? Because she's an excellent bodyguard. It's a shame she's still money-grubbing, but her combat prowess more than makes up for it. Yeah, that's why she's a key support. Anyways, I especially love that she can hold her own against the Moors. This way I don't have to bow and scrape to the Fang Clan or to Tamlin. I see. I was told we lost contact with you after you took Beryl God off to who knows where. So now you're picking fruit bin for stuff to sell. What are you playing at here, Kolinskaya? Did you get tired of waiting for the foreign god and child to off each other? And decide to show your true colors now that the foreign god's shown up? Oh no, nothing like that. The foreign god and I are on equal standing, you know. Still not sure exactly what that god is, but I'm sure our contract clearly states that neither will interfere in the other unless our goals have been achieved. Suffice to say, I've never been in the same position or shared the same perspective as you free alter egos. You, Lord Rasputin, and Lord Imbo are all servants summoned by a foreign god. I'm a servant who manifested under her own power, so I'm free to do whatever I like. I'm only staying here now because I found Lady Marian's proposal appealing, and I have no interest in this British lost belt. Or in you Chaldeans, who are apparently determined to get yourself killed by sticking your noses in where they don't belong. Or in whatever Queenie is up to, or in Fairy Britain's humans for that matter. I do hope I've made myself clear. So what have you been doing up here till then? Why, stocking up on new merchandise, of course. I've been filling up my metaphorical larders with all sorts of rare delicacies unique to the land of the Fae. Every other lost belt has either been on its last legs, or has had meager offerings, or was secluded, or something out of science fiction. Honestly, none of them really had much to offer, but Britain is a whole other story. The creatures here are equal parts unique, adorable, and vicious. They're just the sort of models I was looking for, the kind I can use to strike fear into all of humanity. Please don't rile them up, Sky. We were just coming to an agreement. I swear, why do you always paint yourself in the worst possible light when you have so much beauty to offer, both inside and out? I expect you to be working with the Chaldeans in the future, so please do your best to get along with them, okay? Oh, very well. If that's what the client wants, it was what the client shall get. And then, on that note, Lady Hio, Lady Da Vinci. I know we've had our differences in the past, but here in Britain, we're both on proper human history side. So I propose we let bygones be bygones and focus on accomplishing our respective goals. Or at least until you reunite with MASH. Doesn't that sound familiar, Hio? Or doesn't that sound fair, Hio? You're not wrong. At the moment, we definitely don't need any more problems than we already got. If you're willing to leave us alone, we'll do the same for you. If you ask me, we should cut her down now and be done with it, but I guess we couldn't get away with that in front of Marianne anyway. I don't really know this lady, so I'll go along with whatever you think is best. A wise decision, everyone. Very well then, I'll continue to enjoy my latest pleasure trip herein. Well, I, for one, hate your guts. It's Oberon, right? Sorry I didn't quite catch that. Shut up, don't talk to me. Every word you speak feels like it's rotting my ears. Marianne, I'm saying this to you now as your friend. That thing is an abomination. Your trust is completely wasted on her. I'd wash my hands of her now if I were you. Well, that couldn't have ended much worse than it did. You must have done some really heinous things to them, Koinskaya. Oh, absolutely. Between wiping out Lord Gorlo's team of mercenaries occupying Chalde's headquarters and turning its personnel into ice cubes, I'd say they came to that age, honestly. But I don't know anything about that Oberon servant. Who is he? He doesn't seem to be from Fairy Britain. Oberon just showed up in the Wells Forge about 2 months ago. He's a heroic spirit from proper human history. Ah, yes, I guess that makes him a servant. Anyway, he likes to call himself the Fairy King, and he usually spends his time performing shows in cities around Britain. I got to know him before when he first came to Blockcaster. At first, I was thrilled to have found a fellow Winclaim fairy, since he looked so much like one, but I'm sorry, I don't have to tell you this, but I will be dishonest not to say anything. I know I may look like a Winclaim fairy, but I'm not. After all, your claimants are already... But hey, never mind that. You're the Lord of Blockcaster, right? Then please, I need you to give me an unsecured loan. The fate of the whole world depends on it. Well, as you saw, he's a very bright and cheerful character. More of a jester king than a fairy king, really. He's also the one who told me ahead of time that the Trial of Prophecy would be coming here. I see. Hopefully he just has keen instincts, but either way, it's just better not to squash annoying bugs like him at the first opportunity. Oh, I just remembered. I should have had my hands on one of those stories from the past you've been looking for soon. There aren't many fairies left who remember what things were like 2,000 years ago, but during the Fae era... But luckily, I managed to track down a book of one of Camelot's banished librarians who's been keeping it secret for ages. It should get here soon. You know, I'm surprised you're so interested in our history, especially when it's completely different from proper human history. Is there something useful you're hoping to learn from our past? Oh, yes, absolutely. My objective is to find demonic beasts that don't exist in proper human history and put them to work for me. I have the ability to replicate furry creatures of any size and shape and incorporate their data into my body. Although, unfortunately, I can only command up to 9 big ones at a time. I originally came to Britain to secure a 6th tail. But now, I'm staying because I'm fascinated by the story of how Fairy Britain came to be. Well, I'm solely sorry I've unwillingly caused you to dip into your funds, Lady of Miriam. Oh, don't worry about that. I used to be quite the average researcher myself before I became the Lord of Gloucester. I used to spend hours holed up in the library against my father's wishes, absorbed in the legends of Ask. I was a total bookworm, at least until the Queen let those barbarians torch the whole place. Then, are you going to revolt against the Queen once the Child of Prophecy has grown stronger? No way! The hope of all fake folk? Britain's savior? Well, I never had high hopes for the Child of Prophecy to actually bring an end to Queen Morgan's reign. I won't deny that I've occasionally entertained the possibility. But now, I find out she's nothing more than some pathetic common fairy. Her magical energy is average. She's neither especially beautiful nor large. She doesn't even have her own fey domain. There's no way a fairy like that could possibly save anyone. I should have known the only one I can really rely on was myself. It's a shame I ended up letting Senji Murmasa go after all the time I put into him. But as long as I have you helping me, I don't need the so-called Child of Prophecy at all. No, I think I'll just use Chelsea and the Child of Prophecy. Ideal, I'm hoping that the disgusting human mage actually manages to take down one of the Tamlin. If just one of them falls, there'll be nothing holding Knock-Never-Bia back from any longer. Queen Morgan, Knock-Never-Bia, the Child of Prophecy, and Hio. No matter who's left standing, I'll have plenty of game pieces to play with. Oh, Blanca heard everything. Oh, dailies. Wow. Alright, back to plot. Damn it, Oberon. Why'd you have to ruin our precious chance to speak with the head of another clan? Think I could have cut the tension with a knife. I understand why you're upset. I'll admit I behaved kind of childishly. But I'm not going to apologize. I only said what needed saying. I loved it, Oberon. It takes real guts to say something like that to that fox woman's face. Well, maybe not guts, so much as thick skin. Either way, it's impressive. You'll have to tell me some tales of your escapades later. I bet you got some real whoppers. Are you sure we shouldn't at least try to apologize? I don't know about me, but Miriam seemed like she was willing to help out Chadi, or at least Hio. Oh, don't worry about that. Miriam never had any intention of helping us out. Really? Alright, now that she has Queen Skya. Yep, she's got a trump card she can use however she likes. So now she has no more need to team up with us or to carry the water for the prophecy. I see, then I guess I'm pretty much useless here too. Oh, there they are. Hey, wait up! You guys are with the Child of Prophecy, right? Where is she now? Is she gone? Did she really leave for the next city? Of course she did. She's not going to stick around here waiting for Woodwoods and soldiers to come after her. Oh, I was really hoping to see her in person. Not that I blame her. I mean, she is the Child of Prophecy. Is there something I can do for her? Well, that's okay. At least we can give you guys these gifts for her. At least not much, but please take it. We always believed the Child of Prophecy would appear someday, so we've been saving what we could for when that time came. We're sorry it's all small change and cheap stuff like old clothes, stones, and tree roots. But this is everything we could do for her right now. You think it'll at least be some use. So please make sure she gets it, okay? Okay, I will. I think the Child of Prophecy will be thrilled to receive this. Yeah, we think so too. You guys make sure you keep her safe, okay? Wow, it's a small mountain of gifts. Can those metal arms of yours carry it all, Da Vinci? Of course, you have my word that I'll get everything back to the carriage safe and sound. Well, that was nice, huh, Altria? Sure, he might not have realized it was you. But that was the living proof that even the fairies in Gloucester are pinning their hopes on the Child of Prophecy. You're right, and with this many materials and magecraft goodies, we won't have to worry about keeping Hio fed for some time. Well, I wish we could have spent a night here to enjoy more of what Gloucester has to offer. The fact that that the lower class fairies here know about the auction incident now means that the Queen's army must know about us too. So I'm afraid we can't stay here much longer. I guess that's true, but we still haven't found any new leads on MASH. If Marian hasn't heard anything about her, there aren't any leads here to find. Since it seems no one in Salisbury or Gloucester has seen her, our hands are tied for the moment. Lest I forget, we're also wanted for that ranch incident, so we'll have to be careful not to be anywhere the Queen's soldiers are likely to nab us. So I think we should stop looking for ourselves and head for somewhere safe, at least for now. Sorry if they asked, would it be suicide to go to other cities? Yes, it would. That goes for Salisbury too. That'd be too dangerous right now. So instead, well, if we kept looking for MASH via different means. You guys can lay low, and in the meantime, I'll go around to the different areas looking for information on her. Just because you guys can't look for her now doesn't mean I can, after all. Give me 3 days and I should be able to find out all the latest news from her, and after that, we'll know where to go next. Okay, but in the meantime, where should we hide? Don't worry, I've already thought of that. In fact, you can even say the land out here is why I thought to make this suggestion in the first place. Still be camping out for a while, huh? Then we'll have to look for an out-of-the-way campsite. Don't worry, I'm great at pitching tents, and I can also put up at different battlefields we'll need to keep undesirables away. Really, that's great to hear, but you won't need any of this this time around. Huh? Oh, now I see. Sorry to steal your fun there, Altria. But we really need to play it safe here, so I'm afraid you'll have to wait for another time. Alright, let's get going to my secret base. See that forest over there past the Western Hill? That's the Welsh Forest. It's a place that's long been abandoned by fairies and humans alike, where old, dried-up things go to rest. And it's the personal domain of yours truly. Alright, I'm going to take 1 second to refill my soda, and then I'll be continuing with the stream, so give me 1 second. And I'm back. Let's go. Fragment 3, Sheffield. There it is in East at Sheffield, the biggest hub city in all of northern Britain. What an incredible citadel. Is that a castle up there on the hill? That's right, it's the only place with ramparts like that apart from Camelot. Did you know there's something special about the Fairy Prince ramparts? They're also bounded fields. The fairies that build them take a lot of time to make sure they come out just right. Basically, nobody can get past these walls except through the gate. If the gate's open, you're free to pass. If it's closed, nothing's getting through. Those are the rules these kind of magic walls are built with. Plumbing and windows aside, as long as you can keep the gate protected, everything inside will be safe. They say Bogart's the one who had all the spell, including the castle. Bogart? Is that the Lord of Sheffield? Sure is. He's also known as Bogart the Braggart and Bogart the Loveless. He didn't just lose the battle to decide who would lead the Fangkind. He's also so unruly he got kicked out of Norwich. So he was once in the running to lead the Fangkind. Must be quite the fairy then. Braggart, speak for itself, but why is he also known as Loveless? Because he swore off marrying for love and now only takes human women as wives. With every fairy he married in the past, all hated his guts. The only reason he lost his mantle battle of Woodwalls and his money game with Spriggan is because his wives betrayed him. When they were done with him, he didn't have any place left to go. Ever since, he's only taken human and women as wives. Says that at least slaves will never betray him. So that's why he's called Bogart the Loveless. If you ask me, though, I think he still wants love. He just doesn't trust it anymore. I see. It sounds like he's been through a lot. That just makes the fact that he's still manageable and makes Castle even more impressive. You really have a thing for castles, huh, Anise? Maybe you really are from upper class world, then. Did anything coming back to you yet? It'd be great if you can at least tell us where you're from. No, I still can't remember anything from before you all saved me. But I still get the feeling I had something very important I needed to accomplish. Well, of course you do. You're the child of prophecy. You're the Tamlin who's going to keep us all safe. You're the one who's going to save all Britain. I hope you're right. I've seen so many different sides of Britain on the way here. I know it's been less than 10 days since we started traveling together, but I've seen enough to know that it's a beautiful, beautiful country. If this power I possess is really meant to keep this country safe, then nothing will make me happier. Hey, Wag, Rob, we're going to have to get through the checkpoint soon. As to our last chance to let her go, I say we call a go-between and get this over with. Right, it's probably not a good idea to just go into Sheffield right now. But then again, we've also come this far. It wouldn't hurt to stick together a little bit longer, right? Well, we aren't going to introduce Anise to Bogart, Rob? Then of course we're going to go to the castle. Fine, just do what you want. We only started being merchants because we couldn't cut it out as thieves. This kind of merchant is always going to be too rich for our blood. And so the fairy's carriage stopped in Sheffield. At this point, Hio was still sleeping in the nameless woods. And Da Vinci had just become acquaintance with Mike, the pub owner in Salisbury. And so this other child of prophecy made her way into Sheffield. None the wiser that they were in the midst of a rebellion against High Queen Morgan. That little girl is the child of prophecy. Yes, Mr. Bogart, we're sure of it. She's got iron armor, an iron shield, and a dangerous-looking iron pipe, and she's strong enough to smash boulders. Please don't ask us where she came from. That's her secret to keep. But we're positive Anise here is the child of prophecy who's going to save Britain. So we're hoping you'll treat her well and appraise her accordingly. Idiots, did you really think you could put one over on me? That girl is no fairy. She's a human. Huh? Anise is a human? Oh, you're joking, right? Right? She's got just as much magical energy as a fairy. Besides, no human could possibly be that strong. Not necessarily. It's very rare, but there are some humans who are also fearsome warriors. That girl there does smell like a fairy, but she also has just a whiff of human about her. You must think I'm a fool if you really believed you could pawn such a defective merchandise off on me. Here in my city of Sheffield, liars are no better than criminals, and fraud is a crime punishable by death. Guards, arrest those merchants and have them hanged. You can throw the girl in a prison cell. Yes, sir. Eep, save us, Anise! Ah! I'm sorry, but please stand down. Rob and Wag are not liars. I can't remember anything right now, so I don't know if I really am the child of prophecy or not. But if they believe I am, that's how I'm going to be for them. So if you're going to treat them like criminals, I insist you treat me like one too. Anise. God, how is this girl so strong? Get the Fang soldiers over here. She's way too much for us alone. Whatever you do, keep Lord Bogart safe. Hold it. No need for that. This girl means us no harm. Seems you weren't pulling a fast one after all. Very well, I'll hear you out. Go ahead and give the merchants their payment. Now, what's your name, brave girl? Oh, Robin Gray called me Anise. It's a very lovely name. Anise? Oh, do you generally make a habit of eating children? No, then forget about going by Anise. You there. Are there any guards who could still move? Yes, sir. The others are still numb from that earlier attack, but I think I'm more or less recovered. Take this girl to Habitrat's tailoring workshop. Then, once she's ready, take her to the royal chambers. I've never seen a woman like this one before. Why, I'd rather she had more marine on her bones. That attack of hers was a sight to behold. Today's your lucky day, girl. You'll be my partner tonight. Once you've cleansed yourself, you are to wait for my arrival this evening. My 62nd bride. What? You're taking a niece as a bride? And so she came to the fairy who would serve as her final bastion. The workshop of Habitrot, the ever-cheerful fairy beloved by everyone in Sheffield. Happy Cat, please don't be mad, Happy Cat. I know you've already got a lot on your plate, but Laura Bogart has a new job for you. And you think pussyfooting around will make me say yes? I already told you not to bring me any more work. I didn't come here to stitch together armor and spears and bags. I came here to suit dresses, damn it. Do you have any idea who I am? I am Lady Goddamn Habitrot, the greatest dressmaker in all of Britain. Excuse me. Bogart said I was supposed to get changed here? Right. Happy Cat, did you finally lose it? I mean, you've always been kind of a mess, but... Alright, finally, a job worth doing. At least enough my waiting has paid off. Don't tell me, Bogart wants me to make this girl an outfit, right? I'll have it done in less than no time. I mean, just look how cute she is. That tells it. I'm making her my bride. Bride? Does this mean I'm going to be marrying her and Bogart? Oh, don't pay her any attention. The fairy's always been a little off. She just showed up not too long ago after we started looking for a fairy who could make bridal dresses. She's definitely good at her job, but she's also pretty, well, weird, old-fashioned, unflappable. I'm still not sure she fully understands that we're rebelling against Morgan here. Still, she is good at her job. She's always claiming she's a friend to all brides or something. That's me. I'm Habitrot the Spinner, professional seamstress. The fairy's all about helping blushing brides before the big... This fairy's all about helping blushing brides before their big day. But never mind that. I'm all set to get started, so let's take your measurements. Hey, I wasn't talking to you. Go on, get out of here. Give me some privacy. And tell Bogart he'll have to wait another day. He always thinks these things always take way less time than they do. Got it. How about some milk? Should I bring some by later? Of course. I deserve a reward for all my hard work after all. Don't forget to heat it up. Hi there, young miss. It's okay. You don't have to be scared. This is all happening so fast, you must be totally bewildered, huh? Well, don't worry. I'm on your side. After all, I'm Habitrot, friend of the brides with bright futures ahead of them everywhere. No more stuffy iron armor for you. I'm gonna make you the best dress ever. Thank you, Happy Cat. I'm Aeneas. Alright. Bogart said I'm not supposed to use that name anymore. Is Anis the name of someone special to him? Anis, huh? Yeah, that's definitely not a good name for you. There used to be a scary fairy called Black Anis who went around adopting and eating children. You don't need a name like that. Let's see here. Pardon me. I knew it. I'm gonna call you Mash. You alright with that? Okay, I hate to say goodbye to Anis, but Mash sounds fine too. But why'd you pick Mash? Because it's written on your shield. See? Right here on the inside, in chalk. Wow, you're right. In such big letters too. I can't believe I never noticed before. So you're responsible enough to write your own name on things, but then you forgot your own name? That's funny. And so she regained her true name, but only in the most superficial sense. It would still take some time before she returned to being Mash in both name and soul. Okay, now that your measurements all done, it's time to get to work. Oh, do you have any preferences when it comes to color and stuff? I know your armor's mostly black, but I bet you look great in white. Habitrot began happily cutting away with her scissors. And the next day, the best time of Habitrot's life came to an end. There, all done. You can open your eyes now, Mash. Go on, take a look in the mirror. This is wonderful, Happy Cat. I love it. It's easy to move in, it's warm, and it's so very soft. It almost feels like I'm being wrapped in stars. I can't believe I'm getting such a lovely outfit so soon after I got here. Must be the luckiest bride in the world. Morning, Mash. That's great. I'm so glad I get to hear that. And now, our story begins in earnest. For the time being, the girl was no longer a shield bearer, but a lady, the envy of everyone. Honestly, I think they should have that fit as like a costume that you can use in gameplay. I think that looks like probably one of their best outfits. Anyway, Pause began her days of splendor and delight, easily one of the few and most peaceful times in all of Fairy Britain. At least for the short time it lasted before Sheffield Castle was laid to the ground. Well, isn't that ominous thing left on a cliffhanger? Amazing. Anyway. For the moment, the first rays of morning light hit the sky. Sheffield's castle town was abuzz in excitement. Overnight, rumors of the Lord's new lady, the knight in iron armor, had spread in a flash. They said she was more than a match for both the Black Dog and the Moors, and that she was even stronger than Bogart himself. More on that later. Did you hear about our new lady yet? They said she even sent Lord Bogart flying, and he withstood a blow from Gawain. Isn't that amazing? The merchant who brought her here says she's the child of prophecy. If that's true, we might actually be able to go back to Norwich. Oh yeah, I got a peek at her in the castle yesterday. She's definitely the real child of prophecy. You can tell she's no ordinary fairy. There's just something different about her. Though my heart was still gonna melt when she smiled at me, she might even be as much of a beauty as Lancelot. You hear that, Wagon Winky? The whole town's talking about Anise. I mean, Mash. And Bogart paid us a boatload of cash for her. We'll be all set for winter this year. Too bad we can't see Mash anymore, though. I didn't think she was gonna live in the castle. I thought we'd all be together forever. Don't be stupid. We just gotta be patient. Bogart's bound to get bored of her eventually, and when he does, we take her to Edinburgh. Just no knock-knock forbids up north would he pay even more for the child of prophecy. Oh, come on, not you two, Rob. I can understand, but you. Ash is just a merchandise. Now we've sold her, that's it. We're done. There's nothing tying us together anymore. I say we leave Sheffield before it's too late. The longer we stay, the harder it will be to make our escape. Escape? Why do we have escape, Winky? Got money now, right? Are we gonna stay here till spring? Yeah, Mash protected us. Nobody's ever protected strays like me and Wyatt before. So we're gonna stay here until we return the favor. But if you want to go, Winky, you can go. You're not like us strays who drifted here. You're actually from the land of the Fae, and you're way smarter than us. You'll probably be fine on your own no matter where you go. You're giving me way too much credit. The more clever some twisted bastard thinks they are, the less capable they are of changing what they believe. So we're clear, I do not believe you're actually the child of prophecy. The only reason I'm letting the townspeople believe different is that it suits me. And let me be clear about one more thing. You have no right to voice your opinion here. I'll need more than power if I'm going to defeat Morgan. I'm also going to need the grace and dignity of a king. You're no more than an ornament to that end. All you need to do is stand by my side to be as my beautiful queen. Yes, Lord Bogart, I'll conduct myself with the dignity of a queen worthy of Sheffield. By the way, did you sleep well last night? I'm very sorry again for how rudely I reacted. Oh, I don't have a scratch on me. Don't worry about your pretty little head over it. Now then, guards, I'm going to see how our soldiers' training is coming along at the barracks. Keep an eye on my lady. Make sure she doesn't escape or leave the castle at all, for that matter. Yes, Lord Bogart, leave it to us. Cruel as Bogart was, he was also an excellent lord. He spared no effort in gathering mercenaries, training soldiers, and reinforcing his ramparts in preparation for the inevitable battle against High Queen Morgan's army. He made sure his army would be strong because he was sick and tired of losing. Although he was internally driven by his fear of failure, at this time Bogart was still regarded as a good ruler. Acting dignified. Puffing out chest and putting on airs. Realizing there's more to dignity than that. Lady Mash. Yes, I'm the queen. Do you have a problem with that? I know, my lady. So, you're Lord Bogart's wife, right? Now, which means you're one of the lords of Sheffield, right? Well, with all of that in mind, I have a favor to ask you on behalf of your citizens. We've been getting lots of eyewitness reports of Moors spotted in western Sheffield. And according to the merchants who brought you here, the Moors have no effect on you. The Fang clan does have more resistance to the Moors poison than other clans, but it still hurts like hell. So if it's not too much to ask, we were hoping we might be able to ask for your assistance. So that's why you brought me all this way, and I'd be glad to handle this. Since I destroyed part of the castle's walls last night, it's only right that I do my part to help. Damn it, how are you so damn cute? But that's not what's important right now. What do you think you're doing, Mash? What are you thinking, guard? When did things get so bad in the land of the Fae that we needed to send our lady out to fight? I'm gonna tell Bogart about this, you know. But it's the duty of the Lord and his wife to protect her territory, right? Besides, she's already evil as far as Queen Margaret is concerned, so... Are you calling my bride evil? Have you seen how cute Mash is? She's the happiest bride in the world. She wouldn't even catch a butterfly or pick a flower or... Why are you wearing your old armor? You didn't rip my dress, did you? Oh, no, not at all. Don't worry. I'm still wearing your dress underneath my armor. Ah, it's gonna get all wrinkled. Now I have to make a new one. I don't know. I don't see that dress underneath there. But that can wait until after we've taken care of this. I'm not gonna make you fight this battle all on your own. I'm gonna be right here beside you. Well, you could do that, Happy Cat. If the Moors touch you, you'll... All you need to handle Moors is a little ingenuity. It's not my fault fairies these days can't think for themselves. More importantly, my name is Habitat. I don't care if other fairies call me Happy Cat, but you're not allowed. Huh? Why only me? Oh, thank you for the follow, High Sovereign. Let's see here. What are we working with here? Look at how tiny Habitat is. Look at how pixelated her model is. Her little, like, flying fish thing is larger than she is. It's amazing.
ともよっこいいい感じ。その辺だな。バッチリだな。急げや急げ、明日が納期だ。ブライダルスピンホイール。多すぎても特艦仕事。やべやべ。いいともいい感じ。そこそれだ。はい多すぎても特艦仕事。
Alright, back to regularly scheduled plot. Let's go. This is why I hate fighting. All that work for almost no reward. That was amazing, Hoppatrot. I've never seen another fairy move like that. You'd think? Well, we artisans do need to be able to complete surprise rush orders in a single day. Me, I can make a new bridal dress in the time it takes the sun to set and rise again. That's why they call me Happy Cat the Speedster. I can't believe what I just saw either. No wonder Lord Burger was in such high regard. Did the Wing Clan make that spool of yours? But wait, besides Marian, the Wing Clan died out 1,200 years ago. Marian isn't Game Master Marian? Huh, I didn't know if she was still alive, or maybe she passed the name on to her daughter. Well, whatever, now that we've taken care of the Moors, how are you going to show your appreciation? You're going to treat us to the kind of yummy lunch we deserve? I know we're not allowed to enjoy eating with Burgers around, but that won't be a problem in the castle town. Of course, I've been waiting to introduce Lady Mash to everyone anyway. Are you sure that's a good idea? Lord Burger did say I wasn't supposed to stand out. That'll be fine. He won't be back until nighttime anyway. It's a big slog coming all this way, right? So it's only right we make the most of it. And the fairies of Sheffield love human culture, so they're not prejudiced against humans at all. Trust me, they're gonna love you down at the pub. I'll be happy, you'll be happy, and I'll be happy. Exactly, besides Lord Burger prohibits us from treating humans like slaves. He says it's only fair since we've all been banished, so we really are equals here. Honestly, one wouldn't know what we would do without our humans. In fact, there's one human woman in particular I'd like to propose to myself. Huh, so that's so. I guess Sheffield really is all about freedom then. Here I thought he was just talking big about not doing things like Queen Morgan. I'm sorry, you said you were all banished. Oh, you mean you didn't know? This place used to be a ghost town up until 100 years ago. Wasn't it until Lord Burger and the rest of us rebuilt it that Sheffield became what it is today? We used to all live in Norwich, at least until its Lord Spriggan had us all banished. We wandered around for a long time with nowhere to go until we ended up here. Which is why we can't just abandon Norwich now. We might have been able to banish from it, but it's still our hometown. So if the Queen isn't going to do anything about the Calamity Pool building up there, we will. That's why Lord Burger is revolting against her. He wants to save Norwich before it's too late. Look at the pretty flowers she had in her. Shortly before nightfall, the time of day known in your world as twilight. The girl stood alone at the top of the castle walls, looking over the land of the Fae. At the Isle of Bryn, beautiful and lonesome as it stretched out under the endless twilight sky. Look at that pretty flower. It's a pretty flower. What are you doing here? Have you forgotten the way back to the castle? Oh, hello, Borgert. The scenery here is so nice, isn't it? You'll refer to me as Lord Borgert. I will not tolerate disrespect. And yes, of course the view here is nice. It's so I could see any enemy forces that attempt to invade my territory. Though I suspect you and I are using the term nice very differently. This was a battlefield. In fact, the bloodstains have only recently faded. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have said that. Not when I still don't know anything about this town. Does this... Yes, did you say something, Lord Borgert? Never mind. Does this truly seem nice to you? Even with all these desolate hills, as far as the eye can see, in a world ruled by fairies rather than humans? Yes, it does. It does seem wonderfully precious. There's something very forlorn about the scenery, but something endearing too. I could tell everyone is suffering here. Rob, Wag, Winky. The people I've met in the other towns, the people of Sheffield, everyone. I don't know what it is that's causing their suffering, but I do know that, in spite of it, they all consider this their home, that they want to keep living here even if it's hard. So many people still live burned that I can't imagine it would be such an awful place. How shallow. This is exactly why humans are so difficult to deal with. Go back to the castle before you distract the soldiers in their barracks. I won't be back until late tonight, so talk to Habitra if you can't sleep. I will. Thank you for your concern, Lord Bogart. Wasn't that nice of him? Lord Bogart really is a wonderful lord, isn't he? Don't let him fool you, Mash. Good guys don't demand people to call him lord. You think so? I thought that was just to keep his reputation intact. After all, he looked very unhappy when I called him lord before. What? That's even worse! Does that lionhead actually think he's some devoted husband or something? You're only married on paper. He's got no right to go around tricking my bride like that. I'm only on paper, so our marriage is a fraud? Does that mean I'm actually a wicked woman who's defeating kind and earnest Lord Burger with my feminine charms? That I'm both the child of prophecy and a femme fatale like no other? Yeah, maybe you are. No wonder you're too much for Bogart to handle, especially since he's hopeless against anyone who doesn't detest him. You're practically his natural enemy. Man, Bogart's predecessor must have gotten up some real bad stuff for him to be in this predicament. Huh? What do you mean he's hopeless against anyone who doesn't detest him? Oh, it's all about fairies' most fundamental desires and unique traits. Humans' emotions change all the time. One moment they'll want to be loved, the next hated. Or they'll want to protect someone one moment, then hurt them the next. But fairies' desires are much less mutable. In Bogart's case, he uses his rational mind to keep his violent impulses in check. So he can't make full use of his abilities unless he's both hating and hated by someone. Basically, thanks to who you are, it's possible for him to be too aggressive. Thanks to who I am. But I still don't know who I am. I don't remember anything about my past. I didn't even know my name until recently. Before I came here. No, before Rob, Wag, and Winky began calling me the Child of Prophecy, I had no idea what I should do, or even what I was supposed to do. No, for that matter. Did I even have a self before I lost my memories? Why do you ask that? There's only one thing I've learned from losing my memories. There's something missing in my heart, like there's a hole right through it. All the fairies I've met have a purpose, something they intrinsically seek. Some of them help others for money, some of them hurt others for money. But I don't have anything like that. Whenever I try to help someone, I always end up realizing the same thing. What is I want right now? What is it that drove me to help them? I don't know, and it makes me feel very empty inside. I have a heart, so I know I can't get away with this forever. I don't think I was even aware of that emptiness before I lost my memories, but now I can't help but notice it. After all, I don't have any memories left to cover it up. Something was missing in me. No, that's not right. There's a gap in me that's long been ready to receive something, but I refuse to try and fill it. So I find it very hard to believe that there's anything I can do. Habitra blinked in astonishment at the girl's surprised confession. Losing her memories was not all bad. It made her aware of a serious problem. Well, hey, most people don't really know who they are or what it is they want. They say that kind of thing becomes clear on your deathbed, but for better or for worse, we're still alive. You need something to drive you, a goal you can be proud of, that'll also help you learn to love yourself. You said you have a hole for you, right? And you're not trying to figure out what you should do as a person, you're trying to figure out what you want to do. Maybe that's not the kind of thing you notice when you're already leaning on others. But this journey is going to be just for you, so you can find it for yourself. Don't listen to her too closely, she's going to bail before this is over. It'll be a long, long time before the girl finds an answer she's comfortable with. For the time being, the fairies' words are just meant as advice to cheer her up, in the hopes that one day, they'll form the core of the wheels you use to spin your own thread. Alright, I almost forgot an important part. Do you mind if we rewind just a little bit? I've been waiting for you, my lord. You must be tired after a hard day's work. Is that your attempt at playing the model wife? Impertinent whelp. Don't think I don't see what you're doing here, clever lass. Playing along obediently will do nothing to change your fate. Playing along obediently will do nothing to change your fate. My only objective is the throne. Everything I do in service of defeating the clans and killing Morgan. You are no exception, child of prophecy. I'm quite used to betting humans. I'm going to deflower you now. I will not be gentle. But if you wish to fight back, you are welcome to try. Damn, Bogart's gonna fuck her. Anyway. This was the room in Sheffield's castle's guest house that was prepared for MASH. On the night that the child of prophecy was clothed in the bridal dress and told to await Bogart's arrival. This is what happened during her first night as Bogart's 62nd bride. What? What? What was that? Are we under attack? Lord Bogart? What in the world happened? The wall by the throne is ruined. Everyone, come quick. The enemy is trying to kill Lord Bogart. Hold it, I'm fine. Do not call the other guards. I just slipped, that is all. Oh, I'm terribly sorry, sir. Still, it's so amazing you're all right after falling over 50 meters. Guess that's why they call you the Stolen Lion, Lord Bogart. I'm so sorry, Bogart. I'll be right down. Are you okay, Kurt? Again, I'm so sorry. I was actually very nervous about all this. So even though you just lost your balance from being tired, we're only trying to grab my shoulders for support. You surprised me so much I just shoved them out my hand. Shoved out with my hands. I never expected you to go flying so far. Trying very hard not to let the sudden realization of what actually happened show on his face. Guard, you are to tell no one else about this. Is that clear? Yes, sir. Of course, sir. I didn't see anything, sir. Now, if you excuse me, I must get back to my duties. Whoa, the child of prophecy is amazing. I can't wait to tell everyone about this. Bogart, would you like me to rub your back? No, don't touch me ever again. What kind of knife wife knocks her husband out of the castle on their first night together? The rumor spread overnight. They spoke of an iron woman who can even throw Lord Bogart from his own castle. They said she was strong, kind, and eccentric. A new Tamlin, like no one has ever seen before. Man, Sheffield's like a whole new town ever since Lady Mash got here. She gets rid of the Moors for us, she helps us out with anything we ask of her, and best of all, she even keeps Lord Bogart from acting up. It's like he's back to his old self again. Not even the Queen's army can stop us now, Norwich is as good as back in our hands. A toast to Lady Mash, a toast to Lord Bogart. A toast to our knight, the Knight of Sheffield. Cheers. Must be nice for you to wag. She's the Knight of Sheffield, huh? Mash is the child of prophecy, remember? She's not just Sheffield's knight. Sure, those princess clothes look great on her, but there's something special about her. She's more than that. If you ask me, Mash looked pretty elegant in that iron armor of hers, too. What, you jealous of Bogart now, Rob? Did you forget you were the ones who brought her here? Of course not. I just think it's sick how everyone in town is carrying on about her. I mean, I know it was kind of the same for us, but still. Every morning I see Mash looking out at the horizon up top of the ramparts, and she always looks so lonely. She used to smile all the time. She used to be really happy. Makes me wonder if maybe we made a big mistake. Is that so? So what, you don't think Mash is the child of prophecy after all now? She was just a lucky find at first. Just another piece of merchandise. Then she started talking to us like we were equals, and before I knew it, I got attached to her. Me and Wag weren't from Fairyburn. We drifted here from outside. We're basically Flotsam. Objects, humans, sometimes even fairies. They wash ashore here sometimes. We're like changelings in a way. Flotsam? I've never heard of that term before, but I guess that's pretty typical of Morgan's Reign. We're not part of any clan. We didn't spring up naturally. We don't belong anywhere. One day, Queen's Morgan's soldiers caught us, branded us with command cells, and let us go. They knew we died when we got squeezed for our existence tax at the end of the year, so they didn't even bother killing us. That's why I threw myself into any kind of work I could find, no matter how dirty. You know what Wag is like? He doesn't even know what's going on half the time. So, I'm like his big brother, so it's my duty to at least make sure he's got enough to eat. My only purpose every year is to making sure we survived. At least I kept us from becoming Moors. But unfortunately, it also made me forget a bunch of things. Hesitation, uncertainty, compassion. Next thing I knew, I was thinking I was a full-blown bad guy and I could do whatever I wanted. That would have been a lot easier if I just stayed like that. But being around MASH made me realize I hadn't forgotten my values after all. The child of prophecy is supposed to save the fairies of Fairy Britain, right? It's got nothing to do with us since we've never truly been a part of this land. So no, I'm not sure she's not the real child of prophecy. The real child of prophecy would never save us. Anise might be a fake child of prophecy, but she's even better than the real one. So does it mean the reason you're still here in Sheffield is... What do you know, dummy? Come on, get lost. What are you even doing here flapping your gums? Don't you have something tailoring to do for the lady or something? Sure do. I'm Habitat Spinner, friend to all brides. Don't worry, I'll make sure Mash stays safe. And if I ever need help, I'll come to you first. Woo! We're not scared of the Moors or the Queen. We're gonna keep Mash safe together. You're right, Winky. If we just parted ways sooner, this would have never... Huh? Winky? Where'd you go, Winky? 4th platoon has returned from Edinburgh, Lord Burgert. They weren't able to meet with Knockna Rabia, but they were successful with their business negotiations. So they managed to procure the iron weapons then, give the weapons to the fairies, and take their armor to the humans' barracks. Does having humans around be enough to empower our fairy soldiers? They don't need to take part in the fighting. All they need to do is stay alive. Yes, sir. I'll have the tailor fit him for the armor right away. Now, where's the child of prophecy? Down in the town again? I told her to stay by my throne. No wife of a lord should conduct herself so faultlessly. Who told her she could come and go when she pleases? Was it Habitat? She thinks she can do whatever she likes just because I value her tailoring skills. She is greatly mistaken. Tell her and the child of prophecy that her next infraction will be her last. Well, the thing is, sir, Lady Mash says she wanted to be of use to you as best she could, so if she wants to be of use to me, she should obey me. I am the law in Sheffield, and any who refuse to abide by it shall be dealt with harshly, regardless of their reasons for doing so. Yeah. Hey there, boss. I heard we got some good new gear, so I just have to make sure it wasn't all just junk. Huh? What's got your fur ruffled, Lord Bogart? Oh, I see. You're all nervous because Mash isn't here, right? Hey, I get it. She's super strong after all. So with the army from New Darlington that's supposedly heading this way. You probably want her here by your side to keep you safe since you're revolting against the Queen and all, huh? Don't be ridiculous. I don't need any protection. That girl would only make more trouble for me if she were nearby. Then it shouldn't matter where Mash goes, should it? I mean, all you care about is having the child of prophecy here in Sheffield, right, Bogart? You can't even keep your mouth shut, can you? You're lucky there's no other fairy around who could do your job, or I'd have twisted your head clean off by now. Fine, I'll let the child of prophecy go wherever she likes during the day. But be warned, Habitat, there will be consequences if you don't deliver on your promises you've been making. That iron cylinder that was brought here with the girl is similar to Morgan's spear, yes? Have you figured out how it works? Is it something we can use? I still have no idea how it works, but I think I can at least get it to fire. I'm not sure that's how it's meant to be used, though. Plus, just touching it makes me feel sick. Whatever that thing is, I don't think it's even supposed to exist. I can't imagine why Mash had something like that. Whatever it is, it really, really doesn't suit her at all. True, she has yet to even mention it. I suspect she's subconsciously avoiding it, running from it even. Huh, that's pretty sharp, at least for you, Lord Bogart. It's nice to see your voice and honest opinion agree with for one. Don't, never mind the child of prophecy. Can we use that thing as a weapon? Yes, pretty much. I mean, it is a cannon and all. Do you know what a cannon is? No? It's a thing with a chamber that you pack with magical energy ammo that you press and burn what's inside the chamber until something comes out. The only thing is, it takes a ton of magical energy to use, enough that most fairies would probably wither and die if they tried. So if you plan on using it, Bogart, you better ensure you're the only one. Don't make your subordinates do it. No normal fairy could fire that thing and hope to survive. So what you're saying is, only those who are truly strong can use it, huh? That's perfect. It'll be an excellent way to demonstrate that I have what it takes to be king. I should have known I couldn't get anything for your thick skull. But anyway, getting back to what I was saying before. Looks like the Queen's army is about to finally make a move. Are you ready to face them? What will be your strategy, oh great Lord Sheffield? Thanks to my supporters in Camelot, I know exactly how strong the Queen's forces are. She is sending her 3rd Division, which consists of approximately 2,000 soldiers. She must have thought that it would be enough to handle us. Ha! It's almost shocking to see how little she thinks of us. You'll never be able to get past Sheffield's walls. Our ramparts are made from strips of wood of the world tree's bark. They won't easily be destroyed. We have nothing to fear from the Queen's army without a Tamlin, and with Knock Never Bid moved itself, she can't afford to send more than 1 division. All we have to do is wait 7 days for them to wear themselves out against the ramparts. Once we've held the castle for 7 days, the Queen's 3rd Division will have spent its strength. Then my elite soldiers and I will only release our pent-up anger from the siege. So you do have a path of victory in mind. Guess I was worried for nothing then. Then, have you told Mash this place is going to turn into a battleground in a few days? How am I saying? Of course you have. She's as strong as a Tamlin after all. No, I haven't, and I won't. How many times must I tell you there's no need for that? All the Child of Prophecy needs to do is boost my soldiers' morale. Anything else would only get in my way. Make sure you keep your mouth shut, Hobbitrot. That girl is a decoration, nothing more. Man, Duckbutt's sexist. Good evening, Lord Borgert. It's nice of you to visit me again. Don't misunderstand. I'm only here to save face in front of my guards. Otherwise, no Fang Fairy worth his fur would ever come into the room with a woman he has no intention of betting. So now I'm here. I'm not about to waste my precious time. Let's discuss the Child of Prophecy tonight. How much do you know about him now that your memories are gone? Not much, I'm afraid. Only if they are fairy, they turned 16 this year and are destined to save Britain. Outrageous. I didn't think it was possible to be so abominably ignorant. The Child of Prophecy story begins 16 years ago. Ainsel, the head of the Mir clan who possessed the sacrament of prognostication, prophesied that the savior of Britain had been born, and that one day the true king would defeat the false king for good. In response, Queen Morgan tried to have every fairy born that year rounded up and killed, but she wasn't completely successful. There were many villages who harbored anti-queen sentiment. Some of them sheltered newborn fairies in the hope that one would someday fulfill the prophecy. Of course, there were also some towns who took fairies born that year and tried to pass them off as the Child of Prophecy. These days, some have even offered 16-year-old fairies as tribute to the Queen, claiming they too are the Child of Prophecy. That alone makes the Child of Prophecy valuable. It's why every faction in Britain was so desperate to find them. Not one fairy would doubt that Ainsel's prophecy would come true. You say they knew this happened before. There have been other times in Britain's history where a savior had been born to rescue it. A figure meant to banish the great calamity that comes every 1,000 years, the one who channels the voice from paradise. At any rate, all but 2 of the records from the Fae era have been lost. One describes an incident that took place in the Fae era of 400, 4,000, over 6,000 years ago. There, a single fairy rescued Britain when constant inter-clan warfare brought it to the brink of collapse and the cost of their own life. The second is the War of Summer in Fae era 2000, in which war was waged against northern fairies who came here from the Isle of Shadows. In that war, King Smab's army was of human soldiers wielding iron weapons, nearly succeeding in eradicating our ancestors. But then a single fairy stepped in to mediate between the two clans, which led to the creation of the 6 clans we have today. The savior's name was Ask, meaning ash tree. After ending the clan war, she was buried in the remains of Orkney at the northmost end of Britain. The ignorant low-caste fairies may believe that the Child of Prophecy is supposed to be the savior reborn, but not me. No matter how many times she may have saved Britain before, she's still lost. The calamity still exists. That alone is proof that she does not deserve to be called anyone's savior. No, if any of the previous saviors had succeeded in ridding the world of cursed moors and the calamities that occur with ever more frequency, they would have accepted their claims. I've noticed that everyone in town seems to be afraid of the word calamity. No, not just them. Every fairy in every town I've visited on the way here was afraid of it. My understanding is that, as terrifying as Queen Morgan may be, fairies still obeyed her because she at least kept them safe from the calamities. But now... That's right. Morgan has declared her intention to leave Norwich to its fate. This was her second grave error after appointing Tristan as a Tamlin. I may never get such an opportunity again. You're happy about this, Lord Borgar? Can't rally soldiers without a cause for them to believe in. They need something greater than themselves. This Norwich situation is an unprecedented opportunity, Mash. It's the opportunity I've been waiting for to seize the throne. I have no intention of actually saving Norwich, but I will still use the situation. My call to action couldn't be simpler. I've demanded the Queen rid Norwich of his calamity pool and aid in the restoration of the city. If these demands are not met, then Sheffield will no longer recognize Camelot's rule. The Queen will either need to comply with my demands or send out her army to suppress us. Frankly, I do not care which option she chooses. Either will deplete her army. That will give me time to collude with the northern areas, invite the Round Table army in the south to join our cause, and eventually create an army of my own to rival the Queen's. You are no more than grace for those wheels, child of prophecy. I neither need nor expect you to save Britain. Until and unless you recover your memories, you are not to make a move without my permission. All I want is for you to continue giving the people of this town hope. You are no good for anything else. That's the whole situation in Sheffield. Bogart has 3,000 soldiers, 2,000 in his fairy militia, and 300 humans. He's also gathering more forces even as we speak, so you'll probably want to make your move soon. So it would seem. Damn it, the Queen only authorized Sheffield to assemble soldiers as a turn against the northern territories. Now you're telling me there are 5,000 armed rebels all in one place there? That makes this the largest rebellion we've ever seen. I'd say it's owed largely to Lady Tristan crossing the line with her antics. Ever since New Darlington was built, countless fairies have been slaughtered for pure amusement. Now, fairies from across Britain are harboring doubts about Lady Tristan. And about High Queen Morgan for making her a Tamlin in the first place. You don't have to tell me, I'm painfully aware of that. But we still sworn loyalty to the High Queen. We can't be party to any of that nonsense. Right, sorry about that. It just slipped out. So how about my payment? Yes, very well. Go on, pay him. He may have lost his standing, but Bogart is still a powerful leader from the Fang clan. He can easily defeat 1,000 Theres on his own. Send word to Camelot to have Lady Gwen dispatched here on the double. What about the Child of Prophecy? I'm pretty sure that intel's that valuable is worth something. Ah, that's a good one. They just captured another Child of Prophecy yesterday. This new one isn't even worth looking into. I'm sure Bogart just made her up. Oh, I wouldn't be so quick to dismiss it, officer. That fairy there was telling the truth. I especially enjoyed the description of this Child of Prophecy. How did it go again? Black iron armor, huge steel. It appears to be about a girl about 16. And a black iron cylinder that made it easy just to look at. Oh, you definitely got my attention now, brother. Please tell me more. What's this girl's name? Do you know her name, right? Honestly, I found it strange how you avoided mentioning that just that part, even though you're here to sell us intel. I mean, don't you think it's suspicious? It almost makes me think you're not telling us on purpose. That's how it sounded to you. Sorry, but you're wrong. I didn't say it because I didn't know it. Now, if you're not going to pay me anymore, I'll just be on my way. I want to get back to the south by tomorrow. Hey now, why the rest? You came all this way after all. Come on, chat us out with us. Don't worry, Winky. I'm sure I'll come back to you soon enough. It's written all over your face. Section 6. It's so peaceful here. Rest up all you can. Now that we're out of Gloucester, enemies are going to be back to their old strength. If you're not careful, you might run into a damn squirrel who's as strong as a servant. Is something wrong, old trio? You've been weirdly quiet for a while now. I didn't want to say anything because I didn't want to make Kyo nervous, but I've been getting a really bad feeling like someone's been watching us all this time. I also get the feeling that the carriage is going to flip over in about 5 seconds. Don't be sorry, I'm Red Ribbit, the most elegant wind-like fey horse around. Have you never let a carriage I was drawing tip over, especially with passengers inside? What the fuck? What is it? Are we under attack? Everyone get out of the carriage. Hold on, we ain't under attack. The carriage just ran over something is all. What happened, Red Horse? All the roads that bad out here? No, it's just, I'm sorry. I was just writing a poem while gazing up at the sky. I didn't notice the large number of fairies collapsed on the road until it was too late. Yeah, when we were at the auction in Gloucester, it turned out that the Child of Prophecy that they were selling there was actually just Sanji. He works for the enemy, but the enemy also hates this fucking lost belt, so he's working with us for now. Anyway, this is incredible. It's awful. It's incredible. There are 1, 2, 3, 6 of them blocking our way. We're alive. We're still alive. Please help us. Our cargo just began acting up and attacked us out of nowhere. Oh, we're not hurt too badly. In fact, we probably look completely fine. But the cargo took one of us away, down past that hell to the isolated cave no one would ever see unless they were looking for it. Please, you gotta save him. You nice suckers. I mean, people, you wouldn't turn your backs on a fairy in need, right? Oh yeah, not suspicious at all. That hill over there. Got it. Come on, everyone. We need to hurry before it's too late. Wait, seriously? There's a fine line between nice and being gullible, you know? I'm actually kind of impressed you managed to survive this long. Keep an eye on those fairies, Oberon. No problem. Good luck over there. Combat time. Now then. Can I just... Yeah. I'm gonna just... See the difference. CS for one, MC for once. That'll work.
Go, 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 go. 無駄なことをするの。メガネに似たり無駄なことをするのね。戦いですから白兵戦行きます。今のうちに準備。そうでなくちゃやりますね。次は霊気銀河解放。女神たるもの、これくらいのことはしないとね。次元の違いを知りなさい。見て、エビンシュブラクエーサー。やる。
この失礼をしたくないわ。最悪、私にそれ言う。復讐するわ。もっと早く飛びなさい、彼方の空へ。お前はたとえ残骸であろうとも。これで邪魔。アム言われなく復讐するわ。逃げ惑いなさい。これはどう？弱い。命令する。もっと早く捕まえた。ここでまっすぐ。何？私は原始宇宙から来た女神。
一時の勝利など嬉しくもなく。
Okay, let's get out of here. We don't have to use Melusine Star's Ascension anymore. Anyway. Hey, I didn't know what I would have done if you guys hadn't come along. That's the last time I go shopping in Gloucester. I should have known that bargain set was too good to be true. You mean he actually was in trouble? I guess so. I feel bad for not giving those fairies no shit. No matter how much suspect they seem at first. Yeah, right. There aren't any other fairies who were taken away, are there? Nope, it's just the 7 of us. No way fairy around here. Gotta say though, guys, you guys are strong, and by you guys, I mean the redhead. You and her, we're crazy out there in a whole different sense of the word, lady. We're throwing out so many explosions that thought you were gonna blow me up along with our escort. Next time, you ought to take a page from the young Mrs. playbook. I threw a bunch of stuff at the cargo too, but she never hit me once. Going wild's all well good, but you gotta be aware of your surroundings too, especially when there's a hostage involved. Anyone else would be sticking a lawyer on you right about now, you know? I know, you're right. I'm doing my best to overcome my clumsiness, so I hope you can be patient while I work to improve. You bet, I'm rooting for you, lady. At least you've got guts, and that counts for a lot. So, if you're feeling alright now, would you mind if you got going? Oh no, it's okay. No need to thank us. It seems like it'd be a way more trouble than it's worth. You sure? No, I made you open, so I thought I'd at least take it easy by sticking with you guys the rest of the way. But alright, besides, we gotta head home and report to the boss that we're done taking out the trash. Now I thought we could rely on those escorts we brought. Thank goodness you guys came along to help us out. Thanks, gullible looking lady. You were taking out the trash? You mean the Camelot's pit? Well, the soldiers are supposed to be the escorts for that, since more sent to show up near the pit. We would have gone with the soldiers, but they say they don't have time for escort missions these days. That's why we got escorts from a beautiful lady in Gloucester instead. She said we could have them shaped she couldn't get the fine-tuning right. What's this about the trash? You mean you don't know human girl? Guess you must have gotten out of a ranch recently, huh? Luckily no more showed up near the pit. I guess they're all gathered around Norwich now. Man, sometimes I really worry what's gonna happen to Fairy Britain. Between Gwen, the Fang Clan's biggest troublemaker, and Tristan's the Queen's pet psycho. The only decent Tamlin of the bunch is Lady Lancelot. Maybe she could make a break for the north. Now, what am I saying? I could never do that. We're the 7 married brothers, Lady Aurora's faithful servants. Hey ho, it's back to work we go. Thanks again for everything, you guys. You watch out for the Moors too, you hear? I see. For the record, it's not my fault we didn't get there today. It's all in Altria for dragging us into yet another rescue. You do all understand that, right? Also, do you naturally attract trouble, Hio? Are you just unlucky like that? No, I wouldn't say that. Yeah, this did help me get my bearings in terms of using my blade and all. Fairy Burn isn't like the other lost belts I've seen so far. I finally figured out how tough my blade needs to be. Your magecraft ain't half bad either, Altria. Got no idea why fairies here say your skills ain't worth much, but they do know they're a great fit for me. My Scabbard's feeling smoother than ever with you around. Glad you're on my side. Huh? Thank you. Same here. I see. Unlike fairy soldiers, Murmrasa doesn't use his own magical energy to fight. He also uses external attachments as naturally as though they were part of his own body. True, Murmrasa's fighting skills are definitely a cup above the rest. You say he's an alter ego, right? Does that mean he's not a pure servant? Well, is it okay if we tell this story, Muramasa? Sure, go ahead. Now's as good a time as any, Hio. Besides, I don't need anyone coming to me later complaining about how I was secretly a bad guy all along, or how could I betray trust, yada yada. Well, it's a long story, but here goes. One time skip later. So, he's a servant mixture this foreign god made. And he's actually been fighting against Hio and Chaldea up until now. Basically, especially in Olympus when he pulled off something real crazy right at the end. Back to Murmrasa, that reminds me, you were strong enough to cut Atlas's spear origin in half. Yeah, you failed to assassinate Queen Morgan and some other fairy handed your ass to. Can you explain to me how that works? Because I don't get it. Nothing special to it. I'm just an alter ego who's optimist for killing gods. That's only because the foreign god imbued me with divine spirits who guided that sort of thing. Apparently one of them's a blind god of war who is responsible for Ragnarok, the twilight of the gods. The other's, well, kind of a wish fulfillment of mine. Don't ask. My point is, I'm not exceptionally strong or anything. I just don't have it used for magical energy. Don't have to use magical energy to kill gods. So Olympus was perfect for me. In Scandinavia, well, Scandinavia would have been rough. You can figure out why. Scotty, I think she was called. If this alter ego version of me had bent her, I might have flown into a genuine rage. I know the blind god of war would have had words to say about her of all gods being fooled. Anyway, there you have it. Pretty useful when I'm up against divine spirits, or in worlds where divine spirits are calling the shots. So, you're really strong with facing gods, huh? Now I see. I had a feeling this was the case, but you just helped me clarify, Muramasa. The land of the Fae has no concept of religion, which means... Yep, there are no gods in Britain. Oh, I want to take this out of context so bad. There is no god in Britain. Though I have no idea how this world ended up like that. It's damned peculiar. The whole world is ruled by fairies, but there ain't a trace of gods, the greatest mystics ever, anywhere. Well, that only makes sense, don't you think? I mean, it's only humans who desire gods. Fairies can do anything they want on their own, so they don't have to rely on a higher power for help. So of course their society isn't going to think up gods. You know, that is a good point. I'll have to write all this down later in my next message to Chaldi. I wonder what Help's gonna have to say about it. I don't know much about these god things either, so I can't speak to that. But you're still Healy's enemy, right? I'm glad you're here helping us now, but are you really comfortable working alongside your enemy? You don't have to worry about that, Altria. It's like I told you back in Gloucester. Now that you say it to me, I'm gonna stick with you, child of prophecy. It's easier for me that way. I ain't usually one to fall in my own work, but at least this one's a job I can finally get behind. So you're not fully on board with the word God's job done? Are you freaking kidding me? Hell no, the damn thing's a pain in the ass. Even now, I still have no idea what the hell the foreign god even is. She just summoned me without asking, mixed some divine spirits into me without asking, and forced a bunch of work I never asked to be a part of on me. I've always been a maker of weapons, so I know my hands weren't the cleanest to begin with. But at least when I was alive, I could swear to Buddha that I never went down the wrong path. Of course, now that I've got some other things mixed in me, I don't have a right or wrong path anymore. So if nothing else, I'm going to make sure I do good work on any job I take on. That's the least I can do as Muramasa. That's very you. Yep, at least I would be if I was still my original heroic spirit. That ain't exactly the case now, but I could still be fairly useful. I see, in that case, we'll be happy to work with you. We could use all the help we can get now, especially from a heroic spirit we're already acquainted with. Once again, even if it's only in this last belt, we're glad we're on the same side, Senji Muramasa. Thanks, since I'm setting the price for this job myself, I'll be helping out any way I can. Anyway, on a different note. I don't really want to ask this, but as much as I dislike the guy, he was still a colleague, so... How'd Limbo's final moments go? I just love the fact that the fucking protagonist just despises Doman that much. You get what he's coming to him. I see. Alright, I'm gonna pretend I didn't hear that and just go to bed. Like, usually the protagonist is pretty, like, chill and willing to understand, like, the enemies. But for Doman specifically, they're like, fuck you, die. I hope you eat shit. That's just how they are. And I think that's especially hilarious. Anyway, is anyone awake? They're not, are they? No, they're all sleeping soundly. I'll take that as a good sign. Oh, I'm pretty sleepy too, but I have to stand guard. No shitty looking things nearby, check. No mortars nearby, check. Don't you worry, everyone. I'll make sure. Altria, stay safe. Oh, look at here. Got it. Just don't get sorry at it. It'll be fine. Also, I just realized I'm on the wrong party, but whatever. Anyway. We're here. Welcome to my domain, the Autumn Woods of Wales. I don't think there's any towns or villages here. It's Lord Everyone! Everyone, come quick! Lord Avalon has returned. You gotta love how they didn't even try with these, characters. Because it's just the same thing twice. Please, Lord Oberon, please tell us about what you saw outside. Thank you for the warm welcome, everyone. As you can see, I've brought guests with me today. This is Hio. She watches over things just like I do. This is Defincy, the cutest genius you'll ever meet. This is Muramasa, who will probably be kind enough to make us all sorts of useful things. And this is Eltria, the child of prophecy. See, I told you the child of prophecy would be willing to come all the way to this isolated neck of the woods. Now, do you believe I was telling the truth? Ah, what do I do, Oberon? You don't have to do anything. They're just glad you're here. Oh, but don't try to hug them, no matter how cute they are. They're not used to being touched, especially by outside fairies. These fairies are straight out of a picture book. Now this is why I imagined the land of fairies would look like. Come on, fairies are fairies, right? I don't see anything special about... Please, please make me a helmet. I want to be a soldier, a soldier. Well, I guess they're a little different. I can't tell what it's saying, but... What is it, little guy? You want a helmet that fits you? Yeah, alright. Anything made for humans obviously won't fit you at all. Hey, Oberon, mind if I set up a workbench somewhere? Be my guest. Oh, but just stick to the leaves and twigs for your materials, if you don't mind. They don't actually want to be soldiers, they just want to play pretend. Got it, don't worry. Not gonna make anything real. What about you? Who are you? Are you Oberon's friend? A real friend? That makes you a friend too. Please help him. Please help Oberon. Those are friendly, but that's all I can tell. They're welcoming all of you here. None of the fairies who wind up in these woods understand suspicion. There are no imitations of human society here, but we can at least put you up in tents. Why don't you all kick back and relax while I go see what's happening outside? I'm counting on all of you to take care of our guests, okay? Don't worry, these people are all nice. None of them are going to hurt you. Okay, everyone, ta-ta for now. I'll be back tonight, so make sure to save some dinner for me. Huh? Hang on, Oberon. At least tell us if we can understand what to say. And he's gone. I mean, at least we could tell these fairies are being welcoming to us, but... Indeed, I have no idea what these Welsh fairies are saying either. I was hoping if this Lord Oberon didn't bother to introduce me. That hurts, honestly. Oh, but I wonder why. Is he just absent-minded? I'm sure it just slipped his mind. Are you hungry? Are you hungry? If you're like Lord Oberon, you must get hungry too, alright? We'll feed you, we'll feed you. Welsh chestnuts are yummy yummy. They say they're going to feed us. With chestnuts, no less. That's amazing. Talk about a forbidden treat. You can almost never find sweets in the South thanks to the restrictions, but here, we have a loophole. Forbidden? Oh yeah, Mike said that only upper-class fairies can have access to confectionaries. Apparently, the Queen forbade processing fruits and such, so sugar is hard to come by here. Lady Aurora once gave me a bite of some kind of dark-colored bar. But honestly, I prefer carrots. They have much more natural sweetness. This way, this way. Tell us about Oberon. Tell us about Oberon. Looks like the dining table's over that way. I still can't tell what they're saying, but if they're going to treat us, who are we to say no? Good point. That meal was delicious. What she said. It sure was. Those were the most gorgeous grapes I've ever seen by far. And not only that, these fruits even have mystics in them. That was a great way for servants to recover magical energy. Maybe I should take a few with us for the road, or send some to homes as a souvenir. Eating pears in a single bite. There's still an extra plate left out. Is that for Oberon? Should we leave it to him? They're here. The black dogs are here. Run, hide. You snooze, you lose. Huh? That's weird. Why do they all run up the trees and hide in the hollows all of a sudden? Chomp, I see some black dogs over there. So they're probably trying to hide. Oh my gosh, come on. We have to get rid of them. It's the least we can do to pay them back for this feast. I was just thinking the same thing. The black dogs are terrifying, but these poor fairies have no way of fighting back. Oh, we're not going to let anything happen to them now we're here. Come on, everyone. Let's show these dogs are no match for our hair. Is this one of those human history convergence things? Alright. Jesus. Let's just get rid of all those curse sacks, shall we? There we go. That's much better. Again. Lame ass. Yeah, once he gets earned servants, it becomes a lot of these fights become trivial until you get to the ones where they're really whack-ass gimmicks. But what was that incredibly powerful enemy doing mixed in with the black dogs? Probably just some fairy they bit who went mad from the excruciating pain. Are those different from the Moors? Yes, fairies become Moors when they lose their purpose and shine. That is when their lives become meaningless. And when they are infected with meaninglessness by touching other Moors. But fairies who become so focused on their purpose that they lose sight of themselves produce endless magical energy to the point that they're no longer able to maintain their forms. I guess you could say their fairies gone bad. That's what happened to those fairies in the Nameless Woods. They were so happy to have a human that they couldn't keep their desires in check anymore and ended up killing their own friends. They did it! They won! Vortigern! Vortigern! Oberon's gonna be so sad. Oberon's gonna be so happy. He has good friends now. Well, if the fairies are happy, we must have done a good thing driving those creatures away. Alright, since it looks like we're gonna be staying here for at least a few days, why don't we set up camp? Especially since there's no point in worrying about what's going on outside now that we're here. So let's just relax and recuperate while we wait for Oberon to get back. After dinner. You know, there's something I've been wondering about for a while now. How do you fairy families work? I saw plenty of siblings in Salisbury, but I didn't see anyone who looked like a parent and child. Well, of course you didn't. Fairies come into existence independently of anyone else. The only siblings we have are when multiple fairies with similar attributes decide to call each other that. Or when they've all decided to stick together from the time they manifest, like the 7 fairies we saw yesterday. That's just how fairies live their lives. Okay, then what about children? They say Tamlin Tristan was supposed to be Morgan's daughter, right? So how does that work? Tristan, Morgan's daughter, good one. No, that just means she's the queen's successor. I guess in human terms we say that the Queen Morgan adopted Tristan. The only children in the fairy world are the next versions of you born after you die. Let's see, okay, for example, we have Spinner Fairy A here. Spinner Fairy A lives for 100 years, then goes into sleep after fulfilling their purpose. But that doesn't mean the spinner profession or the fairy's way of life disappear from Britain. So right after Spinner Fairy A dies, Spinner Fairy B is born. Fairies refer to this relationship as predecessor and current generation. I see, so does the current generation inherit anything from the predecessor? Things like genes, lineage, records, names, or some other property a human will pass on to their kids? Not really. Like I said, fairies are born on their own, so they don't really have any connections like that. That goes for predecessors and current generation fairies too. Powerful fairies can hold on to their records. Memories may be better here, but in general, the next generation is completely blank slate. However, since the current generation has the same role, their abilities and appearance do resemble their predecessors to some extent. That's how the Spinner Fairy knows they're a Spinner Fairy, no matter where or when they're born. There are also times when a fairy who resembles the current generation is born while the current generation is still alive. It's rare, but when it does happen, the new fairies are treated as the current generation's son or daughter. This is also why fairies who use magecraft are sometimes referred to as Morgan's daughters. Here in Britain, Queen Morgan used to be the only one who used magecraft, but now we have Tristan, who was given magecraft and named her successor, and Altria, who was born using it. And from the fairy's perspective, both are the same type as the queen, hence Morgan's daughters. I see, so that's why Tamlin hates the Child of Prophecy so much. Because the rumor is that I'm Queen Morgan's daughter. Not exactly, Altria. It's not using magecraft to make say Morgan's daughter. It's that fairies who use magecraft can become Fairy Britain's king. At least I think so. That's the whole reason Morgan gave Tristan magecraft. It's her way of saying, you'll be the next king. Rule over Britain as you see fit. I expect that was her way of trying to derail the prophecy to make sure the Child of Prophecy wouldn't take her throne. But then you and your natural magecraft stood up, and now Morgan, or rather Tristan, is all, what's the real one doing here? That's probably why she went to pieces at that auction house. She couldn't handle the terror. You think so? I didn't think I was scaring her that much. I do, yes. Anyway, a confirmation with Tristan is pretty much inevitable. Or confrontation. But don't worry, just relax and take it one step at a time. The fact that you use magecraft proves you're the Child of Prophecy, and that you're destined to defeat the Queen. No matter how powerful Morgan may be, or how formidable the Tamlin are, as long as you're the Child of Prophecy, you'll be Britain's savior. Just do what needs to be done, and the prophecy will be fulfilled. We're just here to help you. As long as you're around, Britain can, and more importantly, will be saved. Even if some of us end up dropping out along the way. It's no use, I can't sleep. Too much on your mind to sleep? Well, there's no need to stand. Here, have a seat. I saw you when you were hanging out together in tow. Mind if I sit next to you? Great, don't mind if I do then. Say, here's an idea. Maybe you'd feel better if you told me your story so far. I'm sure you have a lot to say about everything you've seen and done before you came here. I see, so that's a journey you, Chelsea, has been on. Earth's future, humanity's existence, your survivors girl over to other lost belts you've been to. No wonder you can't sleep, especially given what you told me earlier. You're feeling guilty about the child of prophecy. Or maybe it's not guilt so much as alienation. Ultra is about to spill a lot of blood, but that has nothing to do with you. That's been your role up till now, and you've kept fighting even when it was hard. But you never had a choice, did you? Responsibility for it all rested entirely on your shoulders. Not here, though. Here you have to put it all on Altria's shoulders. And now you don't know what to do with these feelings. You might even be feeling like a coward here. Since you can't forget, they have no intention of saving Fairy Brennan. You may be right. You're more concerned about finding your lost companion. If something happened to Mash, you can never forgive yourself, right? Surprised I could tell all that? You're trying not to let it show, of course, but I can see. But look at it this way. Let's say, hypothetically, Mash were to go out into town alone and die in an accident. Would that be your fault? Is keeping her safe from all harm all the time your responsibility 24/7? No, of course not. That's not a concern for fun. That's more of a savior complex. Mash is her own person, and people are responsible for their own lives and choices. If you really respect her as an equal, then you should be trusting her, not worrying about her. Piling more responsibility onto your shoulders isn't going to help anyone, especially if you're so weighed down you can't act quickly when you really need to. Still, based on what you told me of your journey so far, it sounds like your heart doesn't have anywhere else left to go. I'm pretty sure you used to be a lot lighter on your feet. The kind of person who lived her life how she wanted. Am I wrong? What do you mean? Well, I could tell you what I don't mean. I don't mean just doing whatever's easiest. I'd say living life how you like means finding what suits you, finding what you want more than anything, and fighting for it as hard as you can, come what may. That's how you were during the incineration of humanity. Not that I was there to witness it, obviously. My point is, you and I are a lot alike. I guess we both have the same role to play here in Britain. We're bystanders. As much as we hate it, you are no more the protagonist of the story than I am. You say as we're the one that's the perspective of this thing. Anyway, just like Oberon the Fairy King was the protagonist of A Midsummer's Night Dream. All we can do here is watch to see how things play out. Even in battle, we can't do anything more for offer support from the rear. But that doesn't mean you need to beat yourself up. At some point before the assault ends, there will come a moment you have a crucial role to play. A time when no one else is around and you'll have the chance to change how everything unfolds. Sounds great, doesn't it? So for now, I suggest you swallow that worry, get some rest, and look forward to what's yet to come. So what if you're just a bystander? Even spectators have their pride after all. So bide your time, wait for your moment, and do something spectacular at the very end that not even the gods could have seen coming. Just imagine how good it's going to feel when you finally wipe the smirk off the smug face of fate itself. Thanks, Oprah. I'm not sure what that was about, but I feel better now. What's so strange about it? That's how I lived my whole life. Here. There are many people out there who can explain everything about themselves. It's not like we're predictable tools that come with instruction manuals. We're living, analog creatures, fuzzy around the edges. That said, everyone has at least one thing they like about themselves, right? It's kind of embarrassing to say this out loud, but at least in this example, I don't think I'm a coward, and of course, you aren't either. Oh, sorry about that, Blanca. I didn't realize I've been taking so long. Let's go look for intel in Manchester tonight. It's about time we started investigating up north. Alright, I better get going then. See you tomorrow night. I don't want to be the only one left out of the dinner fun after all. Wait. What is it you want, Oberon? To defeat Morgan, of course. I might not be a fighter myself, but that is why I was summoned here. You're not talking about for humanity's sake or anything like that? Oh, now I see. Well, damn, this is kind of embarrassing, but I guess I can't dodge the question after the big speech I just gave. I'm looking for Titania. Remember Oberon's queen from A Midsummer's Night Dream? Titania, the fairy queen. The only one that ever loved obstinate Oberon. I'm hoping to see her if I can. Though of course, I know that's impossible. Titania is a fictional character. She doesn't exist in proper human history. She can only ever exist within the confines of a story. Bro's getting fucking deep on Maine. And this is just 1, 2, 3 out. This will be fine with just Lego. Who knows, maybe this is why Lost Belt 6 is supposed to be peak writing, according to the fandom. Did it just open up in this, or I accidentally skip it on instinct? Skip the cutscene on instinct. I feel like this is out of nowhere. What the fuck is going on? Nothing about, oh, I want to try something new, or anything like that. Yes, it is, Maspios. Welcome to the stream. Is there anything special about this fence or no? No.
参拝の時を誇りにかけてやります。ありのように並びなさい。私を悪魔と言った？その通りよ。原始の地獄に帰りなさい。まだまだ聞かぬ。輝き。ここでまっすぐ。わかった。せーの。戦線を離脱します。妖精が何だってんだ。受け取る。それ直すがよい。そうで命令言われなくても。これが本当の私。始まりは極小、広がりは無限。すべて我が心臓の。
I just read over your message the second time I realized, yes, is this a visual novel game? It's primarily a turn-based RPG or whatever with gacha elements, but it involves a in-depth visual novel type story. And supposedly this is deep fiction, so I'm trying to catch up on it before the next content update. Alright. Now let's see if we get some context as to what the hell that battle is for. This is supposed to be a light practice bout, Muramasa. Why are you taking it so seriously? Are you a child or something? No, I'm an old man. It's my job to make sure youngsters like you get proper education at the School of Hard Knocks. That doesn't go for Hio, though. Seems like she's had more than her fair share of hardship. I gotta admit, Hio, those quick combats of yours are really something. Makes me think I'd be better off keeping you safe instead of mixing it up myself. If you play your cards right, you might even be able to beat the Tamlin. You really think so? You bet. If you throw all the servants and magical energy you got him, you can definitely take him. You said one of them trounced you before. The next time, it'll be your turn. Just make sure you've got a good victory line locked and loaded. Something like, I ain't afraid of no Tamlin. Your weapons are made of iron, right, Muramasa? Could you let me have some of the material? Sorry, but I'm the only one who can work that. It's basically an advance I'm paying for magical energy. If you want to use them for yourself, I'd have to make something for you from scratch. And that means we'd have to get some iron from a mine. And I think it was Norwich that controls the iron supply around here, right? I see, I guess I'll just have to track them down somewhere. And after I came up with a plan to defeat Wayne, too. Oh, am I seeing a mean streak in those eyes, girlie? If you got something devious in mind, I'm game to help. No, thank you. Just keep laughing it up for you and leave me alone, old-timer. Looks like someone's going through a rebellious phase. Or maybe she's just like that. I think she's just jealous of our resident grandpa paying attention to me. No, I am not. I'm just being the child of prophecy. If there's no getting around that, then I might as well start taking it seriously. Start taking it seriously? Come on, you've always taken it seriously. No one here's even ever thought otherwise. Oh, I see. You're worried about what Oberon said about having to confront that Tamlin eventually. I mean, that's definitely part of it, but I just figured I can't sit on the fence forever. The whole idea of making a pilgrimage around Britain and ringing the bells doesn't feel quite real to me. But the fairies we've met so far, including the ones in Gloucester, have all had such high hopes for me. And of course, my whole village of Tungsuka believed in me enough to raise me and send me on this pilgrimage in the first place. I'm still worried I might not be able to live up to everyone's expectations. But I thought, for the time being, I can at least try being proud of being the child of prophecy. Like they say, nothing ventured, nothing gained, right? I mean, I still don't have any specific adventures in mind, but... You know, girlie, for the life of me, I can't tell if you're full of spirit or a shrinking violet. Yeah, you're right. Hio? I made up my mind, old trio. I'm going to help you no matter what Chaldi has to say. But what about Mash? If I were only traveling together until we found Mash. Of course we're going to go still looking for Mash. I'm not stopped until I find her. I just want to help the child of prophecy on top of that. Good point, Hio. We haven't made our position very clear, have we? Finding Mash is definitely our top priority, but that doesn't mean we can't just leave Britain to fend for itself. So we want to keep traveling with you, not just so we can find Mash, but so we can help Britain too. Now that we've made friends here, we want to do everything we can to help them so we can go back to our own home with no regrets. Does that about sum it up, Hio? I'm sure Corrective Goldorf won't be happy about this, but whatever. Sounds good to me, and I'm sure Gordy will give it eventually if he was here too. So it's not just Muramasa anymore? You're saying you and Da Vinci are going to join me on my pilgrimage too, Hio? Yep, and I'm sure Oberon would say the same thing. Don't worry, we expect to be generously compensated once we've all saved the day. So how does that sound, future king? Of course, if you'd rather not have us hanging around, we can always go to our separate ways. No. This is great. I never dreamed I would have had this kind of help. I guess this is the child prophecies for proper alliance. Just kind of started feeling like a king. Yay! Glad she's happy about it. Of course, none of this changes the fact that we still don't have any kind of plan. It's great that you're feeling motivated about being the child of prophecy now and all, but what do we actually do about it? Ugh, what a way to bring me back crashing down to reality. Couldn't you let me be happy at least for a little while, Muramasa? Ugh, your entire problem's right there. Well, as a resident old man here, I kind of have to be a party pooper, right? I heard the whole thing, and I think I have an idea. It's Oberon. It's a little earlier than I planned, but the time is clearly right. I will tell you where the Child of Prophecy and you, her companions, need to go next. The crossroads of destiny, where the Child of Prophecy's rumors shall become a reality. That's right, it's time for us to save Norwich. I can hear him, but I can't see him. Is that really you, Oberon? Oh, what do you mean you can't see me? Oh, right, of course. Down here, everyone. Mini Baron. Phew, flying long distance sure takes a lot of you, but there's no substitute for seeing things for yourself. Oh right, you guys haven't seen me like this before, have you? I'm the stylish little speedster who races around Britain on a Sphinx spot at black speed. That's right, I'm Ryder Oberon, sometimes known as Robin Goodfellow, and the pint-sized fairy king. How did you get so small? And we just end on that. Amazing. Back before Sheffield. Let's see, what do our notes look like? The Legend of Ace the Savior. Civil War 16 clans pushed Britain to the edge of the destruction. One fairy emerges to save Britain and loses her life. That fairy was Ace the Savior. The War of Summer. A war between the Northern Fairies led by Queen Mab and the Southern Fairies. The war ends after Ace the Savior's intervention and the current 6-clan structure was established. Era of the High Queen 2001. Einstein, the chief of the Mirror Clan, makes her prophecy. A savior who will save Britain has been born. A true king who will defeat the false king shall appear. Alright, I'm going to take a minute to get a couple of things done. It probably won't take more than like 5 minutes. And then we will continue with section 7 here. So if anyone needs to get up at a stretch or get a drink or something, feel free to do that now. I'll give 10 minutes. Alright, I'm back, but we still have about 5 minutes until the 10 minutes I estimated we're up, so I'm gonna do a little bit of account maintenance while we wait for everybody to get back in their seats.
Yeah. 我ながらいい調整だ。ほれ。やあ、いらっしゃいだね、おや、何か時間は戻らないものだ。最終確認はまだ。やあ。我ながらいい。そろそろクエストに戻る？いいよ。
Yep, we have about 1 minute until the 10 minutes I allotted for to be up or whatever. So once that up, then we resume.
おや、何かもマナプリズムと交換？用意した甲斐があったな。やあ、いら。
Alright, it's been 10 minutes. Back to reading. Another fragment. Heavy footsteps echo across the northern plains. The Queen's army is on the move. A military flag depicting black flames in a muddy fortress flaps in the forefront of the army marching on Suffield. Tamlin Gwaine leads the army. Her objective is not to snuff out the sparks of rebellion, nor to negotiate with Bogart. Beryl Gut, who was named the Queen's proxy only yesterday, flashes a wicked grin. This all occurred one day before Sheffield was wiped off the map. Something like that. One step at a time with setting up the channel. I try and do everything else at once. Everything at once, I get overwhelmed. Anyway, aren't you going to rest, Lord Borgert? If there's something on your mind, I'd be happy to listen. Humph, you can't even pour me a glass of wine. You really are a poor excuse for a wife, aren't you? Oh, hello, CJEXC. Thank you for following. Well, that's alright. I can't appreciate alcohol anyway. In fact, I don't understand why humans cook their food at all. Cutting, slicing, roasting, frying, seasoning, it all seems like a waste of time and good meat to me. The Fang Clan certainly doesn't need to act more human, and it certainly doesn't need restaurants. Did you know that Oxford is practically full to bursting with restaurants these days? Everywhere you go, there's a Woodwoses on every corner. It's a sick joke is what it is. Can you even imagine if all the shops on Sheffield's main street were nothing but restaurants? It'd be so absurd, no one would even know how to react. Yes, that's true. It would be a funny sight. Yes, if nothing else, those restaurants are good for a laugh. It would be fun to show you one. Never mind. I don't know why I said that. So, Child of Prophecy, I'm told you've been defeating Moors on behalf of the townspeople. I also know you've been fighting while wearing that armor of yours, even after I told you not to draw attention. Yes, I have. I'm sorry, Lord Borgert. I'm just not fit to be your wife. Of course you aren't, you fool. You never were. And yet, even though you're capable of battling Moors, you're afraid to wield a weapon. You never came back for that iron cylinder. Those merchants told me they found you and the cylinder together, and yet you never even mentioned it. It's almost as though you would prefer to forget about it entirely. That cylinder rivals Morgan's sacred lance. Why would you run from such an incredible firepower? I don't know, it's just something about it that feels like it could hurt everyone. Like it could hurt all of Britain, and that scares me. No, you're not afraid of that cylinder. You're afraid of fighting it. Never mind. Even if I didn't know your true feelings, I doubt I would understand them. All that matters is your records and accomplishments. Have you now regained your memories? I don't know if it's your calling, but I have no doubt that you're a knight, one that's been fighting a long time. And yet, I've never seen you in the Queen's army before, nor have I heard of a new Tamlin being appointed. In fact, I've never seen a fairy that looks like you anywhere. Where'd you come from? Are you actually the Child of Prophecy who will save all of Britain? If you are, then will you be forced to fight whenever you go for the Child of Prophecy's pilgrimage that leads down the road of blood and war? Do you truly have what it takes? Can you not only defeat the Queen, but also unify the 6 clans and maintain your rule over them? I don't... Of course you can't. You simply aren't made for that, even if you were to regain your memories. Fairies are meant to live their lives how they like, in accordance with their purpose. Why would you force yourself to go for something you don't desire? Yeah, Septum is like really early into the story. Most people agree that the story doesn't start getting good until like the 6th singularity in Camelot in the first half of the arc. This is all the way in the near the end of the 2nd chapter. Or the 2nd arc of the story. No, it's not like I thought. Not thought, no. You aren't the Child of Prophecy. You're no more than an imitation, a lost little lamb. I've been fighting for a long time. I've been fighting for the Moors since I was born. Fighting the Moors has always fallen to the Fang clan. It only made sense. We're the strongest clan in Britain. And the Woodwolves and I are the strongest of all the Fang clan. The two of us alone have saved Britain from the wars countless times. It was those accomplishments that led to Woodwolves being named Lord of Oxford, and I, Norwich. Yes, I remember. You told me before that you were once Lord of Norwich. But you never told me how you ended up in Sheffield. A man named Capless put one over on me. He's taken over this brigand name now. But never mind that scumbag. It's nothing you need to hear about. You know about that caterpillar war of 200 years ago, yes? It was the only war that made the queen scream like a flesh and blood woman. I never thought that would have guessed that a cursed Morgan would be so afraid of insects. At any rate, during that war, Morgan gave Brant the name Gwaine and made her a knight. No one could perceive Brant his name anymore. The queen changed it so Gwaine became her true name. Now, no one can call her by her original fairy name until she is defeated. Woodwolves hated Brant and claimed she was the daughter of detestable black dogs, but I always admired her sheer strength. In fact, I am part of the region became a Tamlin. One day I told her, if you don't want to be called a dog, you need only stop fighting with tooth and claw. Blank, hang on the precious blood. From here on, you will fight with the greatest sword, your horn. Ever since, she began carrying a sword with her wherever she went, until one day her prowess as a knight caught the queen's eye. She then became a Tamlin, and she began stealing fairies from the moors of her own volition. I suspect that was because she had long since been ostracized as the daughter of the Black Dogs. That allowed her to understand how the weak feel, and made her demand responsibility from the strong. I believe the Queen talks about that noblesse oblige. I think it is. There is no limit to the reach of human civilization's influence. You know, you remind me of Blanc back when she had just been born. Back then, she agonized over having been born strong, and hated that she would now have to be continuously exploit the weak. There's something about you that reminds me of her, disgracefully crying. I see, so you still care really deep for this Gwaine person. Hardly. I stopped thinking about her 200 years ago when she became a Tamlin. What am I saying? Why am I sitting here telling you about my youth instead of my daring exploits? This was a waste of time. Forget tonight ever happened. Erase it from your memory. I'm going back to the trip Iono. Okay, take care, Lord Bogart. Please try not to stay up too late. That reminds me, why aren't you afraid of me? That, I think, is because Sheffield is such a beautiful city. And I'm told you were the one who restored it from almost nothing. Even though it's a fortress city, it puts the livelihood of the fairies who live in it first, making it a bright and comfortable place to live. I don't think I could ever be afraid of anyone who set out to build a city like that. Well, of course, Sheffield is much more beautiful than Norwich ever was. That ends today. We'll be closing our gates as of tomorrow. Once the fight with Morgan's army begins, no one can call the city beautiful any longer. What was that, Lord Bogart? That's the alarm bell from the sentry tower. But why now? They can't possibly be here already. What's going on? What's the situation? Don't tell me the Queen's army crossed the eastern mountains atop the Alabama in only 2 days. They have, sir. The Queen's army is drawing steadily closer to the main gate. We have also received a message from them not too long ago. Would you like to read it? No, you read it. Just summarize it for me. What did Morgan say? Well, that is, well, what are you waiting for? Tell me. Yes, sir. It says, hand over the Child of Prophecy, and I will grant Sheffield its freedom. The Child of Prophecy? Does she mean Lady Mash? But why? What about Norwich? Does it say anything about giving Norwich back to us? No, wait. What does she mean, grant us our freedom? Does she mean she doesn't care if Lord Bogart continues to grow his army? Grah. Is that what you think, Morgan? You think our rebellion poses no threat to you? How much must you humiliate the Fang clan before you'll be satisfied? Excuse me, sir. I have an urgent message. The sentry just confirmed that Gwaine's flag is at the head of the Queen's army. Tamlin Gwaine is leading the advance. Oh, is she now? Very tricky, Queen. She talks big, but she shows that she sees as a threat by sending who she did. The very fact that she would send her right-hand woman to deal with us is proof that she fears our army. She knows she can't possibly take down the Sheffield while knocking up her bass, sending our troops up north. So she chose to negotiate rather than try and put us down, which means the army out there is only for show. No wonder they got here so quick. They can't possibly be armed for battle. So, which will it be? Will she give Norwich back to us, or will send enough troops to dispel the calamity pool? I look forward to hearing which answer you choose, O Queen of Britain. Lord Bogart, it isn't just Queen's flag. Tristan and Lancelot's flags have been spotted as well. All three of the Tamlin are heading this way. The most powerful forces of Fairy Britain are all bearing down on us as we speak. What? All three of them? Bro's fucked. Shit's fucked. No wonder it got wiped off the fucking map. All troops are in position, Lady Gwaine. What will you have us do? Remain on standby until the messenger we sent to Bogart returns. Tell Tristan's forces to do the same. What is Lancelot doing? Lady Lancelot is standing by in the air. She said she'll drop into the castle once the fighting begins. The Queen's orders were to cleanse Sheffield thoroughly. In addition to Bogart's army, everyone in the castle, military or otherwise, will be considered targets for Lady Lancelot. Fine, we don't need him lined up anyway. Tell Lancelot to drop on the back gate when the time comes. If they try to let the Child of Prophecy escape, that's where they'll do it. Bogart, if you open your gates to us now, this can all end without bloodshed. Don't make me use my horn on you. Look at your forces and look at ours. You're a rational fairy. You must see the resistance will be few. Incoming message, my lady. The messenger we sent to Sheffield just returned with Bogart's reply. It says, there is no Child of Prophecy in my castle. All you will find here is contempt for the Queen. The castle and I are one. If I should return to the earth, its purpose will also come to an end. That is all he wrote. That fool. Squads 1 and 2, ready your siege gear. Sheffield's ramparts will be difficult to break through. They may even be more formidable than my foul weather. Be prepared for casualties as high as 20%. Yes, my lady, we are prepared to accept any fate in the name of the Queen. Damn you, Bogart. Your reach exceeds your grasp. Did you really think Her Majesty will give Sheffield special treatment simply because it keeps Knockna Rebay in check? You are a fool to underestimate us. We don't need to ambush Knockna Rebay to keep Camelot safe from her. No truly capable leader in position would have made such a grievous error in judgment. Your time is over, you old fool. All that remains now for me is to put you out of your misery. Assemble the troops. Prepare to hold the castle. Send word to Knockna Rebay. Tell her we can hold down on our own for 2 days, and to send back up before then. At Bogart's command, Sheffield began its true battle. Many high-ranking fairies said no one told them all three Tamlin would be there, and they should just give up the Child of Prophecy. But Bogart quickly put an end to their descent. It wasn't clear whether he did it because he didn't want the Child of Prophecy to protect him, or because he wanted to save her as a last resort. Whatever his reasons were, his decision was correct. If they had given up the Child of Prophecy, every fairy in Sheffield would have been cruelly slaughtered that much sooner. Report from the Sentry Tower. The enemy's siege weapons are burning the ramparts. They have already burned through one layer of the tree bark. The Earth Clan fairies are using oak trees to reinforce the walls, but at this rate they won't last the night. They'll need immediate backup. The soldiers stationed atop the ramparts have had their hands full fending off invaders scaling the walls. We outnumber them now, but they're better trained than we are. It's only a matter of time until they outnumber us as well. So far, the fighting has yet to reach the town thanks to our soldiers' valiant efforts, but... What was that? Did Gwen just break it on her own? Lancelot is attacking from above. She's destroying the barracks. It's no use. She's too fast for even the Wind Clan fairies to track. There's no way we can shoot her down. Get her down to the ground even if you have to destroy one of the barracks. Lancelot is like a bee, all speed and no power. As long as we can ground her, I can easily. Now what is it? Did you just fire a cannon at us? No sir, it is Gwen. She is using her galantine on the main gate. She has already burned through the gate's bark down to the 10th layer. We'll never be able to get going in time if she keeps hammering on it. Damn that girl. What about the castle grounds? Are the soldiers in formation? No, sir. The citizens are so panicked they keep getting in the way. Some fairies are even starting to riot, demanding that we let them out from the rear gate. Whatever you do, do not open the rear gate. Even if one fairy makes it out, the whole thing will collapse. Never mind the throne room, Captain. Get down there and suppress those riots. Yes, sir. Let's go, you lot. There's too much chaos at both of the ramparts and the castle. We can't fight everywhere at once. Please, Lord Bogart, tell us what we should do. You're the one who said we could fight off the Queen's army here, or are you gonna send out the Child of Prophets? I know, damn it. We just need to put out one of those fires, yes? Well, we've got a magecraft cannon of our own. Let's see what kind of power the Child of Prophecy truly has. Enraged, Bogart ran to the iron cylinder mounted on the castle to keep as fast as his leg could carry him. He didn't think that alone would actually change the battle's course. At best, he hoped it might provide an opportunity to turn the tide. Little did you know that fateful pull of the trigger would be the beginning of Sheffield's end. The attack that would transform the battle from a siege into a scene of pure annihilation. And so Britain was nuked. Oh, the background music changed. Wow. The shaft of light that all but exploded from the castle changed everything. The 600 Royal Army soldiers who had been laying siege at the gate vanished in an instant. The Sheffield soldiers who had been fighting valiantly atop the ramparts died on the spot, blood gushing from their bodies. Those fairies merely near the beam's path breathed their last peacefully as though they had only fallen asleep. The ramparts, which had so much as budged when this struck with Queen's Galantine, were now completely melted down, barely leaving behind a husk. Even the Tamlin who had been standing before the main gate could no longer be seen amidst the haze of white smoke. Lady Gawain, she's... For just a moment, terror gripped the battlefield. Both the Queen's army, who had suddenly lost their will to fight, and the soldiers of Sheffield, who would normally have welcomed the turn of the tide, reeled at the nightmare that had sprung up around them. Amidst the white smoke, only a single finger was still standing, though his breathing was shallow and ragged. Look, Bogart. That was phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Behold, my soldiers. If this isn't fortune smiling upon us, I don't know what is. We can win. We can still win. Not even a Tamlin can touch me while I have us. With this, I can obliterate anything that stands in my way. Not just Morgan. I get rid of that fool Woodrose, knocking over bed from the north, and the calamity fool threatening Norwich. This is incredible. Just magnificent. Though it was right in front of him to see, Bogart remained blind to the truth. He failed to realize how odd it was that the dead Queen's soldiers had vanished without a trace. He failed to notice his own soldiers' painful deaths on the ramparts. He failed to see the fairies who had collapsed near the castle, and the soldiers right next to him who had fallen like withered trees. The Child of Prophecy fell to her knees in despair, aghast at the horrors her sins had brought about. It wasn't just that she had inadvertently harmed the townspeople she cared so deeply for. It was the fact that she had brought that cylinder here. That was part of it. Was her inability to stop Bogart? Certainly, that was a part of it too. More than anything, she felt her greatest sin was her own weakness. Her failure to consider the effect that she had on those around her, or the reason she was here in the first place, using the loss of her memory as an excuse. Now, who's next? Where's that accursed Lancelot flying about? Here, Child of Prophecy, come here. You can wield this even more accurately, right? You see that blue pea buzzing around up there? I want you to shoot it down along with the Queen's army. Bogart turned, oblivious to what was happening to him. There he saw... Why? Why must I harm this beautiful world? Forget about him, Madge. Come on, we need to get out of here. But what about Lord Bogart? We can't just leave him here alone. Don't you worry about me. You really are weakless and useless, aren't you? I have no need for a queen who weeps over war. Go on, take her wherever you like. There, you see? Bogart made his choice. He'd rather stay here and kill his enemies. What do you want to do? What can you do? I have to help the townspeople escape. Okay, I'd rather just make a break for myself, but if that's what you want, I'm game. Now come on, let's hurry. See you, Bogart. Don't worry about my tab. I'll be taking your bride as my payment. Bogart, please be careful. I'm calling to hear the bro's gonna turn to a Moors. Or something like that. Either way, he's gonna fucking mutate. Anyway. Lady Gwen, you're alright. I can't believe it. You can't believe what? Oh, you mean that light round? That was just a beam of hot magical energy. The only threat it posed was a bit of iron poison. It was crude and used without hurt. It can't even compare to a single stray from High Queen Morgan. Now, what are you all doing? And you call yourselves the cream of Camelot's crop? Hurry up and resume your advance. That fool Bogart just destroyed his own town's greatest defense. Now's our chance to seize the castle. Pay no heed to the ones fleeing. All you need to concern yourself is with Sheffield's castle. The Queen's army poured in through the front gates as the soldiers of Sheffield tried to fight back. Some of the townspeople hid in their homes, holding their hands in surrender when the Queen's soldiers broke in. Others saw that the front gate was lost and scrambled to make their way to the rear one. What's this Dragon Ball Z sound effect? Tamlin and Gwaine remained steadfast at the front gate, glaring at the castle kept to keep a kilometer away. To Bugger, who had come utterly fouled by the cylinder's sheer destructive power, she had may as well painted a target on herself. You think you can match this power, girl? You think you can distract me? Cursed Knight and Morgan, let's see how tall you can stand after I fire another shot straight at you. Distracted by isolation, Bogart failed to realize that the weapon's poison was eating away at him. The only things on his mind were his animosity for Gwaine, the Tamlin he despised, and his admiration for Blank's magnificent leadership. Yeah, that little girl has become quite the fine knight, he thought, as his lips curled into a smile. At that moment, he recalled the other girl's tears just a brief moment ago. For the first time in all of his life, Bogart found himself on a battlefield wondering one simple thing. Why? Why was the girl crying? Why had she been so upset? What reason could she have for such sadness? Try as he might, Bogart could not understand. What am I saying? This is war and I have a weapon that can defeat my enemies. Weapons exist to be used. What more is there to consider? Sheffield belongs to me. I'll never let you bastards have so much as a single citizen. Even if he grew dimly more aware that his true anger lay not with the Tamlin but with his own cowardice, Bogart placed his increasingly numb finger on the trigger, prepared to fire his last shot. It looks like the castle is still safe. Can we evacuate the townspeople here? We could, but then there'd be nowhere for them to run. They'd all end up either captured or killed. If you really want to save everyone, then we need to open the rear gate and secure an escape route for them. She'll basically hand Sheffield to the enemy, but that was going to happen sooner or later anyways. The townspeople may not have a lot of great options available to them. But whether they die to the Queen's army, head north to become neck number of his slaves, or get lost in Nightcall's domain, it should at least be their choice. Now come on, Mash, let's head to the rear gate. Just make sure you run for it if you see a Tamlin, okay? They're here for you, after all. I will. Let's go have a trot. Please open the gate. The Queen's soldiers are right on our heels. If they catch us, they're gonna tax us. I don't have that much longer left to live. There's no way I'll survive another taxation. Calm down. We can't open the gate. Besides, it wouldn't change anything. It wouldn't be long now before Lord Bogart sends the Queen's army packing. Return to your homes and await his victory. Those of you without homes, head for the castle. We guards can't stay here any longer either. We need to hurry to the front gate. We don't have time for this. We can't go back to our homes. All the fire raining down from above would burn us alive. And the Queen's soldiers are already occupying the castle. Our only choice is to run for it. Knock Biz army is practically next door, right? I'm sure they'll help us. After all, they're the King clan. Now get out of our way, you useless cretins. Lord Bogart can't save us. He's a disappointment of the Flank clan. Yeah, Bogart failed. He's too weak to be a lord. He had no business challenging the Queen of all people. You bastards. Oh man, things are really at the boiling point over here too. Welcome to the chat, Yoshiki. First it's the Queen's shoulders, and now we have to worry about a possible riot too. It's not like yelling at the guards is going to do anyone any good. Though I do get why they're doing it. Damn it, this way's blocked too. Bogart's here covered his bases. How about the sewer wag? We can make it out from... Can we make it out from there? No dice, Rob. There's a wall blocking our way here, too. I know they were probably just trying to seal off ways an enemy could sneak in, but this is overkill. Crap, then we really don't have a way out here. What about the rear gate wag? Did you see how they opened it? Of course, Rob. I've been keeping an eye on the guards here, just like you told me to. There are levers hidden behind the third pillar in both the left and right guardhouses. All we gotta do is raise and lower them. The two of us should be able to manage it. Oh, but be careful not to step on the stake at the lever's foothold. It's a safety mechanism that will make the whole thing stop working once it's broken. Wow, that's great, Wag. I'm impressed. You're really grown up. Really? You mean it? Then, does that mean I can make it on my own, like Winky? Eventually, sure, but don't worry about that unless I get captured. Alright, let's sneak in and get that gate open. These Sheffield fairies have treated us to a lot of good booze. This is the least we can do to repay. Oh crap, it's Queen's Army. They're already here. Forget the gate wag. Stay outside here and keep an eye on things. Damn it, we're a little too late. This is gonna be a bloodbath. But can we open the gate then? Wouldn't that help? Don't be stupid. Didn't I teach you to play it safe? What's the most important thing in the world? Your life, right? Then you gotta take good care of it. After all, what's the point of having something valuable if you don't save it for when it really counts? Yeah, you're right. Can't sell ourselves short. Okay then, let's stay here in the sewer until... Rob, look over there. Someone's sending the Queen's soldiers flying. It's Anise. Anise is here to save us. I told you, she's called MASH now. Anyway, change of plans. Let's sneak into the guardhouses while she's still got everyone's attention. Alright. Ooh, alright. Way to go, MASH. That's our child of prophecy. The Queen's army bore down on the panicked fairies crowding around the rear gate. The guards advanced to meet them, but could not make it through the press of so many bodies. Soon the Queen's soldiers would set upon the fairies trying to desperately escape. Once first blood was shed, there would be no going back. The fairies were too frightened to think straight, so the Queen's soldiers regarded them as violent dissidents. Soon the rear gate would become a bloodbath from which none would escape alive. Unless, of course, she had something to say about it. Ha! Lady Mash, what are you doing here? I came to help. Can you open up the rear gate loop? I'm not authorized to make the call, but then again, if the Lord's Lady wishes to pass through the gate, then I guess we have no choice but to open it. Thank you. Not at all, m'lady. I was this close to doing something I would have regretted forever. Some guard I turned out to be. Someone help me open the gate, and hurry. Don't let the Queen's army into the guardhouses. Don't let them touch the safety mechanisms either. If you see anyone suspicious there, kill them. I've located a fairy that appears to be the child of prophecy, moving in for the kill. You four, with me. The rest of you dispose of these fairies. Don't let a single-seated descent escape. Oh, no you don't. You're facing me and me alone. If it's a bloodshed you want, it's bloodshed you'll get. I am Tamlin Galahad, the Knight of Sheffield. I am your enemy, and I'll stop you all right here, right now.
神明。いいとも。私は最悪の責任。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよ、ロードキャメロット。これ使う？いっちゃう。いい、よっこい、いい感じ。その辺だな。バッチリだな。急げや急げ、明日が納期だ。ブライダルスピンファイー。キュッキュッ、突貫仕事。
I mean, I would imagine a Sealer will be a tank. Also, it seems like Twitter got nuked in the meantime. Considering I can't view any posts or anything like that, all the tracks are saying Twitter down, get Twitter, my Twitter, damn Twitter. So that's lovely. But back to what matters. Yeah, no, I'm seeing all the hashtags on the sides, and all of it's about Twitter being sucky. Like, yeah, you can see it right here. Well, fix that. There we go. Bruh. Hold on. There. This is why I see all over the sidebar on my Twitter. Yeah, I should have space on both accounts. I know this account has a bunch of space or whatever. But my main account is a personal account. Is a lot better than this one in terms of like units or whatever. Give me 1 second. The number I put in chat is the code for my main account, which is more developed than this one that I'm playing the game on. I'm doing this for Coco. This is Coco's account I'm working on, which is Bloodlust Beta in the chat. Alright, now that that's dealt with, it's open. The Child of Prophecy opened the gate for us. I don't see any part of the Queen's soldiers outside. This is our chance to escape. Alright, looks like our work here is done. Come on, Mash, let's run for it too. Don't worry about the city. Bogart can handle it. Whatever else you could say about him, he's still a great knight. He knew this might happen when he began his rebellion. Alright. You don't have to share that responsibility with him. This is his last stand, no one else's. Habitrot. Escape is not an option. Your only options are to surrender and accept capture or die here and now. Lancelot. It's Tamlin Lancelot. We're all gonna die. But what was that? A fairy? A Tamlin, you say? For real? So that's a Child of Prophecy. Fine, this is annoying, but moving in to capture her. But first, what is it you called yourself? Galahad or something? That's quite the name you threw out. Oh crap, here she comes. Get ready, Mash. Don't hold anything back against her. By the way, why did you call yourself out, Galahad? Who even is Galahad? Is he some boyfriend of yours or something you never told me about? God damn it. I don't know who Galahad is either. It just sort of came out. At any rate, everyone please try to escape. I'll do my best to hold her off. I like Voyager because I like space shit. So it's funny seeing a little space dude floating around. And I think his design's cute. Alright. You know, I'm gonna get this over with real quickly. Let's get this over with. As this battle ends, once Mash eats shit. How'd you survive that? What the fuck? Did I accidentally use too much stacking? Jesus. And mission accomplished. Moving on. It's no use. Nothing's working on her. My strength is fading. I see, and here I thought your shield might be something special. But the round table's protection is useless against me. My mystics are just too powerful for it. Huh? That explosion came from the castle keep. Lord Bogart. Oh crap, she totally wants to go save him, doesn't she? I'm glad she doesn't look as defeated as she did a second ago, but come on. Oh, a second win. You're tougher than you look. I see why you chose Galahad for your name at least. But it's no use, Child of Prophecy. This ends now, you're not going anywhere. We don't need two children of prophecy. I guess it was just too soon for you to call yourself a Tamlin, or assume Galahad's name. Goodbye. Who did that? Sorry about that, but that girl is an acquaintance of mine. Didn't want to get involved, but I also rather she not die on me. Please stand down, Lancelot. Do then, we can all just go home. No fuss, no muss. Are you the wolf who's been watching me over all this time? You knew? So much for my mysterious shtick. Your instincts, no, your powers of observation are just as keen as ever. Anyway, I'll handle Lancelot here. Don't worry. At least I can buy you enough time to escape. Alright, thank you, ropes person. Long time no see, huh? Wait, what the hell? I thought you were gonna run outside. Why are you heading back to the castle? Hey! I knew it. But what can you do? That's a match for you. Hey, Grimmer. It is you, right? Sorry to run since we haven't seen each other in forever, but thanks for this. Sure, no problem. Definitely not gonna survive this, but oh well. So mind facing me instead? It might just cost me my life, but at least I can send you out flying out of the castle. Grimmer, I see. So you're Grimmer the Sage. Savior from the Fate era is familiar. No, you're a servant who's been summoned to the era of the High Queen, and you still haven't learned. Her Majesty said I should dispose of you, so I will. I suppose you don't have any last words. Oh sure, but it'd take way too long for me to get through them all. Besides, we're both outsiders from Fairy Britain anyway. So let's just have some fun and not worry about the rest. Haven't seen Casco in a hot minute. Wow. Wow, so he even deflected that one. I guess your skin really is tougher than Gwen's. But unfortunately for you, I don't care how tough your skin is. I only care what's under it. I want to touch your muscles once they're all exposed, gushing blood. I want to make a belt from your guts. Oh, go on, big guy. Scream for me. Scream from your insides being twisted all around. It'll be just like an old doll nobody wants to buy. Fucking Christ! Hey, watch him, milady. You almost got blood on me. I'm about to see an old friend here, you know? I gotta look my best. Oh, please. You were practically drenched in blood just a little while ago. Anyway, check this out, Barrel. See how miserable Bogart looks? First, a little charm to project his soul into his likeness, and look, I can move him however I like. First, we bend the arms, then we bend the legs, and that's the ugliest marionette I've ever seen. This spell you taught me is hilarious. Oh, that one. That's called fetish. It's a bit beyond me, but since you're a fairy, it's obviously no problem for you. If anything, it looks like a perfect fit for you. Even I didn't think you were going to take to it this much. Fetish? What a silly name. Okay, I'm going to make this my noble phantasm. Whoever I use this item will be made into my plaything before they even know what's happening. They'll be mine to do with as I please before they even know what's being done to them. Oh, this is awesome. I love it. Face left, face right. Put your hands together in prayer. Can't think of a more pathetic way to die. Damn you, Tristan. I'll never fall to the likes of... just shut up and die already. How the hell are you still alive when your heart's been torn to pieces anyway? Well there, milady. Don't finish him off just yet. Just keep it cool for now. I still need him alive for one last thing. At least for a little longer. Well, speak of the devil. Guess your wifey really loves you, huh, Mr. Lord? I'm kinda jealous. Bogart, are you okay? Why? Hang on, Mash. You can't slow down. Ah, what the hell? Why is Bogart all floating in the air? Did that girl sitting on the throne do this to him? Hold on, Bogart. I'll get you down from there. Whoa there, not so fast. If you want Lord Bogart to live, you better not move a muscle. You did come here to save him, right? How about we start with a nice people's discussion? After all, you were never too big on fighting and stuff, right, Mash? You know who I am, don't you? But I'm afraid I don't have your memories right now, right? Oh yeah, I heard. What was his name again? Mikey, Minky, Funky. Whoever he was, he told me all about it. Man, you sure have been through a lot, huh, Mash? I can only imagine how hard he was for you. But don't worry, my name's Beryl Good, and I'm here to save you. Rescue you from your hardships in this strange land. Don't be fooled by this pretty face. Behind it is a minefield of information about your past. Now come on, let's go back to New Darlington and have some fun, just like we used to. Don't trust him, Mass. He's bad news. Lancelot was a bad matchup for us because he was just too strong. But he's just bad, no matter how strong or weak he might be. He reeks the blood down to his soul. I feel the same way, even if I did know him. I can still tell that I shouldn't trust anything he says. Ouch, that hurts, Mass. What happened to you? First you lose your memories, then you lose your way. Oh, right, I see. You must have gotten mixed up with the wrong kind of fairies. Hey, don't blame you. If I've been pawing around with a bunch of broke-ass bandits, I'd probably have trouble trusting people, too. But hey, don't worry, I'm still the same. What happened to the fairy who told you about me? Tell me, where is Winky now? I can't tell you that. I mean, I don't know or care where fairies go when they die, right? You. Huh? Who said he could move? No way! Gah! That hurt. I've heard of throwing people against a wall, but I've never had a wall thrown against me. Yikes, guys, I better do something before you literally turn me into mincemeat. The truth is, Mash, neither me nor the Tamlin there could beat you now. Now when you're a Tamlin named after Galahad, the greatest Knight of the Round Table ever produced. So I'm afraid we've got no choice but to play dirty. Do it, Tristan. You got it, like this, right? See, your beloved Lord Bogart is dangling outside the castle walls now. All I have to do is release his Fred, and he'll have to hit the ground head first. Normally, a little drop like this wouldn't faze him, but since he's hanging bound by a Fred in more ways than one, maybe enough to finish him off. Now, how much longer do you think you could keep making moves on my man? Phew, thanks, Lady Spinel. I swear, how did you know exactly what I had in mind? You're a genius. Of course I knew, Beryl. This is just us we're talking about. This is us we're talking about. I know just what's going to happen next, too. What do you want? It doesn't seem like you're here to capture the Child of Prophecy. Me, that is. Well, technically we did come here to kill the Child of Prophecy, but whether we do or not, it kind of depends. See, we're actually more in dire straits here than we might seem. Even together, me and Lady Spinel are no match for you. And you'll never forgive us for tormenting Bogart there. So if he dies here, that's obvious we'll be the next one to bite it. But if you went nuts, there's not much we could do about it. I suppose you're right. I don't think I could stop myself either. Right, which is why I propose a little wager. I'll let you in on a secret. I'm Morgan's master. Oh right, guess you don't know what master is now, do you? Basically, I'm kind of like Morgan's husband. If you kill me, both Morgan and her army will lose at least half their strength. So any Child of Prophecy, worth her salt or shield, as it were, would never pass up the chance. And like I said earlier, not even the two of us combined can stop you now. Well, I hate to say this, after I went through all the trouble putting on the show together, it'd be all for nothing if we fought. Or at least, that would be the case if you didn't have our little insurance policy here. Understand? So you want me to let you two go in exchange for Bogart's life? You want me to choose between killing you and saving him? No, I don't think we need to bother with that. Start keeping Bogart in the air snapped. Beryl Gut was right. He did know the girl well. He knew that with the Fred gone, she wouldn't hesitate to dive after Bogart to save his life. Well, Twitter's back. Wow. Amazing. Yeah, it's working on PC too. Bogart. See, even if her memory's gone, she's still the same old mash. As far as I'm concerned, it won't matter if she never gets over her amnesia. Beryl gets laughter echoed throughout the ruins of the castle, after he had finished snickering at the girl's desperate rescue attempt. Okay, now we just have to bring this black barrel thing back with... Hey, Lady Spinio, what happened to the giant 3-meter-long cannon that was just here? Don't tell me it fell too. Seriously? Huh? Sorry, I was so absorbed in you that I didn't see what's happened to it. Ah. Oh well, I guess I can't blame you for that. Besides, it's no biggie. Alright, Lady Spinio, I think we've had enough fun for one night. What do you say we head back home? Are you sure? What about that Mashkoff? I really wanted her. Well, sure, but I remember how Morgan said leave her alone. Besides, no one but Lancelot could take her now anyway. I'm just gonna have to think up another way to make her mine. I see, so she's stronger than I am. Ugh, that little brat was so excited to tear her apart. Is it okay if I go kill the fairies here? I need to blow some steam before I die from the stress. Oh, don't worry, we just have to change our approach. Remember what I told you before? You can't hurt the outside. If you can't hurt the outside, rot the inside. If Mash wants to rescue people as a child of prophecy, pull her to do just that. That way, it'll just be a matter of time until she feels her conscience weighing down on her. The more she goes around passing herself off as a child of prophecy, the more despondent she'll end up. That's just how things seem to work here in the land of the Fae. In the span of the few seconds it took for the two figures to fall from the castle to keep to the courtyard, the girl made a desperate dash down the castle wall, cradled Bogart in her arms, and turned to absorb the brunt of the impact herself. Gah. Though she knew it was the only thing she could do to keep Bogart alive, she hadn't accounted for his weight being added to her fall. And even she couldn't help but experience a short bout of dizziness upon standing up. I'm okay. What about you, Bogart? Are you alright? More or less. Besides, this is my second time falling from that height. Though panting and out of breath, Bogart's swift remarks were as cutting as ever. The girl gave a great sigh of relief, but that relief proved short-lived. Bogart's body was cold as stone and his breathing faint and shallow. We need to get you to a medic right away, but I'm afraid everyone in the castle is... It's alright, I know the medics are gone. I can hear the sounds of swords clashing, flames spreading, and my soldiers' battle cries and death throes. So the enemy has made it inside the castle. Yes, they have. By the time I got back, it was already too late. Why did you... Never mind. Just take me to the rear gate. I trust you could do that since you came all this way for me. Of course, but... Oh, but Habitat still isn't... I'm right here. Jeez, I can't believe you just jumped out of the castle like that. Still, it did turn out to be the fastest way to escape, so I guess it all worked out. Oh, thank goodness. I guess you should have known you would be light on your feet, Happy Cat. You even know it. Plus, my swing wheel here can actually fly a bit. Trust me, it's a lot more versatile than it looks. But don't call me Happy Cat. It makes me too happy. Right. Okay, I'm gonna take Bogart to the rear gate. Would you cover me, Habitat? Habitat nodded, of course. The girl tried to lift Bogart's great bulk, only to realize that the magical energy that had been surging through her moments ago had vanished. Between her battle with Lancelot and the fall she had just taken, she had long since reached her limit. You fool. Tamlin or not, you're still half human. Stop, Bogart. You mustn't. You're in no condition to carry me. Please put me down. I can walk on my own. Don't be ridiculous. You don't even have the strength to escape my grip. Come, the rear gate is this way. Hurry. Bogart picked the girl up roughly and staggered forward as quickly as Bloody Buddy could move, which is, of course, not very quick at all. But he kept on, slowly but surely, like a groom carrying his bride across the threshold. Oh man, I think it's even worse now. There are more fairies packed in the front of the gate now than ever, Bogart. There's no way I could get close without the Queen's soldiers spotting us. Up to that point, Habitat had been able to keep them away from the Queen's soldiers. But that luck was not to last. If they were to approach the gate now, all eyes would be on Bogart and the Child of Prophecy. You're right. It is fortunate that the gate is already open, but at this rate... No, we can still get out through the gate. If we stay here, it will be a matter of time until they find us anyway. Thanks to you two, I've got a good deal of my strength back. I can run now. Some of my citizens still can't make up their minds about whether they should stay or go. I have to help them escape. Keep your head down until we're outside, Child of Prophecy. I don't want you drawing attention to yourself now. Huh? Okay, if you say so. Alright, let's go. What are you fools doing? The castle has fallen. The battle on the main street is over. The Queen's soldiers are heading this way. Escape through the rear gate and get to the twisted hole in the Thistle Hill. I trust that you know what I mean by that, my fellow Sheffielders. Lord Bogart, you're alive. But the Thistle Hill's twisted hole is a one-way road. That's where the night call... That's where I'm going. If any of you have any other prospects, feel free to take them, but don't stay here. Don't you hear that? Gawain's Black Dogs, the main force of the Queen's army, are heading this way. At Bogart's command, the fairies began scrambling for the rear gate. As he carried the girl in his arms, Bogart himself continued to walk through the gate slowly, calmly, setting an example to keep the nearby fairies from panicking. I'm impressed, Bogart, but how's getting them outside gonna help? Look behind us. The Queen's army is really hot on her heels. They'll catch up to these fairies in no time unless someone closes the gate. Huh? The gate's closing. Wow, Bogart, I'm impressed. Was it set up to do it automatically when you passed through it? Yes, I suppose by some curious stroke of luck, it was. Hearing Bogart speak through clenched teeth, the girl sensed something was amiss. She lifted her head and turned to look back at the now far-off gate. Wait, please wait. Goodbye. Thank you for rescuing me that day. Thank you for giving me a name. Thank you for always smiling at me. Still cradled in Bogart's arms, the girl gathered all her strength to wave back at the two fairies with the brightest smile she could muster. I can't believe it. Bogart's alive, and that's Mash there with him. Then she must have made it back in time to save him. That's great. I can't believe she pulled it off. But with the gate still open. Ah, crap. Even at this distance, Max's looking real pale. Lancelot must have gotten her. That's why Bogart's carrying her. But hey, at least now they could get away. What a relief. Come on, Rob. Let's go after them. This is our chance to travel with Mash again. Yeah, that sounds pretty nice. Hell, maybe we can even make Bogart part of the gang. He'd be a perfect bodyguard. That way, Mash's job will get a little easier, too. Bet Winky would be too happy about it, though. But before we get to that, there's something else we've gotta do first. Huh? What do you mean, Rob? Is it important? Yep, real important. And we're the only ones who can. I can't do it alone. No, it's something we have to do, Wag. Are you okay, Rob? Is something wrong? Whatever it is, you can tell me. You're my big brother. Whatever you want to do, I'm game. Thanks, Wag. Alright then, let's go close the gate. Don't worry, I still remember what you told me before. All we have to do is lower the levers to close the gate and destroy the safety mechanisms so they can't be opened again. That'll trap the Queen's soldiers inside for a good while. Huh? But Rob, that mean we... Aha, now I gotcha. Okay, Rob, leave it to me. But we can at least say goodbye, right? We wouldn't want Mash to worry about us. No, we wouldn't, and since the Queen's soldiers aren't going to break into the guardhouse anyway, we might as well run up to the top of the gate. From there, okay, good. I just made eye contact with Bogart. He's sharper than he looks, so I'm sure he'll figure out what's going on. What are you fools doing? Bogart's resonant voice rang through the town square. While it did snap the fairies out of their panic, it also alerted the Queen's army to the location. Okay, let's do this, Wag. You know, I think this is the most excited I've been since we got to Fairy Britain. You said it, Rob. He might have been in all sorts of trouble before, but life wasn't always easy here. But now I'm real glad we came. And so the two brothers closed the gate. It goes without saying that the Queen's soldiers were none too pleased. Once they found the fairies hidden in the guardhouses, the pair became the target of the army's frustration. The brothers saw Bogart shrinking into the distance, and in his arms, the girl's looking back at them. Look, Rob, it's Mash. She sees us. Hey, Mash, I'm glad you're okay. I wish I was smart enough to say this better, but thanks for saving our lives. Thanks for everything. Rob looked with sadness and pride at his brother, happily waving to the girl. The sound of boots echoed louder from downstairs. Soon the brothers' journey would be over. You know, putting your life on the line to protect what's most important to you is kind of nice. Oh, screw. Who cares about the Queen soldiers? I'm gonna wave to her, too. Bye, Mash. Take care. Don't worry about us. You paid us back and then some long ago. Thanks again for saving us. Prophecy or no prophecy. You're the weirdest knight I've ever met, but I wouldn't have it any other way. This was the best trip I ever had. I'll never forget it. Later, some of the Queen's knights went out to search for the escapees, but Bogart and the others were nowhere to be seen. And so the Battle of Sheffield came to an end, with the voices of two fairies waving right up to their final moments. Twisted Hole. The fairies who escaped in Sheffield evacuated to a cave north of the city. The Twisted Hole of Thistle Hill, a dread cave known to be home to a single night call. Bogart said he had readied the cave to serve as a shelter in the event of emergency. He said he had defeated the nut call himself and that it was now a perfectly safe hideout. Naturally, it contained stores of food for humans and the fairies' favorite kind of oak trees. Bogart had done his duty as the Lord of Sheffield, but now... Please, Lord Bogart, drink this. It's Thistle Morning Dew. It should at least keep you from getting parched. Bogart had gone still, his body horribly cold, and the light drained from his eyes. His strength hadn't really returned. His march to safety had been one final act of defiance from the Lord of Sheffield. Child of Prophecy, are you there? Yes, Lord Bogart, I'm right here. Lord, huh? Well, that makes sense. There are other fairies here, after all. This cave leads to the eastern Avalon, Britain's leyline caverns. They could take you to any of the other cities without needing to set foot above ground. You can use them to make your escape. Guards, none of you shaken the Queen's pursuers. You are to remain here for the time being. Whatever you do, do not ask, knock, or beg for protection. She may be magnanimous to those who join, but she's ruthless to any who dare to try to leave. She's little better than Morgan. If you must seek help, go south and find a round tip. Lord Bogart, please, you need to rest. Don't worry, my fellow guards and I will keep the people of Sheffield safe. People of Sheffield, huh? I built Sheffield out of anger from being banished from Norwich 100 years ago. I never realized that until now, but I cared about it more than I realized. Being the lord of this domain and its people, it gave me a fiery sense of purpose. Yes, I did hate Morgan. I hated Woodwose and Fragment too. I wanted the Rule Fairy Britain to get revenge on all of them. But the truth is, I wanted to protect Norwich as well. I wanted to save my people and live up to their expectations of me. And above all, I wanted to go back home, back to that city of sticky ocean wind and antique-grass fairies. How strange, I always thought I hated that city's restless atmosphere. Do you understand these odd feelings, Child of Prophecy? Yes, I do. You described a hometown, your hometown. Right from the start, you were rallying soldiers just so you can save Norwich, Lord Bogart. I must have been more transparent than I thought. Tell me, Child of Prophecy, who hates war, what happened to that iron cylinder? She shook her head from side to side, unsure if Bogart can even see her. I see. It seems I am wittingly giving you an excuse to escape. I don't forget anything I did as Lord of Sheffield, but... Mash, right to the end, I wanted. And so, Bogart quietly breathed his last. Even as the fairies grieved the loss of their lord, they were troubled by worry over what tomorrow may bring. But just when the moon in the cave couldn't get any more despondent, the lone girl raised her head with a strong sense of purpose. Lady Mash, where are you going with your shield? Hey, she's not Bogart's wife anymore, so what are you gonna do, Mash? I'm going to Norwich. Norwich, Lady Mash, by yourself. Yes, and not because I may be the Child of Prophecy. But I'm going to Norwich because Norwich needs help. Right now, I want to save him more than anything. I feel like that's what I have to do. Then we'll come with you. It's our job to keep the Child of Prophecy safe. Don't be daft. You guys' job is to protect the townspeople, right? I know how you feel, but you can't just abandon your post like that. Not unless you want Bogart haunting you from the afterlife. Well, yes, that's true, but we can't send Lady Mash out all alone. She won't be alone. I'm going with her. Plus, we have a guide right here. Mr. Wolf, I knew you would stay with me. The wolf turned without so much as a sound and began walking away, deep into the dark, dark patterns that led to the labyrinth known as the Advena. Huh? I mean, we're leaving right now. Somebody's impatient. Then again, I guess time isn't exactly on our side. If we're going to take the Venna, it's going to take us over a week to get to Norwich. And since there's no telling when this calamity pool might make a move, we don't have any time to rest. I suppose you're right. The Advena is a dangerous place. We would only slow Lady Mash down if we went along. Good luck, Lady Mash, and thank you for bringing Lord Bogart back to us. Not at all. Thank you for everything you've done for me. Take care of yourselves, everyone. I'm off to save Norwich as the Knight of Sheffield. And so the girls' journey truly began. While there were other dangers for her to overcome in the Advena, those stories would have to wait in for another time. The other child of prophecy will make her way through the labyrinth, befriending the new fairies along the way, and arrive in the faithful city of Norwich. What will happen there? You'll just have to see in the main story. And back to our main team. There he is, the baby. Holy shit, you guys can't see him because of the... Oh, wait, you can see him just barely. Okay. He just barely peeks out from behind my avatar. And that's where things stand in Britain. Get it now? You mean you traveled across all of Britain in only 2 days, in that tiny body, no less? It was tiny enough to make the end of the year rush me like a leisure trip. I hope you get that too. Nope, sorry, I don't get that at all. It just feels like I've been subjected to a sideshow of somebody else's vacation. You've got to fill us on at least a few specifics. All I got from that sideshow was peaceful, peaceful, dangerous, peaceful, gobsmacked. Hey, wake up! Sorry about that. I always lose a bit of intelligence when I switch to my recon form. Long story short, nothing major is happening in Gloucester or Salisbury. In Camelot, rumor has it the Queen has begun preparing some kind of massive spell. The Calamity Bowl is apparently going to tear through Norwich in a few days. And in Sheffield, the stronghold up north. Well, I didn't learn much of anything there, since there was no one there anymore. But why Norwich? Well, I could say that that time is now right. You and Da Vinci are serious about saving Britain now. And for the first time, Eltria has companions she knows she can depend on, not to mention Murmos' extra muscle. Honestly, I wish we saw at least a little more firepower to work with, but this is probably the best we can hope for. After all, there really isn't any time to spare. If you're going to go to Norwich, it's now or never. Is that really it? Are you sure there isn't another reason? Also, welcome to the chat, Kitsune. I noticed you didn't seem to like yourself when you were telling us about... Didn't seem like yourself when you were telling us about Sheffield. Who? Me? Don't be silly. Of course that was myself. The idea that if we're lucky, we might just gain power from now on. A new ally for Sheffield never even crossed my mind. Besides, I said we were just taking a short break here, right? It's not like a good idea to stay in one place for too long right now. You guys have a lot of eyes on you, after all. I mean, it would be nice to have a proper base, but my force isn't cut out for that. If an enemy were to advance here, we wouldn't even last a day. Now, Chef... Whoops, sorry, that just slipped out. Anyway, the most important thing we need now is more allies, which is why I'm saying Norwich should be our next stop. You get it right, Hio? I heard that declaration she made, too. You know as well as I do that what Eltria needs as a good child of prophecy now is confidence and... competency. I mean, that's definitely important too, but, you know... Help me out here, Da Vinci. She needs major accomplishments, like saving a city. While she is not the kind of knight who fights out all on her own, so she's ultimately going to be the leader of fairies, she needs a sterling reputation more than pure skill. Now I gotcha. If she can get rid of the calamity that even Queen Morgan's given up on, that'll change the child of prophecy from rumor to reality. Nobody will doubt that she's the real deal after that. I mean, that's true, but I'm not sure if I'm powerful enough to get rid of this calamity pool just yet. Ah, sure you are. As long as you still got the kind of spirit you showed at the auction house, you still can do anything. Worst case, it'll be a learning experience. Don't worry, if you end up falling to pieces over it, I'll pick them up for you. Besides, is it being reckless kind of your thing? You know what I'm talking about, right, Hio? True, that spirit you showed at the auction house should get us for this too. What do you mean? I always play things safe. That's right, she does. Yeah! Hi, Gareth. I'll treat us like a big fuzzy bear who got it all. Bravery, spirit, the works. I just know I'm so sure that she'll find a way to save Norwich, too. So let's get going right now. Come on, Norwich. Come on, Norwich Calamity City awaits us. Together, I know we can all save Britain. Who are you? Oh, yes, hello. Nice to meet you. I'm Gareth, a vagrant with plans of becoming Altria's attendant. Here, lunch. Oh, thanks. It's real nice of you guys to feed me like this. Hey, Coco. Doesn't this chick look an awful lot like Chung? Man, all the fruit you've been giving me the last 2 days has been so yummy. This forest is great. I'm sorry, but we get back on track. It sounds like... That's right, I've been following you guys since you left Gloucester. Well, since you left the auction house specifically, the way you handled Tristan was amazing. I've been very scared to death of her, but you totally shut her down verbally and magecraftily. I haven't been eating nothing but vegetables every day for 16 years for nothing. Start over with a parlor trick class for babies. Ah, just remembering those classic lines makes me want to improve my own vocabulary. Anyway, that's why I knew about it, that you were the master I was meant to serve. And of course, I've been observing your exploits after Gloucester too. You didn't hesitate to help fairies in need, no matter how shady they seemed. I don't know any other fairy in all of Britain who could trust others like you have. I don't know much about Einstein's prophecy or what the rumors say. But I do know that you're destined to save Britain. So please, Altria, please let me come with you on your pilgrimage. I know I'm just a low-class fairy who's been flitting from city to city up until now, but I'm certain I could be of use to you. Gosh, I don't know. What do you guys think? I mean, I'm not really anything special, so being someone's lord? I don't know. Isn't Gareth? Yeah, she's one of the proper human histories Knights of the Round Table. Gareth with the beautiful hands. Well, let's just keep that to ourselves for now. I mean, just look at how happy Altria is. Let me ask you something. Why do you want to be Altria's attendant? You said you're not interested in either Einstein's prophecy or the rumors, right? So you don't believe in the child of prophecy. Why do you devote yourself to her? Well, to be honest, I really just have been a background up until now. I don't even know what kind of fairy I am. I'm not part of the Wind Clan, the Earth Clan, the Fang Clan. I'm not especially good at anything. But one thing I've always had is a purpose. This time, I want to keep everyone safe. This time, I want to be able to put up a real fight. And I want to be able to help all the people I see suffering everywhere I go. That's my purpose. But I'm not very strong. All I could do is bite my tongue and grit my teeth. So far, I've only managed to get by using my iron weapon to destroy Moors. Then one day, I saw one of the Queen's Tamlin from a distance, and I immediately thought, I want to be a knight like that too. I want to be a knight who could keep everyone safe. I want to serve a king I could truly respect. But soon after, I heard that Queen Morgan was actually a bad king, and the only job of a Tamlin was killing Moors. And I thought my dream could never come true in Britain as it stands now. But then, I heard that a fairy who could save all of Britain would be up for auction, and so even though I didn't have much help, I snuck in to see for myself. Then I had my fateful encounter with Altria there, and my dream of becoming a knight finally became true. Well, it hasn't come true just yet, but it feels like I might as well have, so... Anyway, that's my reason. Now do you understand why I want to serve her? Oh yes, I get it. Looks like we'll just have to let you come along then. I thought Morgan might have sent you here to spy on us, but no spy would ever be so awkward. And since it looks like both Altria and Hugh are in favor of you joining us, I have no objections. Besides, we can always use more fighters on our side. Glad to have you, Gareth. Oh, by the way, you said you didn't know what kind of fairy you were. Well, now you do. Since you're Altria's very first retainer, that makes you Gareth Squire. She looks like a puppy dog. Which makes the Chung similarities even more funny. Dog girl, dog girl. Oh, we got combat, boys. Let's see here. What are we looking at? Alright, let's go. Yeah, it's weird to have Squishy in the back line. Oh god, how I hate berserkers.
負けないぞ。ここからお待たせしたな。これが答えだ。結構綺麗なので、結構素早いので、妹に準備です。復唱する。次はもちろんここからハング。全力でいくぞ。これが手加減だけ。やります。負けもちろん。しゃがるなら。お待たせしたな。これが答えだ。
This is why I keep up a battle guide or whatever, so that way I know what the hell's going on in the future. Otherwise, I would have lost also Melusine there.
ハンデを上げたの。ちゃんと命令して。早く。弱い。より
早く。どし型。これを賜す。ひれ伏すが良いぞ。
全力でこれが手加減。お待たせしたな。これが答えだ。生スラッシャー。そうか。
おもしたまれたまれ。つまらんな。我が行くは温州の彼方。アンテルシャトーティフ。
Delicious.
まぶたを閉じよ。そして眠れ。
Alright. Back to story. Nice combo, Gareth. That was great. Thanks, Trio. I was afraid we might be wiped out back there, but we won no problem. Who's a Kiku and what was she doing here? I got a real bad feeling about this. Let's just hope this isn't it does start something. I don't think we've ever seen that fairy here before. Maybe she's a stray who marked this area as her territory. Anyway, that was great stuff, guys. Hio, Da Vinci, El Trio, why don't you three go back to the carriage? Gareth, Muramasa, would you two mind continuing to escort Reg a bit? I'm worried that beasts and bandits will think he's easy pickings if he looks like he's out on his own. No problem, I've always been a fast runner. That's fair, Da Vinci escorting him will only attract more attention. Better have someone more intimidating out there. So how long will we reach Norwich at this pace? About another 2 days or so, assuming we don't run into any trouble along the way, of course. Oh, and by trouble, I don't mean the kind of wild fairy attack we just dealt with. That stuff's just life out here. No, I'm more concerned about us running into some of the Queen's soldiers. That's why I've been having us go at a more relaxed pace. A horse-drawn carriage terracing through town is bound to draw unwanted attention, you know? The last thing we need is to be pulled over and have our cargo inspected. Does that mean that there are wanted posters of the child prophecy? That is Altria now? No, Altria's fine. They'll think it's just another fairy from the sticks. The problem is Hio. In general, it's against the law to take a civilian humans outside city limits. So if some soldiers start questioning us about who she is and what clan she belongs to, we'll only be able to play dumb for so long. So straight up police interrogation. That's about the level of authoritarian crap I expect from Morgan. Wow, Coco. Anyway, yep, which is why we're taking it slow for now. If things get too hostile, we've thrown caution into the wind. By the way, Altria, is this your first time going to Norwich? Uh-huh. I've always wanted to go, though. A whole city of Smiths sounds amazing. Up, I thought fairies hate iron. The Wind Clan definitely does, but the Earth Clan sees it as a precious resource. It's iron weapons all fairies hate. They don't have much of an issue with the iron in buildings or daily necessities. Well, your neighbors do tend to complain if you work with iron frequently, but that's just a sign of a good smith. Huh, it's a shame your first visit in Norwich will be while it's in such a state. But the fact is, this is your first big opportunity to turn things around. In fact, I'd say how you handle things in Norwich will set a tone for what happens in all of Britain. Remember the prophecy? A city of iron, a sea of soot. When the calamity recedes, her pilgrimage begins. That's definitely talking about Norwich. Most of the prophecy is pretty abstract. But that's a pretty clear statement of where to go and what to do there. This is going to be a battle neither we nor Altria can afford to lose. Indeed, whether she's real or an imposter, the child prophecy has to save Norwich. But on the other hand, it's also plausible that disaster won't befall Norwich until the child prophecy goes there. So I don't know if we really need to rush. For all we know, this could be our last people's journey together. Might as well enjoy it. Oh right, this is your first time traveling east of Salisbury too, isn't it, Hio? We'll be passing by Oxford soon. Take a look while you can. Woodrow's head of the Fang Clan is based there. It's also home to one of the bells of the child prophecy will have to ring. So we're not going to stop there? No, we're not. Well, I'd love to show you guys all the restaurants there. We can't afford risk Woodrow's finding us. He won't even be interested in our value like Marion. He'd just try and kill us on the spot. So there won't be any room for peaceful discussion there, huh? Does that mean we'll have to fight our way to Oxford's Bell? I'm afraid that'll be our only option, yes. Now that the Tamlin are the Queen's chief players, Woodrow's might not even have the same power he once did, but the Fang Clan is still Fairy Britain's primary military force. So he won't be able to storm Oxford for some time to come. Does it mean we're going to have to eventually fight there? Well, yes, if we're going to ring the bells, we won't have a choice. Lords like Aurora and Marion who don't want to see their cities turn to war zones are the exception rather than the rule. Besides, it's not like Oxford has already seen more than its fair share of bloodshed. 1,200 years ago, in the year 800 of the era of the High Queen, this area belonged to the Wind Clan. But then the Fang Clan came around and took it by force, leaving not one Wind Clan fairy alive. Then Maria and Gloucester must be. It's possible there may be other survivors out there somewhere. Well, as far as I know, Marion is the last member of the Wind Clan left. The Lord of Oxford's office. Welcome back, Lord Woodrow's. I'm sure you must be exhausted from your latest trip to Camelot. I'll say, that meeting was a complete waste of time. We didn't get so much as a real answer. There are much more hangers-on than ever before, too. I swear, this meeting with the High Queen gets more tiresome every year. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is the other clans. Can you believe Fragment and I were the only clans heads to attend in person? Nakna Rebed is a traitor. Marian's a coward. Ainsel refused to come out of hiding. All they care about are ourselves. They don't give any thought to the future of this kingdom. Aurora and I are the only decent rulers this place has. Indeed, sir. No one cares about Fairy Britain more than you. I can only hope that you and Her Majesty tie the knot as soon as possible. Yes, good point. Fairy Britain does need a strong hand to rule it. But then the damn barrel gut came along. And after all my hard work, he just shows up out of nowhere and claims the High Queen's hands for himself. So what if he's a mage from a foreign land? Where does a mere human get off on my march among the women? Lord Woodrow's. Pardon me, Lord Oxford. I'm here to report on the ranch's resort management. Oh, Manoy, why did you have to come in now? And after you finally earned a promotion to guard, too. Is this a bad time, Lord Oxford? Should I come back later? It's fine, tell me. Yes, sir. Of the 60 humans that were being kept at the Western Ranch, 10 were assigned to Camelot, while the remaining 50 were assigned to us. Fine. With 50 humans, we can relieve the soldiers suffering from Moore's disease of... Well, I'm not exactly sure. The remaining 50 were all taken to Manchester under Lady Gwyn's supervision. She said they needed to be re-educated. She what? So that insolent little thing confiscated my humans without so much as a word to me? Ah. Please, Lord Woodwoods. Please calm yourself. This is not his fault he was giving you a report. Silence. We shouldn't have to suffer for these pathetic creatures at all. If it wasn't for the Queen limiting their production, we could have as many humans as we need. But sir, humans are emotional creatures. If we treated them like any other livestock, they'd stop being creative and they wouldn't provide any more nourishment for us. Britain can't afford luxuries like that right now. The Moors are growing in number by day. We need to bolster our armaments before they swallow the entire city. Or what? Does the Queen think the Tamlin alone can keep the Moors at bay forever? Has she completely forgotten how much we, the Fang clan, has fought for her over the years? Lord Woodwoods. Be calm, be generous. Remember, you are a knight fit for the High Queen. I'm going out for dinner. Clear the body before I return. I'm told Aurora has brought some fine grape wine to her. I'm told Aurora has had some fine grape wine with her. It seems like the Wind Clan is just as desperate to survive as we are. Yes, sir, so it would seem. Poor Minoy. He was a really good cook, too. He always said he wanted to be of use to Lord Woodwoods, even though he was human. Why can't humans ever seem to understand that they'll never just be used as fairies? Okay, whatever. So, same shit as last time. Let's see here. How about... Oh, right into battle again.
まだまだ未熟者ですが頑張ります。無駄なことをするにあえて見せて女神に向かり味わいなさい。これ直すがよい。戦いですから自分を準備。そうでなく参拝の時命令する気？私を悪魔と言った？その通りよ。原始の地獄に帰りなさい。究極女神ビーム。白兵戦行きます。やります。言われなくても行くぞ。ここでまっすぐ上へ。言われなそうでなくっちゃ捕まえた。霊気銀河解放。女神たるもの。これくらいのことはしないとね。次元の違いを知りなさい。エディンシュ・ブラックエーサー。実は眠くなってきたのである。来るがいい。 復唱する。ここから受け取るがよい。それ直すがよい。何のために？やります。復唱する。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。そこだ。全力。これが手加減だ。遅い。ねえ次は神明偽装展開精錬たる湖面月光を返す沈めイノセンスアロンライト右左正面詰めお待たせしたな。これが答えだ。
Alright, what's this nonsense? HP lost, got it.
Ne, 次は復唱する。ねえ次はハイアングルからついてこい。
How about them crits, baby?
やや胸が太いがこの通りだ。
Back to story. We're definitely heading towards a third of these damn things. Damn it, why does this always happen to me? I got no damn legend about defeating ghost cats. This is our second day of travel after passing by Oxford, and the local animals are definitely more violent here. I wonder if it's because we're near the pit. You mean that giant hole over there? That's right, the pit is a giant hole in the very center of Britain. And all those walls you see on the north side of the pit, that's Camelot. The sinful city Queen Morgan rules. So that's the pit. Mike told me about it. He said it's where sinister things are thrown away. He said if a fairy loses their name, they quietly disappear from the city and wind up in the western woods. But the truly unwanted things are the things that can't be destroyed or won't go away or are just plain in the way. What we would basically call non-burnable trash. He said they're all tossed into this pit. Sure looks pretty deep. I wonder how far down it goes. You have any idea, Muramasa? That hole. I would say about 10 kilometers or so. Don't think it'd fall all the way to the bottom when Lancelot knocked me in there. I was lucky enough to catch myself on the wall before I got too deep. 10 kilometers. Ten kilometers is about equal to 6.2 miles for us burger munchers. Anyway, please stop talking about the pit, everyone. It's bad luck for all of us, even if me just for listening to you. Everyone in Britain knows about the pit, and not to talk about it, it's just a bad idea. Remember those fairies we met who were heading there to throw away some trash? They were landfill pilgrims, criminals who have been sentenced to pit duty as part of their punishment. Most fairies don't even want to talk about the pit, let alone look at it. Please keep that in mind from now on. So they're criminals and pilgrims, isn't that? I know, I thought there was something strange about it too. Why do they call it a pilgrimage? I mean, the word was made for the child of prophecy, right? What I heard is there are 6 relics that the first 6 fairies left behind when they died. The bell towers in each city were made to enshrine these relics and let each clan honor their roots. In the 9th cell called the Journey of the Child of Prophecy. And the 9th cell called the Journey, the Child of Prophecy would have to undertake to visit all these bell towers and rule over the clans, a pilgrimage. Huh, you don't say. I could see that. I mean, there's no other reason why I could think for a concept of pilgrimage to exist here. So the word was coined just for the child of prophecy, huh? That makes a lot of sense. Huh, you mean the word pilgrimage is completely ordinary in your world, Hio? You don't really have to think anything like religion. You don't have anything like religion here, do you? Okay, say there's a group of people who believe really strongly in a certain teaching and formed a community centered on that belief where they all help one another. For people like that, the place where the teaching they believe in originated is considered a holy land. The trip people sometimes make to that holy land to pray is called a pilgrimage. It's one of the simplest and most important rituals around, and it's something anyone in our world can do. Really? So you don't have to be chosen by a prophecy to go on a pilgrimage in your world? Nope, that's one of the better things about proper human history. Everybody's equal and no one is special. You can still make amends even if you do something bad, and even if you do good deeds, you can still be punished if you commit a crime. At its heart, the world settles disputes through dialogue. Not to say that every dispute is solved that way. Still, today's matters can carry over tomorrow, and tomorrow's matters can be carried over to the day after. Since no one there is eternal or volatile in the way fairies here are, in the outside world, things are pretty much always changing. Wow, that sounds like such a human way to run a kingdom. I can't do much of anything on my own, so I love the idea of a world people could just help each other. Then again, that's true for most people in the land of the Fae, so I guess it's not really fair to compare them. Good point. So about you, Hio? Oh, I'm sorry. I guess that was kind of a strange way to ask, huh? I was just trying to ask what you think of your own world, and how you feel about what it is you're doing now. Oh, now I see. Oh, good. Well, it's hard to put into words, but I guess I do have some concerns. Well, I'll be damned. I didn't think the land of the Fae had bridges this grand, and I guess they still don't. Damn, what happened here? The whole thing's collapsed from the pillars up. Did they screw up the construction or something? Fairy Burn went through its rainy season not too long ago. So I guess it was a combination of the flooding and Moore's attacks that did this. Now what do we do? Norwich is just a way past that hill on this other side of the Rivers of Tears here, but is the river too deep to wade across? Oh yes, it's much, much deeper than it looks. So deep it may as well be bottomless, depending on the person. So I guess this is as far as the carriage goes, huh? Thank you for your service, Redra. Don't be ridiculous, dog. Years have come too far as Hio's loyalty to turn back now. See, even Redra fucking acknowledges that Gareth was a fucking dog. I swore in the poem I've been writing along the way that I would stay by her side to this journey's end. I'd sooner defeat you all and go home alone than let you leave me behind here. That is how I committed I am to this cause. The River of Tears, then this must be the Drake River. What's a Drake? I think I remember some fairy by that name in proper human history too, but I can't place it. Drake are night calls. Oh right, night calls are great fairies once known as the Holy Grail of Water. Their most notable characteristic is their ability to summon treasure you want more than anything. How's that saying go? A picture's worth 1,000 words. Take a look over there and see for yourself. Remember those fairies you saw gathered over by the foot of the bridge? It looks like they're here for the Drake. Huh? You won't be able to make it back if you go in the river? Only because you guys are weak. Move aside, cowards. I'm going first. Drake, can you hear my inner voice? I want a new silver axe to replace the one I lost. It'd be a huge help if you could get one. Alright, there it is. I'm coming for you, Axie. There isn't much I want for myself. But Lord Wood did order me to find a barrette that would suit Lady Aurora, so if a rainbow barrette that would look good on. Oh crap, there's one floating this way now. I guess I should go get it, but every fairy that went into Drake and River ended up. Oh crap, my hand just reached for it on its own. Just grab me on second thought. Never mind. I don't need it after all. I would buy it for myself. Somebody help! Ah! Excuse me, but would you all mind terribly if I left you here and went back home now? Shut up, horse ears. Nobody was talking to you. So as you can see, the Drake are very dangerous night calls. They lure people in with something they want, then drag them into the river and drown them where they can reach for the treasure. The Drake are basically a scale that weighs your desires against your life. The bridge was probably built as a defense against them. So it's too dangerous to go near the water here, huh? That means we'll just have to hoof it. I could carry Hio and jump from the ruined bridge to the other side. How about you two, Altria Gareth? Do you think you can make the jump too? Don't be ridiculous, Murmurs. Do you have any idea how big that gap is? I can do it. I'd be happy to do it. I've always been a really strong jumper. Oh, sure, I can hop across those easy peasy. I mean, I am the trial of prophecy. I could probably make the jump too, but I'm just not sure if it's a good idea. Is it even possible to cross this river like that over on? Nope, the Trache will definitely float treasure down the river while you jump across. If you catch even the slightest grip of it, you won't be able to resist diving for it. Alright, I guess I should have known my fairy mystics wouldn't make it that easy. Welcome, Excalibur 1. And thank you for the follow, too. See, Murmursa, this is why you need to look before you leave. Literally, in this case. Easy, Altria, easy. I'm sorry. Murmursa reminds me so much of an old man I knew in my village. It just slipped out. Guess we'll just have to make a detour around the river then. Can we go upstream to do that? Yeah, we can make it out of the Trache's domain if we head upstream. We'll lose half a day or so, but that's better than, you know, dying. Just don't look at the river. At all. If you see something you want in there, ignore it. The Trache are invincible in the river, but they also never leave it. So as long as we keep our distance, they shouldn't be a problem. Treasure drifting down the river, huh? Hey, Oberon. Can we cross the river here as long as we ignore anything that drifts down it? No, we couldn't. The Trache will just keep sending new treasures down the river as long as their magical energy lasts. Ignoring the treasure is essentially a battle of wills with the Trache, which isn't the best idea. Wait, actually, that might work better. Sure, there are things that we want, but nothing we'd be willing to die for. Besides, the thing that we all want more than anything is to save Norwich. There's nothing the Trache can offer us that would tempt us for that, so maybe we could... Hey, I see something coming down the river. It's a life-size Altria pussy. Oh, come on. Are we certain she's not a dog fairy? Everybody is like that. A 2-meter long carrot. No way. A holy grail? Yep, I'm seeing a holy grail flowing along from upstream too. What's away? At this point, another holy grail is nothing to us. They'll have to do better than that. This way, Hio and her iron result. A whole crate of holy grails. Can't hold back these feelings any longer. Crap, I didn't think they'd be as good at reading our minds. Still, I'm Leonardo da Vinci, the Renaissance genius. There's nothing they could show me that would tempt me away from... No way, a fossilized dinosaur. How'd you class destroy 5 lost belts? No, it's not that they're weak. The Trache are just that good at tempting us with what we want. Don't you dare look at the river, Altria. I'm gonna pull those dang fools out of the water before they all drown. Don't worry about me. I'm just an imitation of myself, so there's nothing I want. Whoa, really, Murmurasa? There's nothing in the whole world you want? Don't look at me, you idiot. The river's this way. Ah. I can't believe you lost 5 people in just 1 minute. What do you make of this, Murmurasa? That's what she wants? You gotta be freaking kidding me. Hey, Oberon, find a rope or something and toss it in the water. What do you think I'm gonna do? Find a rope lying around? Ah, damn it. And now I looked at the river. Yay, I wonder what I'll get. Sold out. What do you mean sold out? Well, you don't have anything for yourself, say for yourselves before I bash your damn heads in. All together now. How can we not go for something like that? Ow. Now you're not even pretending to be sorry. As soon as this Norwich business is over, you're all doing Zazen for a day. You can be very strict sometimes, huh, Murmurasa? By the way, do you know what Zazen is, Hio? It's a kind of meditation training where you get hit a bunch of times to clear your mind. That sounds like a pretty unique way to meditate. I'm not sure I'm ready for that. Ah, the treasures are all gone. They must have been illusions all along. Damn you, Drake. Oh wow, you're right. My perfect Deltria plushie is gone too. All I have for show my trouble is this lump on my head Murmasa gave me. I figured as much. There's no way they could have had all those things you lot wanted so readily at hand. They were just a bunch of counterfeits. No more substance to them than the bubbles in this water. Oh, that was profound. I'm impressed. Oh, thanks. Anyway, let's be a lesson duo. If something looks too good to be true, it most certainly is. Yes, sir. So what's our current situation? Looks like we're all at the bottom of the river. Can't see the surface from here. It's safe to say we're in the Drake's Fey domain now. So I'm afraid it won't be as easy as swimming our way up and out of here. So we're gonna have to do something about these Drake fairies before we can leave, huh? Well, since they went through the trouble of dragging us down here, I imagine it won't be long before they come to us. So what kind of fairies are the Drake anyway? Humanoid, fishy? I've heard they're mermaids, but no fairy they've dragged in has ever returned to say for sure. Oh, but I've also heard they prefer humans to fairies, and that they especially like to capture male humans and make them their lovers. Apparently, they let humans go before they die, which is how the name Drake spread in the first place. Huh, so they take lovers, then release them. That almost sounds like they're getting married. Wait, is that why the Drake let people in the river? To find a husband? That's right, they take arranged marriages to a whole new level. Huh, sounds like they have a lot in common with proper human history, Drake, then. You mean there are Drake in your world, too? Yep, the legend is known all around Europe. It says they transform themselves into gold rings or sausage, slow themselves down rivers, and pull any man who tries to pick them up down into the depths. But it's not something they can make them end their love. But it's not so they can make them end their lovers. It's so they can. I want it. My purpose. Please, let me have. I've been looking forever, but I can't find it anywhere, in this world. Here they come. Fight now, talk later. Don't take them lightly, Hio. From the looks of it, this is gonna be a long battle. Am I forced to use the NPCs for this? Looks like it. That's fine. I'll live. Somehow. Yeah, it's just a generic sprite they use for enemies that they don't want to draw sprites for. Man, what do you have against Forecastoria? Honestly.
ディッシュブラックエーサー。復讐するわ。
ここ下がっているように。
捕まえた。
そこです。やっ。
復讐するわ。
圧倒します。行くぞ。
目障り。
輝き。熱を伸びなさい。丸にあの
ね、復讐するわ。捕まえた。上よ。これはどう？
戦線を離脱。
よし、
さすがだな。
言われなくても。これが本当の私。始まりは極小、広がりは無限。すべて我が身体の望み。レディオシブラクエーサー。目障り。
You know, I'm gonna just retry this and do it with a single target unit. I'm not wasting a ley line stone on this. Yeah, it's really easy. I completely misread the guide. Which is embarrassing, frankly, but... Alright. Let's swap you over to this one. Because the way I read it is like if both the bosses were in the same wave instead of two separate waves.
大丈夫。落ち着いて。普段通りに。この服を汚したくないな。運命をかけた戦いであれば。早書きですが、彼上に白兵戦。行きます。仕留める。
次はねえ、次は
一撃一瞬で終わらせる。石灰剣技開始。つなげプロテースアロンダイト。そこだ。神くだ。早書きですカルウェナ。遅い。復讐する。やります。
君はもう私のものだ。
下に行くの飛ばさない深い港に連れて行こう。行くよ。アロンダット。ここでまっすぐ。運命ですから。ハイアングルトランスファー。あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。一撃一瞬で終わらせる。石灰剣技開始。つなげミドセンスアロンダイト。
Delicious. I want different cards.
探すぞ。ここでまっすぐ輝きを。
Oh god damn it, Melusine. Honestly. At this point. Full send. Mothman time.
Oh, 遊びはお。これを賜わす。天と地の狭間にて人はかくあるべしと、ここに新たなるノリを敷く。ひれ伏すがよいぞ。ほう、どしがたいの。これを賜わす。ひれ伏すがよいぞ。
早炊きです。カルウェナ。早炊きです。カルウェナ。早炊きです。カルウェナ。やります。
ほう、これを賜わす。
戦線を離脱します。
遊びは終わりか。
ためにやります。
参考を超越し、御帝を凌駕せし覇者、それこそが始皇帝、すなわち陳である。
あれはいつか見た終わりの星。どれほど遠く汚れても私は星を探すのです。さあ幕を開けてアラウンドカリバーン。受け取るがよい。これのよい。受け取るがよい。負けないぞ。
ほう。 遊びどしがたいの。これを賜す。天と地の狭間にて人はかくあるべしと、ここに新たなるノリを敷く。はっ、ひれ伏すがよいぞ。そうきたか。
この地で落としたくないな。あやちゃん、もっと早く。無防備。はあ、一つ潰す。落ちろ。
薄いな。
この星で一番の心臓を。やつね。朽ちるネクロよりも炎の息、鉄の翼、フォローハートアルビオン。
これを賜す。そうきたか。
この体ちょっと、ああ、もっと早く。やつね。弱い。行くぞ。カッティングスプレー。シュー。えいえい。おー。カッティングスプレー。シューっと。
遊びはほう。参考を超越し御帝を凌駕せし覇者、それこそが始皇帝、すなわち陳である。はっ、うん、ひれ伏すがよいぞ。
これならよい。やつ、さすがだな。
ほう。うん。
And that's done with the power of Mothman, who's still at near full HP.
物理的な脅威であればこの通り。あ、ホラーはちょっと遠慮していただければ。
All hail Mothman. Oh, but of course. Anyway, it's nowhere. Why? I don't know what I want. I don't know. But I dream of it. I dream of my treasure. I dream of my love. Of my baby. The trachea is dispersed, but what's a baby? Do you know, Altria? No, I've never heard of a baby before. Baby. Me neither. I wonder what it could be. Seriously? Aha, I thought that might be the case. Heel, let's talk about this later, just the two of us. Huh? Okay, sure. Look, the flow is mounted for returning to normal. The trace fade remains has been dispelled. Hooray! Wait. I see, so you fought the trachea at the bottom of the river, and you even won. And then you almost drowned while you were chanting because you didn't realize the river had returned to normal. And you finally made it back here on foot after being washed ashore downstream. Does that about sum it up? Oh well, just here keeping an eye on our stuff. It's no scales off my wings. Come on, don't pout, Oberon. Sorry you left you all alone. Oh, you could put the rope away too. I'm impressed you actually found one. You can thank Blanca for that. She's the one who found it. Oh, we don't get to say thank you to Blanca with the choices? Fuck you. Anyway, oh, that's okay. It's my fault for falling behind in the first place. I just wish I could have been a part of the shenanigans since I'm the one of Shakespeare's comedic characters and all. Anyway, now that we don't have to worry about the Traquae anymore, we can cross the river no problem. Nudge a bit, head upstream until you find a bridge, then wait for us outside Norwich. Don't worry, you stand out so much we won't have to have any trouble finding you. I guess that is the only option, isn't it? I'm sorry I can't provide you with a pleasant carriage ride the rest of this way. Okay, I promise I'll catch up to you all in Norwich in 2 days. What if I don't take any carrot breaks? Take care until then, everyone. Please don't fall for another Fey horse while I'm gone. The stream's been up for 6.5 hours, Coco. Okay, we should get across the river by now, but before the sun sets. We can make camp on the other side and rest until morning. Don't worry, there's no need to rush anyone. At this point, Norwich is so close we can almost taste it. We'll be right on time for our date with Destiny, just as planned. Yes, indeed. But I ain't completely worn out yet, so I'm gonna keep on going. And now if we end up with a giga-long stream, we end up with a giga-long stream. As long as I keep it under 12 hours, I can still put it up on a VOD. Alright, let's fix this nonsense. Oh no, I have a bot. I still have bot. Cuck, I just didn't have that command active. For example, I even have it sitting in the UI. It says game context. The other ones I have right now are Twitter and YouTube active. Oh. There's that fix up for uptime.
復讐するわ。私を悪魔と言った？
Then watch time is
その通りよ。原始の地獄に帰りなさい。お任せしたな。これが答えだ。
目障り。
ここでまっすぐバトすなわちランチタイム。やだ、もうやだ。眠いな。もう来ない。さすがだな。圧倒します。行くぞ。輝き。
also yeah, imagine touching grass when it's like 3 in the morning.
言われなくても命令する気？逃げ惑いなさい。
眠くなってきたのである。
捕まえた。
全力で行くぞ。これが手加減だ。切り返します。
I want to try and at the very least, get past I want to try and complete Act 1 before I end stream today. Once we finish this fight, then we'll be at,
カッティングスプレー。シェーっと。まっすぐですね。
after this fight, we have one more, act and then we're done with part 1 of Avalon that day. Because it was split up into 3 different parts based on release.
カッティングスプレー。シェーっと。
つまらんな。
お任せしたな。これが答えだ。
我が行くは温州の彼方。アンテルシャトーティフ。
バトすなわちランチタイム。お任せしたな。これが答えだ。
沈め。そして朽ち果てよ。
Alright. Bit more story, now we have Act 9. And once we conclude Act 9, then it's bedtime for all of us. Anyway, that was quite the fearsome foe, wasn't it? And this bread is really yummy. I never used to think of eating as important before. But I thought I'd try it for myself after seeing Altria enjoying food so much, and now I can't stop. Now that you mention it, you do eat a lot for a Wind Clan fairy, don't you, Altria? Usually it's the Fang Clan that live for food. Are you actually a Fang fairy? No, I'm just a low-class fairy. I don't even belong to any of the 6 clans. I only got in the habit of eating because the people of Tintinel Village would always give me food. Tintinel Village? Then the rumors are true. You really did survive what was this childhood prophecy hunt. Well, I don't know if I'd say it survived so much as barely managed to escape thanks to Merlin's magecraft. I really didn't do anything at all that spectacular. The whole thing's kind of becoming exaggerated as time goes on. By the way, Gareth, do you know why the restaurants first became popular here in Britain? Come to think of it, no I don't. Going into a restaurant was never an option for me, so... They're not just places to eat, they're also a way for the Fang Clan to keep their violent impulses in check. Woodwell's made a big speech once about how, now that the Fang Clan serves the Queen as their army, their lack of manners was unbecoming. So you would give them a proper education and teach them the safety which is their desires of meals. At some point, the first restaurant you started blew up into a major chain. And now owning a restaurant is considered one of the hallmarks of success here in the land of the Fae. So the reason Woodwose is so particular about etiquette and dressing like humans is, yep, it's all to cover up his own violent nature. He might act like a gentleman now that he's the head of the Fang clan, but his court he truly hasn't changed. He's still a brutal and greedy fairy who still gets his kick from tormenting the weak. If it doesn't sum up the whole Fang clan, I don't know what does. Still, now that the Tamlin are the Queen's most valued fighters, he's settled down just to being an old fairy who wields his authority like a club. So does it mean he's not all that strong? That's right, at this point he's just an old fairy. You all are definitely stronger since you managed to defeat the Drake. So once you eventually get around to defeating Woodwose, you should take the chance to go to one of his restaurants. I've only been there a few times myself, but I can tell you their food is to die for, especially the salads. After all, even warriors need rewards to keep themselves motivated, so I hope that gives you guys something to look forward to as you help Altria out. Good, Altria and Gareth are over by that campfire talking with Oberon. So as you could probably guess, the reason I'm talking to you over here is because I'd rather they not hear what I'm about to say, although... What, is there a problem with me being here? I'm technically a proper human history serpent too, you know. Oh, alright, maybe it's better if you hear this, Muramasa. So, getting back to where we left off in our discussion of the Drake from proper human history. The reason they drag men into rivers in our world isn't because they want husbands, it's because they want a mate. If they come across a woman instead, they make her serve as their child's wet nurse. And that means they wanted babies, not lovers. Basically, yes, but the Drake here in Fairy Brain can't have children. Even though they were dragged countless men down to their doom. Do you know why that is? Because children aren't born here? Looks that way, but the problem goes even deeper. We've seen that fairies here are basically just imitate human society. So we can assume that the two species' way of life is fundamentally the same. If fairy society doesn't have something, that'll be because it doesn't exist in human society either. And that means you and the fairy bird have no natural means of reproduction. There's no concept of childbirth here. I had a feeling something was off when we learned that they only have predecessors and successors here instead of parents and children, but now I'm pretty certain. Wait, hold on. I get the fairies sprung up on their own. They've always been kind of like extensions of nature. But how the hell are humans born if they can't reproduce on their own here? Don't tell me they're just springing into existence on their own too. No, here humans are produced. I don't know if it involves some kind of artificial insemination system or if they're manufactured like homunculi. But however they're made, they're produced, raised, and shipped out as individuals, nothing in the way of parents or siblings. I'm sure they still have things like marriage, husbands and wives, but even if two humans get married, they'll never be able to produce their own descendants. So that's what human life is like here in Fairy Burden, it seems. It may seem cruel and inhumane to us, but for fairies who live here, it's like Altria and Gareth, it's just another ordinary fact of life they've never questioned. At this point, I have no way of telling why things turned out that way here. But I didn't want to tell you while Altria and Gareth were still around in case it came as a shock to you and made things awkward around them. So that's why I decided to keep this information just among us. So humans only ever know one generation here. Okay, I think this should be enough. Plus, I'd hate to wake them now that they're resting up for tomorrow. Huh, what just flew out of Hio's tent? Was that a bird? Has she been raising one in secret all this time? Nah, that can't be it. Oh, hi, Blanca. Sorry about that. How are things in Norwich? Does it look like the calamity will start tomorrow? Still no sign? Then we should be just in time. Looks like there really is no changing Einsteel's protection after all. On the other hand, it's also possible that the disaster won't befall Norwich until the Child of Prophecy goes there, huh? Once Altria arrives, Norwich will be destroyed. I knew that, and I brought her here anyways. Altria will dispel the calamity and live with the responsibility for Norwich's destruction. What a cowardly, devious god I am. I can't even help them prepare for what they're about to go through. But they have to get through this, or nothing will ever change. After all, the prophecy is clear that the first bell to be rung in the pilgrimage is Norwich's. Okay, thanks, Blanca. Why don't you rest up too? You must be exhausted. No, I'm not going to tell them. It's impossible to save Norwich. Hio doesn't need that on her shoulders. Better I carry the extra baggage than burden her with it. Don't worry about it too much, Blanca. This is all in line with the prophecy. Besides, it looks like we'll still have a whole day until the calamity begins, right? Both you and Elchio will need some positive memories before it all starts. So tomorrow, they'll relax and enjoy everything Norwich has to offer. The next day, the fighting will commence. So we're now at the last part of part 1 of Avalon Lefay. So let's get through all these fucking arrows. Hey old man, how's that armor repair I asked you for coming along? Oh that? I just finished it ages ago. It only took me 2 days to rehammer the whole thing. I know you've been taking good care of it, but it's time to put it to pasture. I stopped by the bra shop and choose a new set already. You roast apples here, doesn't that make them hot? Wait, there's something on it? Something see-through and shiny. This is for Is this your first time in Norwich? Good Sir Fang. This here's a new addition to the accounts menu. You won't find it anywhere in the stuffy old Oxford. Here, have a taste if you don't believe me. Don't worry, this one's on the house. We're handing them out for free all over the commercial district. Damn, man. Where'd the Trimney Seat fairy go? You, it's your job to get rid of the suit. What have you been doing out here? Oh, come on, good Sir Human. What's the harm? That thing's gonna be falling on our head soon enough. Once it does, it'll blow away all the suit anyways, along with the rest of your apartment building. That's not the point. Even when you know it's gonna rain tomorrow, you still need to wash the windows. Even when you know a storm is coming, you still need to keep the yard neat. Why? Because you never know when a new potential tenant might show up. You can't run a business without passing up opportunities for new clientele. Guess you're right about that. No wonder they call you the Spriggan of the street. Guess there really is no being a human when it comes to making money. Don't go dying on me, old man. Yeah, it does provide a lot of interesting things, or whatever. There's a plot going on here that you have to kind of sort of piece together, which is why I decided to make the Go Live the conspiracy board for today. Or tonight, I should say. This is all you guys got done yesterday here? Not slacking off on me, were you? I swear, everyone's been on edge since they heard Morgan abandoned the city. Even the soldiers are all holed up in Spriggan's tower instead of making their patrols. Don't you guys see? This is the perfect opportunity. All we gotta do is borrow a little from the guys who won't even notice it's gone. The harbor's off limits. Damn it, just when Fairy Brand's first ocean liner is docked right there. They say in Barmaru is construction like nothing else. Do you want us to lose account to Cuddy Shark? I'm sorry, but until the new lumber ship can come, there's nothing I can do. I wonder what Lord Spriggan's planning to do about this. It's also noisy. Right, welcome to Norwich, Fairy Brand's only port town. One of the last passed into era, the High Queen prohibited the construction of any new iron weapons. So for about 1900 years, there were no iron weapons made in Fairy Brand whatsoever. But Oberon, I thought that was you. You always do stand out. What the hell are you doing in Norwich? Haven't you seen the sky? Oh, you mean those rain clouds? Yes, I did think they were odd since the rainy season's supposed to be over now. But it's going to take more than a few rain clouds to damper on Norwich, right, Knack? Besides, a good actor is never far from where there's fun to be had. Norwich is about to have the party of a lifetime, yes. Of course the Fairy King's not going to miss that. You got that right. You really are something else, Oberon. We scoundrels in Norwich knew what we were asking for when we broke the law and turned this town into a smithing city. Compared to the Queen's sheer might, this calamity pool is nothing. Thanks, Oberon. Make sure to come by a shop later. The wife's a big fan of yours, you know. Ooh. Damn, who was that Earthquake theory? He had one hell of an aura about him. How else he be working on the forge? Gotta be more than 200 or 300 years. I know what you mean. Knack was it? He had the same crestfully obstinate aura you do. That ain't what I was talking about. If you're curious about Knack, I could take you to a smithy later. I believe he's a low-class fairy who's been around for 400 years, so he knows pretty much everything about the history of smithing in Fairy Britain. 400 years? Even though he's a low-class fairy? It's because his purpose hasn't changed. He's still just as capable of a smith as ever. Now, where was I? Oh, right. 100 years ago, Britain led Norwich to greater prosperity by rolling back the no iron weapons law. The law was originally passed because iron weapons are dangerous to fairies, and having more of them in circulation would inevitably result in more homicides, fairicides. Well, welcome to the chat, Tekanish Jojo Flower Girl. But then, between the northern theory's suspicious activity, the rise in the number of Moors, and above all, the development in human technology, it was clear the Fae folk would need to rely on iron again. Fragment was able to convince the Queen of the necessity, and she relented. Ever since, Norwich went from being a city of fairies to a city of where the laws of smithing come first. While Salisbury is the only city that grants humans their freedom under Fairy Britain's rules, all are equal under the laws of artisanry in Norwich. Here, while some fairies still have human slaves, others expect humans for their skill at smithing. In fact, there are even some humans merchants who are so respected, they even have a steady full of fairy labor they regularly exploit. You mean there are human company owners, slave-driving fairy employees here? That's right, you won't find their stories on Main Street though. They're more under-the-counter outfits. Yeah, I know, obviously, binging something probably isn't the best way to consume something, but I want to be able to be caught up to be able to read Tungsuka once it comes out in NA. Because I really think it's an interesting idea. And I don't want to be left out of context because, oh, I didn't read this massive hurdle in the way. So I'm choosing to catch up. And as long as I get a general gist, it's okay. At least I think so. That's right, you'll find them. Yep, okay. We already read that part. Alright. Fairies are pure by nature, which also makes them gullible. There's no end of fairies here who are worked to the point of dying from exhausting. And they don't even have one more pound to show for it. Suffice to say, Norwich is known for both its smithing and its loose morals. But then that's just how it is for all human cities, isn't it? Nice shiny storefronts next to filthy back alleys. And Spriggan, the head of the Earth Clan and lord of the city, hasn't been at all shy about promoting these kinds of ventures. Sometimes it even feels as though he's trying to turn Norwich into a human city. This count does, yeah, it does have mellow. It's just not that she's not fully raised on this one. I have her basically nearly fully raised on my personal account, though. A human city, huh? So is the fact that there's a calamity pool in the sky here now kind of judgment on Norwich? Like, is it just nature's way of punishing the city for its misdeeds or something? Of course not. There's good and bad in any city. Norwich is hardly special in that sense. It's winding up to be the site of the next calamity is just coincidence, really. You know, since it looks like we still have some time, why don't we split up for a while? Go visit wherever part of the city interests you. After all, we're trying to save the city from the calamity pool that's hanging right above it. Getting to know it is on your own terms before you set about defending it can only be a good thing. Sounds like a plan to me. Besides, I was just thinking I could use some more information on that giant rain cloud calamity pool. Will you come with me here? Of course. I think I'd like to visit Knack's smithy. I could use a good blacksmith to make a makeshift item I wanted to try out. I'll go with you then. I'm curious to see what a fairy smithy's like. Besides, I'm your bodyguard. The smithy, huh? I guess I only get in the way if I went along too. In that case, how about sampling the local delicacies with me while we look for a place to stay? Really? That sounds great. I'm with you, Oberon. Then it's settled. We'll meet back up here on the street around lunchtime. And while Heel shouldn't draw much attention walking around on her own here, I'd still appreciate you looking out for her in case any of the guards decide to question her, Da Vinci. Don't worry, if that happens, I'll just pretend I'm Hio's big sister. Okay, Norwich sightseeing sounds good at all, but first, there are two things we need to take care of. First, we need to find out everything we can about that dark cloud, the calamity pool hanging above our heads. That includes what kind of harm it's doing now, what kind of harm it's expected to do later, and whether it's even possible for us to get rid of it, that sort of thing. And the other thing is, find out what we can learn about Mash's whereabouts. Guess that one went without saying, huh? Okay, let's start with the stores over on Main Street. We don't have a lot of time, so let's get in there and ask as many questions as we can, no matter how weird they look at us. A human girl in black armor. I see humans in armor every day, since the Round Table Army comes here to buy supplies. But I've never seen a girl with black armor among them. She does sound kind of familiar, though. But hey, never mind that. Now that you're here, why not buy some news about the Child of Prophecy? I've got a story about her battle with Gwen at the Western Rent, about another about her battle with Tristan and Gloucester. They're both good, trust me. You'll want to know more. If you want to know more, you'll have to cough up the more pounds. We know for sure that the Child of Prophecy has shown up now. I bet she could even get rid of the Calamity Pool if she ever decides to come to Norwich. You want to know what kind of problems we've had since the Calamity Pool showed up? Ain't obvious, the damn weather. It's dark, it's windy, and everybody's on edge. Even when you think it's finally going to start raining, it never does. At first we were all afraid it was going to rain more on us or something. But now everything's business as usual. Nobody has any idea what might happen if the Calamity Pool ever does decide to come crashing down on us. And I can promise you that nobody's ever thought about how we might get rid of it. Morgan's always managed to do something about him when they've sprung up in the past. But since she's declared she is going to leave Norwich to its fate, we can't even count on that this time. Although, now that you mention it, it's strange. How did the Queen get rid of the Calamity Pools before? A human girl wearing black armor? Yes, of course I know about her. She's all the customers have been talking about. I don't know the details, but she's famous up in the north. Eek, don't get in my face like that. You made me drop my fries. You really need to keep your servants under better control, miss. Oh, wait. Come to think of it, this was all the rage at Salisbury for a while, wasn't it? Buying a human from a ranch while they're still young and raising them until like they're your adopted child. They say free-range humans like that can grow up much better than the ones from a ranch. Sorry, no, I'm human too, so I don't know anything more about the calamities than you do. I've never seen one before. They say a calamity shows up every 100 years, and every 1,000 years there's a great calamity. But we're well past the 2000th year of the Queen's era, right? So everyone in town's afraid it's finally gonna happen. My wife's so anxious about it, she can't even help me out in the shop anymore. Every morning she blinds herself, then when her eyes heal the next morning she does it again. Why don't we just leave Norwich if we're that scared? Believe me, I've considered it. But there's a reason we can't all just pick up and leave. Between you and me. On the second thought, never mind. I don't need Spriggan soldiers catching wind of this breaking down my door. Sorry, but would you mind going somewhere else now? My wife is scared enough as it is. Well, I guess that's about what we should have expected. If there was something people could do about the Calamity Pool, of course they'd already be doing that. At least we learned a little bit about Mash. That's true. Before, nobody had heard of her. Now we're at least getting glimmers of recognition. We'll have to do some more digging into the afternoon. Who knows, maybe Mash is a lot closer than we... We're back! Next Smithy was incredible. I bet he could make the kind of magecraft stuff I can't even describe, and I bet he could do it easily too. Hey, that was a good idea. It'd be like the very Burton style vacuum installation. The only problem is how light we can make it. Since that neck I could handle alloyed steel no problem, maybe we'll blow stainless steel. You must have had a successful outing if you're already planning mischief together. We're back, and wow, Norwich stress centers are amazing. They have this thing called a sauna that's really hot, but also really relaxing. And the fruit juice they gave us afterwards is maybe the best thing I've ever tasted. If we're gonna spend the night here, we should definitely stay at that inn. Glad you guys all enjoyed yourselves. There's no rush to find a place to stay tonight, so let's worry about that later. I'm afraid I don't have much to report. Every conversation seemed to be complaints about Queen Morgan and hopes for the Child of Prophecy. You know, stuff like, I can't wait for the Child of Prophecy to get here. We'd give her a hero's welcome if she showed up. She must be an incredible fairy. I don't know what she looks like, but I bet I'd recognize her instantly. She must be stronger than Queen Morgan, more beautiful than Lancelot. More imposing than Gwen, and kinder than Tristan. If only they knew she was already here. Will you keep your voice down, Oberon? Don't worry, you got him all beat. You think so? Is that how it seems to you, Hio? I guess it is true I haven't shown off what I could really do. I mean, it'd be better if I better have some kind of hidden power that's yet to reveal itself. Huh? No way! She's here! She's really here! Everyone, come quick! The Child of Prophecy is here! Huh? Wait, I'm still not ready. You've got a wrong theory. No, wait, that's not true either. I know I might not quite like the part, but oh, fine, sure, I am the Child of... She came here from Sheffield up north, through the impenetrable Avalon. She's deposed Bogart the Tyrant, and now she's here to save Norwich, too. It's her, the Child of Prophecy in black armor. Good day, my beloved citizens of Norwich. Please settle down if you would. I was planning to announce this at the bell tower for a more appropriate ceremony. But since you're all here now, I might as well take this moment to introduce you. Indeed, this is the very knight who defeated the Free Tamlin at Sheffield, who brought Bogart the Banished to justice. This is the Child of Prophecy, Tamlin Galahad. Just look at all that magical energy. She really is the Child of Prophecy. But why is she with you, Spriggan? Isn't the Child of Prophecy High Queen Morgan's enemy? Seems to be a misunderstanding. Her Majesty has never once called for the Child of Prophecy staff. If any of you should find her, you are to invite her to Camelot as a proper guest. Those are the High Queen's own words, delivered directly to myself and my fellow clan heads. That is why I went out to greet her last night upon her arrival from Advena. And since I couldn't risk anything happening to our honored guest, I brought my elite soldiers with me to keep her safe. Oh, so I guess the Child of Prophecy is going to be taken off to Camelot soon then. Oh no, not at all. High Queen Morgan never said anything about bringing her there immediately. Rest assured, my good people, I take my responsibilities as your elected clan leader very seriously. While of course I have the utmost respect and loyalty for High Queen Morgan, your safety is my top priority. Which is why I'll be having Tamlin Galahad stay in my vault castle. Rest assured, the Child of Prophecy has come to Norwich. We need fear to calamity no longer. So please, my good people, relax and go about your business as usual. If the High Queen should have any complaints, I shall take full responsibility. That's the Child of Prophecy? Really? Have I just been wrong this whole time? Because that would be hugely embarrassing. Of course not, Altria. Please have more faith in yourself. I don't know who this Galahad person is, but she has to be either an imposter or the real deal. Right, Hio, you've been traveling with Altria Aldous. Hio, why do you look as if time's just stopped? Just so you know, I will stab you if you go over to the other child's side. That's... What? That's MASH. That's MASH? Oh, crap. Keep cool, Hio. If you go into the plaza now... Oh, I'm surprised to see someone push through the crowd and climb up on the stage while I'm giving a speech. You're not from Norwich, are you, human? If you were, you would know exactly what would happen if... Now, it's alright. She's just a human. No threat whatsoever. From the looks of you, you're not from Britain, are you? Then you must be the one barrel. Move aside, I'm not here for you. Oh, then who are you here for? You, of course, Mash. Mash, how do you know that name? I don't think we've ever met before. Oh, right, I went by that name in Sheffield, so I guess the word must have spread. Yes, I'm Mash, Knight of Sheffield. I'm also known as the Child of Prophecy. Does this mean she's lost her memories, too? As Spriggan said, I came here to rid Norwich of the calamity. I can't promise I'll be completely successful, but I swear I'll fight as hard as I can. Any support you can offer will be greatly appreciated. Wonderful. Just a sort of announcement I would expect to hear from the Child of Prophecy. My people should all be able to sleep much more easily tonight. Now then, we best be on our way. You can have her stand down. Now, guards. Yes, sir. All right. That's enough from you. Consider yourself lucky you didn't even get punched. Wait. Could I talk to her just for a little? I'm sorry, Tamlin Galahad, but we must really be getting back to the castle now. Here you are, a special carriage fit for the Child of Prophecy too. Oh? Why are you crying, my dear? Is something wrong? Huh? Oh my gosh, I am aren't I? I'm not sure why, either. Some of Norwich's stew must have gotten in your eyes. It happens all the time here. Now, come, Child of Prophecy. You must be tired after your journey, and I can assure you that my castle is the safest place in all of Britain. Guards, keep an eye on that human. If you see her going anywhere alone, bring her in. Rough her up if you want, just don't kill her. That girl is one of the High Queen's guests too. Having her in custody can only give us more leverage. Phew, that was too close for comfort. I can't believe you went right up to Spriggan like that. He's the head of the Earth Clan and the Lord of Norwich. So that girl he had with him is who he claims was the child of prophecy. You're saying that was MASH. Absolutely. Even at this distance, even I could tell it was her. Although I don't know why she's calling herself the child of prophecy or why she didn't react to Hio. Wait, yes I do. It's the Nameless Woods. I managed to avoid losing my sense of self thanks to my unique memory capacity settings. But in Mash's case, there's a very high chance she's suffering from the same temporary amnesia Hio and Altria had. But Hio got her memory back pretty quickly, right? So why is the shield girl still missing hers? I'm not sure. Maybe she ended up gaining some kind of powerful position before she can remember who she really is. Until I get a chance to examine her myself, I can't say anything for sure. At least we know she's alright. Yes, that's very true, Hio. I was pretty taken aback to see people call her the child of prophecy. But aside from that, the fact that she's alive and here in Norwich is the best news we could have hoped for. Yes, Spriggan may have beaten us to the punch, but it looks like he's giving her the royal treatment. So all we have to do is create an opportunity to talk to her, which should only be a matter of time. In the meantime, our current most pressing problem is... I know, our unexpected company. You there with the human. You're all suspected of criminal activity. Come with us, try to resist, and we'll execute your sentence here and now. Spriggan soldiers, what do we do, everyone? Take them down, of course. Right, Hio? You know what, we're not letting them stop us now.
先に進みましょう。宴会は大勝利の後に取っておきます。
Damn it, here comes another wave. Form a square around Hio. Don't get caught out alone or they'll pick us off one at a time. Right, that makes sense. They're definitely stronger than I am. I'll say, they might not be as bad as their soldiers in Olympus, but they're still ridiculously tough. Guess that's varies for you. Okay, let me at least try a flash bump down. Alright, I used it up at Nax. Even more of them? Soon. Good, those MPs must have heard commotion. You there, cut off their escape route. It's over for you. Prepare to feel the wrath of Lord Spirit. Huh? You're right, it is over for you. This area belongs to the Norwich Merchants Association. Lord Spriggan's private soldiers have no authority here. You're the ones breaking the law. Why Who do you think you humans think you are? What firm do you belong to, huh? We're part of a professional militia formed by every firm that was reinstated to help deal with the calamity pool. Our financier is the Count. Need I say more? You've got the Count back in you? God damn it. Fine, we'll take our leave for now. But this isn't over, MP. Mark my words. It's great that they took their injured and left, but... Yeah, you guys are Norwich soldiers too, alright? Why'd you help us? We don't know why we were given these orders either. All we know is that you and you... Me? And me? That's right. The Count asked us to extend you an invitation to his mansion. And any friend of the Count is a friend of ours. We hope you'll pay him a visit if you have the time. He said he would like to give you all a special welcome that as the true saviors in Norwich. And I can assure you, Count Pepperon is a man of his word. Huh? Count Pepperon? Of course it was me, Han. Oh, a long time no see you. Got another night call. I know you must feel, but please no weapons. Oh my, what's this now? You're already palling around with 2 new cuties since the last time I saw you. My goodness, fate just loves you, huh, Han? Now you got local girls fawning all over you as well as Mashy. Oh, if it isn't Pepperoncino. You really made a name for yourself, huh? I almost didn't recognize... Wait, what am I saying? I'm not some starving crow. Of course I'd recognize you. The only difference is you're seething even more now. Oh, you know this man too? Muramasa. Maybe you can introduce me then. So she's got Muramasa and another beautiful man with her too. I wonder who that is. Who is that, I wonder? I'm sorry, I haven't introduced myself, have I? I'm Count Pepperon, the famous charismatic designer who arrived in Fairy Britain like a comet. And built a brand to rival the Knocker Company in only a month. I hope we can let bygones be bygones and focus on the here and now, Muramasa. Oh, and you are? I see, so you're Count Pepperon. It's an honor to meet you. I'm Oberon the Fairy King, a servant on proper human history side. Oh my, Oberon from Midsummer's Night Dream. Oh, how wonderful. You're just like I always imagined you. I think you and I are going to get along swimmingly. Just look at how similar our names are, Pepperon, Oberon. It's like we got a talent running in our very veins. Do you really know this person, Hio? He doesn't seem like an ordinary human in multiple ways. I have a suspicious about him too, but Pepper's definitely human. What an honor to know you trust me so much, Hio. Okay, I'll start with my story. After all, I'm sure you must be on the edge of your seats wondering why I'm here in Fairy Britain. And how I came into possession of such a fabulous mansion. Not really, no. You came here to kill Barrow and revenge what you did to Kirishita. You'd have arrived a month or 2 ahead of us, around the time we were dealing with Limbo's nonsense. Then you used your knowledge of proper human history to give yourself an edge as a designer. And now you're high on your own success and have everyone calling you Count Pepperon. Sounds about right, Hio. I don't think I've ever seen Da Vinci so furious. Well, thanks for stealing my thunder there, Da Vinci. You're a huge help. I'm surprised you nailed the barrel angle, too. Do I really seem like the carrying type? I guess I do. I'm not quite sure how I feel about that. Oh gosh, all that trust you have in me is gonna make life hard for me as a cryptor. Oh, you're still counting yourself as one of those? Kirishita already cut ties with the foreign god, or rather, showed he was never really on her side to begin with. And since you were always on Kirishita's side, I thought you would have given up on being a cryptor back in Olympus. I'm afraid it's not that simple. Besides, David's still out there. Anyway, this is a whole other thing. I'm not doing this for Woodheim, I'm doing it for me. As a member of Team A, I feel like it's my duty to tie up all these loose ends. On another note, how was your battle with Woodheim, Hio? Was it fun, or was it grueling? It was a really intense fight. Not really, I just used Quincy Huan and I won anyways. But that's beside the point. I see. Okay, now I want to hear all about you guys. What can you tell me about the current situation in Chaldea? Time skip later. I see, so there's another threat to the world besides the Bleach Earth phenomenon. And he came here to stop this collapse. Yep, that tracks. Not really the kind of thing you could just turn your back on. Sounds like things didn't go so well after you made land, though. That's why Mashi isn't here with you. Hio, Mash, and I all ended up taking different routes out of the Nameless Woods. Mash somehow ended up in the north, and some of the fairies think she's a child of prophecy now. Do you know anything about how that happened, Count Pepperon? No, I don't. I didn't even know people thought Mashi was a child of prophecy until you told me. But I do know she's definitely not the child of prophecy. For one thing, she's not even a fairy. Exactly, the only real child of prophecy is Altria, except no substitutes. I don't even think you need to be that insistent about it, Gareth. No, she's right. You are the child of prophecy. You did come here with Hio. I've heard Einzel's prophecy too. You've got staff selection, and you're traveling with a visitor from a foreign land. That right there says it all. You're this land's savior, no doubt about it. And if the fact that you matched the prophecy perfectly wasn't enough, there's also your soul's aura. That alone tells me everything I need to know. So chin up, Altria. You're stronger than you think. Oh, thank you, Count Pepperon. That said, are you sure it's a good idea to talk about proper human history in front of Altria and Gareth? Or does Shaldria just not care about secrecy like they used to? I know, Gordy's definitely not going to be happy about this when he finds out. But our master insisted on at least coming clean about our objective. Oh my, how decent of you. Aren't you worried that might arouse suspicion? These fairies will think you're crazy if you go around talking about proper human history here, you know. Well, you don't have to worry about that. We have no idea what she's talking about anyways. Likewise. But that's okay. Whatever it is she's trying to do here, we can tell it means a lot to her. Oh my, what wonderful companions you have. You are so very, very lucky. I'm jealous even. The whole world's full of strong people. Smart ones, too. But the only way you could get dependable friends like that is if you live a life of integrity. The only friends I attract are just as selfish as I am. That's not true, Count. Those soldiers who brought us here didn't expect you for your money. They generally trusted you. You're not nearly as awful of a person you make yourself out to be. You think so? Okay, moving right along. Count, do you mind if I ask you something? Not at all, hon. I'm always thrilled to answer any questions about a Prince Charming like yourself might have for me. We need to know more about what's going on with Norwich and Spriggan. Why aren't the fairies who live here evacuating? What does Spriggan plan to do when the calamity finally hits? Can you tell us anything about either subject? Oh, that's easy, Oberon. One reason the Norwich fairies aren't evacuating is because they don't fear death as much as we do. But the biggest has to do with their jobs in the land. You already know about how much fairies care about their purpose, right? Well, for the fairies in Norwich, their purpose is their job, so they can't give it up and look for another. On top of that, they're also being held back by psychological shackles. You see, Spriggan actually sold Norwich's land right before those dark clouds showed up above it. You see, back when he stole Norwich out from under the previous Lord, Boggart and all the fairies who owned land were banished to the north. And Spriggan claimed all this land for himself. For a long time, every smith in Norwich lent to the land they needed to ply their trade. But now, at long last, the land was put up for sale, and all the fairies who worked together to buy it for themselves. That includes fairies Spriggan had been exploiting all this time. And the fairies who sold everything they had so they could finally afford their own land. Things were much happier in Norwich after that, but then the calamity pool showed up in the sky. So these fairies won't leave Norwich because they finally have their own land here, huh? I believe it. To a smith, their forge is more important than their life. They can never leave it, no matter how scared they might be of this calamity pool. Is that why you put your security detail together? Because you don't think Spriggan's soldiers alone would be enough? No, Spriggan's army has no intention of keeping Norwich safe. If anything, he wants the calamity to get here. I expect he'd like nothing better than if it got rid of all the fairies and buildings for him. Because he wants to nullify his contract. Ah, now I got it. Get it. He's a land shark. That's right. It makes sense if you have some experience with this sort of thing, huh, Muramasi? Spriggan never meant to give up this land. He knew the calamity would be coming. It's right there in the prophecy, after all. The part about the disaster falling a city of iron suit. So first he sold the land to the fairies at a high price. And then, once the calamity comes and effectively leaves all of Norwich vacant, he'll buy it back for a steal. Norwich's inherited tax is stupidly expensive. The next generation of fairies can never hope to pay it. This way, Spriggan gets both the money for the land and the rights to redevelop it however he likes. Two birds, one stone, and he doesn't even have to throw it himself. The only other place you'd find a fairy that devious is proper human history. Are you kidding? That's even more horrible than anything any fair proper human history's done. I knew Fragment was shameless, but I had no idea it was that awful. So that's why the fairies here are still living their lives as usual. No, it's not that. They don't have any other choice. After all, if they left here, they'd be broke and unable to pay next year's existence tax. I knew it was strange. Why were there still fairies who cared about the well-being of their human servants here? The calamity will kill humans too. Now I see. Those fairies probably want to run away, but can't bring themselves to actually do it. Hold on, you said this Fragment had no intention of keeping Norwich safe, right? So then what if he tries to do something to Mash? Oh, you don't have to worry about her. She has as much magical energy as a Tamlin. There's no way Fragment could do anything to stop her. At best, he could just stall her by entertaining her in his castle. No, the real problem is, we no longer have any way to see her again. Oh, right. As Fragment only cares about saving his own inner circle, he'll never let the Child of Prophecy leave his castle. The second I let her talk to the fairies in town, Mash should figure out what's really going on. If Mash won't come to us, we'll just have to go to her. I wouldn't recommend that. Springham's Castle is the most heavily guarded place in all of Britain. It's commonly known as the Vault Castle, and it's like Springham's antisocial personality key to architectural life. If they hole up in there, not even the Tamlin would have an easy time breaking her out. I know there's nothing you could do about it now, but you really shouldn't have let Mashy go with him. The only way we'll be able to see her again is now if she leaves the castle of her own accord.
みんなついてきて。白兵戦行きます。今のうちに準備。白兵戦行きます。
妖精がなんだってんだ。やることは変わらねえ。調子は悪くねえな。櫛灘姫を神に差し。そこに至るはあまたの剣さん。気づきに気づいた刀塚。八重垣作るは戦士の刃。知ったら成仏していきな。
結構器用なので。
先に行く。
そっち。
あの辺りか。
まっす
まだ折り返した。先に行く。あの辺りか。わかる。わかる。
Oh, thank you for the raid, Necromancer. And thank you for the follow, Astolfo.
望まれることを自分でもよくわからないのですが、それはいつか来る兆しの星。
Very long.
誰に呼ばれるまで
But I think that's to be expected when I'm actually reading the story for the first time. I haven't gotten to the true nonsense of this lost spell quite yet, so it isn't quite as much pain.
解明完成理念収束鍛造技法臨界これが俺のつむかい村正だ。
And yeah, Sonic Mario. I was talking to one of my mates after the previous. One of my mates that also plays this game, and they said that this chapter alone takes about as long as Steins Gate if you do all the routes in it, which is about 50 hours or so. When reading all the story. So that's fun. Alright, back to story. Okay, that's that. Now I have a much better idea of what you're all capable of. Yeah, I've seen that JPEG of Nasu with a stack of paper. I'll pull it up on screen because I know some of the other people in chat might not know that image I'm talking about. So give me 1 second. I have it from the group chat. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the script for this game. Or just this chapter alone, actually. And they also shared a chart that went up to trauma or whatever, showing the script lengths. And each of the individual sections for this thing, not even like the entire thing, is larger than like pretty much all the other chapters in this game. So I'll pull up that image real quick, because I think that chart's hilarious. Oh, gee, that's a big image. All right. There we go. That's a reasonable size. So over here is like the tutorial area, and this is all of part 1. This is part 1.5 right here, and then this is all the part 2 chapters or whatever, or most of them, minus Nahui Miktan, because that was before, came out after this image was produced. These 2 areas are not out in North America yet. This area right here is the one that I'm preparing for by reading all this. Lost Belt 6 is split up into 3 different pillars based off the release portions or whatever, because it's split up into 3 different releases. You can see that it's able to match up with the complete chapters of everything else here. Massive. Now that I've shown you the depth of the nonsense I've decided to get myself into by trying to speedrun this in like a week, max. Also, by the way, thank you for the follow, Storm of Bacon. Anyway, now that I've shown that nonsense, let's get back to the plot that I have to read. Whoa, those are some famous Norwich treasure columns I've heard so much about. They really do run on pixie dust. Great job, team. I was wondering what you were going on about when you suddenly asked if we wanted to exercise. But not only did those things turn out to be pushovers, they were loaded with treasure. So it is okay if we keep these bullets for ourselves, right, Count? Of course, the Child of Prophecy's party's gotta live in style. I know, right? Thanks, Count. Come on, Ultra Hio. Let's head back to Norwich and spend some of this money. I heard that they have a wakame-flavored gelato there. Here that's to die for. Wakame, where are we? Tokushima? I don't know what that reference means, but sure. I think I'll pass for now, at least until Muramasa taste test for me. Huh, wakame-flavored sweets. What are they, sprinkled sugar on seaweed or something? I mean, I ain't gonna turn it down. I'd just rather have plain old gelato. It looks like all the tensions that were building when we first heard what the deal was in Norwich have eased away nicely. I'm impressed, Count. You found a way to help us relax and get a handle on our abilities at once. Who, me? I was just pawning off some grunt work. You guys saved me a bunch of trouble taking out those golems myself. You really shouldn't be so quick to trust me, Da Vinci. Like I said, I'm still a crypter. Once this business with Pharaoh's taken care of, I'm going right back to being your enemy. A crypter, huh? Your real name is Miro Renji-Ro, right? According to Charlie's database, you were doing dirty work for the Mages Association when Marsbury discovered you. And then he assigned you to Chaldea after transferring you to the Astromancy department. That all lines up with what you told us in India, too, but that's as far back as your record goes. Since you helped us out in both India and Olympus, it looks like you're going to be helping us out here, too. Would it be too presumptuous to say that I consider you an ally, and I'd love to know what really makes you tick? Oh wow, that hit me like a bolt of lightning, hon. You really are a genius when it comes to come up with a line like that. Really, was it that good? I've never hit anyone before, so that's good to know. Oh yes, darling, it was simply wonderful. After all, you said it for me, not for Chaldea. Alright, it's not a very fun story, but if you really want to hear it, how can I refuse now? So you want to know what happened back when I went by Mio Renji-Ro? You want to know what kind of person I really am? Well, you probably have a good idea already from the kind of work I did for the clock tower. My family comes from a long line of Shugendo practitioners, specifically Tengudo, the way of the Tengu. It's a sect of Shugendo whose ultimate goal is to have its practitioners, referred to as the fallen or corrupt Tengu, arrive in hell. I was good enough at it that everyone used to fawn over me. But, well, me being me, it's no surprise that they eventually decided to expel me. So once my family stopped being my family, I tied up a few loose ends and put Japan behind me. By which you mean? I killed my entire family and the sect, yes. So there's no one alive who knows your past. It would explain why there aren't any records of it. So why'd you do that anyway? Can't it just be because I thought it was for the best? The Mio Renji family was a single generation Hojutsu-shi. Alright. Our founder managed to form a connection to Nakumara and Mount Kumara after he found Tengudo. But his descendants weren't so lucky. They had to undergo long, intensive training to make their bodies superhuman without the powers of Nakamura. In some ways, it was similar to how Muramasa lived. You practically kill yourself trying to come up with a special circuit, well, body really, and you could never pass it along to anyone else before you die. That part, I didn't have a problem with, though. The real problem was how they went about growing the clan. I was directly descended from the founders, so I was born and raised on Mount Kurama. Am I saying this wrong all the time? Kurama. Man. Alright. But all the other Mioranji children were kids they abducted from around the foothills. In ancient times, child mortality rates used to be much higher than now. So back then it was easy to get away with kidnapping the occasional child to raise as their own, but not now. Plus, if the kids couldn't keep up with the training, they'd be abandoned in the mountains, and even if they did persevere, the only thing waiting for them was a fall from grace into hell. If messing with people's destiny wasn't bad enough on its own, the fact that the only choice they replaced it with was death or disgraced Tengu made it even worse. Any group that would keep doing something like that is irredeemable, so when I decided to leave the mountain, I killed them all first. Even though they were your family? Because they were my family, I wouldn't have cared if they'd been strangers. But since they were my family, it was my responsibility to make sure they never ruined any more kids' lives. I am very sentimental, but I'm even more of a neat freak. That's why I chose to make a clean break with my family instead of sticking with them. Basically, I'm a no-good scumbag who would rather keep things neat and tidy and honor my crypto obligations. That's probably why I've been helping you guys too. Well, are you convinced? Yep, it turns out you're much stronger than I had given you credit for. By the way, purely out of curiosity, how talented were you exactly? Well, if a Mioranji Hojutsu can acquire one of the 6 Buddhist powers known as Rokun Jinsu in 100 years, that's enough for them to officially be considered a Tengu. I'd mastered 3 of them by the time I turned 10. Jinsu Kutsu, the power to run human seeds. Taisenshu, the power to read people's minds. And Rojitsu, the power to know how long they'll live and what my fate will be. Can't blame him for thinking I was some kind of prodigy. Oh, this is so embarrassing. Now you just know how cruel I've been ever since I was born. Don't tell the others about this, okay? I'd like to keep this our little secret. Man, I'm so glad Count Pepperon is gourmand. That was the first full course meal I've gotten to eat in 26 days since we first got to Prairie Britain. Don't you mean 16 days? Aha, I've suspected since we left Salisbury that we might be on different pages there. Okay, this seems as good a time as any to clear this up, so let's go ahead and do that. You probably feel as though you've spent 10 fewer days in Fairy Brain than you actually have. That's because you were unconscious for 10 days after you passed out in the Nameless Woods. And the reason I know that is because you guys showed up at Mike's establishment about 10 days after I started working there. Anyway, it's getting pretty late. I know we have a lot to think about, but for now we should make sure we're well rested for tomorrow. Everybody's a goat, to be honest. We can split up into two teams in the morning, and by then, it should be pretty clear whether we ought to focus on scouting out Spring and Spelt Castle or investigating the Calamity Pool. Okay, good night, Hio. Take advantage of the private rooms the Count gave you to get plenty of rest, okay? Oh, hello. Hi, Oberon. Good evening, Hio. I was just hanging out for a bit. I'm not cut out for combat like the rest of you, so I need to at least keep a close eye on things. You're tuning in for the night, right? You deserve to enjoy a real bed after so much camping out. Now we have not one, but 2 children in prophecy here in Norwich. There's no chance of Morgan sitting idly by. So I thought I'd go see what's happening in Camelot, at least the best I can. Don't worry, I'll be back by morning. See you later. On second thought, I'm just going to ask you, are you okay? Do I not seem okay? I thought you would insist we head to the Vault Castle immediately when you were talking about Spriggan and Mash. But you didn't say anything. You stuck to the same priorities we've been following so far. I'm sure you want nothing more than to go after her, but as the Master of Chelsea, you decided to stay the course. It was the right call, but seeing that face you made, I still couldn't help but worry about you. It's like you say, I should trust her, not worry about her. Yeah, I did say that, but... Damn it, why did I have to say that back then? If only I'd known there'd be reunited so soon. Sorry, just thinking out loud. Anyway, let me just say this. Mash said she still hasn't recovered her memories since leaving the Nameless Woods, right? I'm afraid Da Vinci's theory was right. If someone who forgets their name in the Nameless Woods is given a stronger role, that is a new self than they had before they lost their memories. They might not ever be able to return to who they once were. I don't know how Mash ended up taking on the role of Child Prophecy herself. But did the Mash you know have a role that could possibly surpass it? A role bigger than responsibility for the fate of the world, with everyone's hopes and dreams on her shoulders? Exactly, it's hard to imagine she did, which means the Mash you're looking for is gone. You only need one Child Prophecy to uncover the Fairy Burn secrets, and we already have Altria for that. So I have to ask, do you still need to concern yourself with Mash? Even though she might never remember you or go back to being the Mash you knew? Never mind, it's obvious you do. Sorry for wasting your time. I clearly should have known better than to ask. Anyway, I'll be happy to lend you my full support. Anything you want to know about the state of the world, I'll learn for you. Oh, back to Chibi we're on. Let's go, Vesper. Speedster's out! Good morning, honey buns. Everyone sleep well? Absolutely. Okay, before we have breakfast, there's something important we should talk about. Oh, thank you for the follow, Necromancer. Yeah, once I finish up with this section, or whatever, since it'll be the end of part 1, that's when I'm finally gonna sleep. The stream's been going on for almost 8 hours now. And thank you for the raid, by the way. Have a good night. Anyway, okay, before we have breakfast, there's something important we should talk about. For my part, I wanted to ask you guys something about Norwich's security. But if you have a report you'd like to make over on, please go right ahead. Thank you, Count. That's very considerate of you. Last night, I did a bit of scouting in Norwich and Camelot. The rain cloud, that is the Calamity Pool above Norwich, is picking up steam figuratively speaking. It's whirling around faster now and can sense an incredible amount of magic energy I couldn't before. If the magical energy were, say, gasoline, there'd be enough to burn Norwich to the ground. He's right. As of this morning, that rain cloud has enough magical energy to rival a gigantic reactor. Exactly how big of a reactor we're talking about here? Is it like the ones in the Olympus machine gods used? No, but it does contain enough energy to power all of Chaldea for 2 months. Does that include energy needed to preserve all the servants? Well, you Chaldeans really are something else, huh? I can't believe you go through all that much magical energy in 2 months. Anyway, suffice to say, the situation in Norwich is much worse today than it was yesterday. All the townspeople are on edge, too. As for Camelot, unfortunately, there is nothing major to report. Their only troop deployment was a squad of about 20 soldiers sent to hunt moors. No sign of any large-scale deployments. Let's see, the only other noteworthy thing I saw was the Queen sitting in an empty room all night. That must mean Spriggan hasn't told her about MASH, the Child of Prophecy, yet. Definitely not. Spriggan's greed is working for us here. Us there. Even though he's continuing on to Calamity, he also wants to make sure his vault castle stays safe. He's got years worth of looted treasure stored in there, and he wouldn't want to risk any of it. For all this big talk about how the Calamity could never destroy it, I'm sure he's eager for some kind of insurance. That's why he brought MASH there, so he can make the Child of Prophecy at least protect his castle. Unbelievable. What kind of clan head does that? I just hope he gets what's coming to him someday. Agreed. That's just another reason we need to keep Norwich safe. The worst possible outcome here will be Norwich remaining intact, at least as far as he's concerned. Just imagine what would happen to an incredibly unpopular lord who failed to take back his land once next year rolls around. Oh yeah, good point. Anyway, that's all for my report. Sorry I couldn't contribute more. Don't be silly, that was plenty of useful info. Now we know the Queen's army isn't headed here, we can focus on investigating that rain cloud up in... Count Pepperon, we have an emergency. A large mass of Moors is advancing on the residential district from the ocean. There must be at least 1,000 of them. The calamity's begun. Those of you with homes, stay inside. Don't come outside or the Moors will get you. Those of you without homes, run for shelter. Hurry. Damn it, there's no end to them. Where are they all coming from? Ah, stay back. Get away from me. Eve, there's even more over here. Help, save me. No, no, no. Please let me go. Just let me. What are you doing? It hurts. It hurts. Ah. What the hell? Did that horse just eat a fairy and grow? I've never heard of anything like that happening before. If this is part of the new calamity, then... Hey, someone can't contact the Count. Tell him we can't hold them back and he needs to give the order to retreat. These Moors can grow by eating fairies. Human soldiers alone will be enough to stop them. Hurry, it might be too late for the North District, but there should at least be time to evacuate the South. That's the whole message from the captain. Please, Count, we need to evacuate now. I see, and here I thought we would have a little more time. Ah, sieste la vie, non? These things always seem to happen when you most desperately want them not to. Ugh. Count? Don't worry, I haven't lost my mind. There's no point in telling people to evacuate the city. Spriggan soldiers have shut the gates, remember? They want the local fairies dead. No, just take them to the shelter we set up instead. That includes the MP fairies as well. In the meantime, I'd like you human soldiers to keep the civilians safe and to hold back the Moors coming in from the harbor the best you can. Remember, the people's safety comes first. That includes all of you. Whatever you do, don't try to fight the Moors yourselves. But somebody has to defeat them, or the shelter will be. Yes, I know, which is where these people will come in. Right, Child of Prophecy and Company? Right, we can handle this. Oh, then you really are the Child of Prophecy. You look a little more ordinary than I expected, but I like it. Thank you for being honest. Hold on, are we sure about this? These are Moors we're talking about. There's no way fairies can beat them. I can't even imagine how we'd win. I think we should retreat now and assess the situation. Oh, I'm surprised to hear that coming from your Gareth. You're usually so brave. Yes, the Moors baby fairies natural predators, but that doesn't mean we're helpless against them. Altria will have Muramasa and Da Vinci backing her up, and he'll have her summons. I say that's enough to fend off at least some of them off. Isn't that right, Altria? You did come to Norwich to save it, didn't you? No matter the nature of the calamity, you'll have to face it for your sword to truly begin. Yes, of course. Don't worry, I can do this. Besides, the Moors don't have any effect on me. I can touch them, no problem. Really? Well then, yeah, this could work. Then it's settled. Get to Main Street and hold back the Moors in the South District. I'd go with you too, but I need to stay here so I can command and supervise. If you could just hold them back for an hour, I can get everyone to South District safely. Let's go, Altria. Oh gosh, oh gosh, oh gosh. I knew I shouldn't have come back to check on the store. I knew I shouldn't have gone back to check on the field when I knew a big storm was coming. Oh man, I'm completely surrounded. It's just a matter of time until they find me. Somebody, please, somebody save me. Lady Ace. I'm just a humble fairy who's been making shoes in Norway since my great-great-great predecessor's time. There must be even a legend or two about how he wants me to choose for Lady Ace. But please, please don't let me die like this. Oh, why are the Moors so terrifying? Over there, that gobbler's in trouble. Stay where you are. I'm going to take care of these Moors for right now. And we finally get some more combat. Woo! Oh yeah, I forgot.
参拝の時はアリのように並びなさい。霊気銀河解放女神たるもの、これくらいのことはしないかね。次元の違いを知りなさい。エビニシブラクエーサー。
Would you look at that, a ruler? Unfortunately for that ruler, Avengers are my specialty. Well, I gotta log back out of my main account. There we go. Now, get to the count's shelter. Hurry. I'm safe. I'm safe. Thank you, Fairy with the staff. Gareth, you got good eyesight, right? Can you make out what's happening in the harbor from here? Huh? Yes, I can. There's a huge group of Moors heading this way from there. I'm counting 30, 60, more than 100. Wait, half of them are going off that way. You mean to the North District? Forget it. You saw how strong these Moors are. We can't even possibly save everyone. If even one of us falls here, we'll be dead meat. Don't you get that? Even so. You really don't know when to give up, do you? All right, fine. Use a command spell on me. You might put me out of commission once this is over, but without a power-up, I ought to be able to hold my ground on my own for at least a while. It's not how I choose to finish this job, but at least it's a damn sight better than all of us buying it because you can't make up your mind. Huh? Hang on, you can't just... Don't worry, there's no need for that. Take a look at the dust cloud over in the north. It's the other child of prophecy, the one in the black armor. She just jumped down from the castle's bell towers and tearing into the Moors. Whoa, she's amazing. Look. Oh, there's someone else with her, but they're less impressive? They're totally holding their own too, though. It looks like they can stop the Moors over there on their own. It's MASH. Indeed, I guess Fragment couldn't talk her into staying in his castle. If she can handle the North District on her own, then all we have to do is worry about the South. This is it, everyone. It's up to us to keep Norwich safe. Yeah, there's no way I'm going to let the other Child of Prophecy over there outdo us. We're going to show her why Altria is the real Child of Prophecy. Our defensive line will move an inch. How many is that? And how many of these things are there anyway? I stopped counting after 50. How's things over there? I'm starting to feel pretty worn out myself. I can keep going. Hio, hang in there. Deep breaths. You've been overusing your mystic codes. You literally can't convert any more of your life force into magical energy. Stand back and take a break. Make sure you use a Vitality MPOL right away. Understood. Also, yes, it's blurry on my end, too. I think that's intentional. Another group of Moors is heading this way from the harbor. No way. There are hundreds, no more. We can't keep this up. How are we on time, Da Vinci? We're all good there. It's been exactly an hour, and all the locals have made it out. Come on, it's time for us to head to the shelter, too. Huh? Wait, those aren't Moors. They're fairies. All the fairies have been hiding out indoors. Why are they coming this way? It'd be safer if they stay inside. What is that? Is there something in the harbor? Oh, cool. An Eldritch Horror. Nice. Gareth? It's okay. She's not hurt. She's just sick from looking directly at that thing. It looks like the thing in this is some kind of mental aberration in fairies. Now all the fairies that were hiding in the harbor district are running this way scared out of their minds. Crap. There's not nearly enough room for all of them in the shelter. Never mind the shelter. If that thing makes land, it'll destroy the whole city. You mean it moves? No, right, of course it moves. How else would it show up in the first place? Does this mean that that thing is the calamity? And if it is, then what about the rain cloud? Questions can wait, Da Vinci. Altria, Hio, what do you want to do? I know I said we should abandon Northside earlier, but that's no longer an option. We can either stay here and disappear along with Norwich, or we can save our own skins. It's one or the other, which it'll be. Not too late to make our escape. Remember, your job is to get rid of the Calamity. Protecting Norwich is just a bonus. Keep that in mind when you make your choice. I know how you feel, but we have to run. We can't possibly beat that thing right now. Once we pull back, we can work on figuring out a weakness. It's not your fault that Norwich is going to be destroyed. There's nothing anyone can do about it. I know. There's no way we could defeat... Tria? I woke to the faint sound of a bell ringing far off in the distance. I had a bad feeling about what was to come the moment I woke up in my warm bed. The Calamity's probably going to come today. This happens every time I wake to the sound of a bell. A storm appears without any warning. Just like what happened in Tungsuka. My everyday life ended on what began as a normal day, just like any other. Oh man, I really don't know if I could do this. I've come a long way with everyone's help, but this is still beyond me. I can't do this. I'm not strong. I'm not ready. I still don't feel as though I can actually save Burden. Every time I wake up, I think about sneaking away and leaving all this behind. But I'm the child of prophecy. That's what everyone who raised me is counting on me to be. They believe in me so much that they sacrifice their own lives to send me on my way. So I have to at least try. I have to overcome my timid nature. Honestly, I couldn't care less about all the other things. But betraying that star is the one thing I can never, ever do. That said, I can't beat that thing. Just can't. I don't even stand a chance. It's one or the other. Which it'll be. It's not too late to make her escape. Everyone's saying it's okay to run away. No one would blame me if I did. They'd just be disappointed, that's all. And you can always come back from disappointment. As soon as you do something impressive, they'll forget all about it. So why am I so hesitant to say we should run? I want to run. I can't do this. I'm scared. I don't want to. But... Turning to the side, I saw Hio looking up at the thing with the same expression I wore. She's just like me. She's been given an impossible task. She's been sent out to the battlefield even though she can't fight on her own. But she can't say no. So she's just standing there, scared, saying nothing. So then I'll just have to say it for her. I'll be the one to say it's okay to run. Yeah, that's right. I'll make this choice for her. But just as I open up my mouth to say we should run for it. We're almost there, Sonic Mario. We're almost at the end of this act. And then once we're at the end of the act, we can all finally go to bed. I see her. A shining star pushing her way through the crowd into the heart of the disaster. I see the other child of prophecy swallowing her fears and running straight at that thing with the fierce determination. And I see life returning to Hio's eyes as she watches her go. Oh, Mash, what a shame. I guess nobody could stop her. But I guess it's no surprise. She really is a child of prophecy at this point. That's what everyone around her expected of her, and she chose to try and live up to their hopes. She must have chosen a story for herself that ends with her dying here. Hio, I'm really sorry to say this, but... I'll be right back, Da Vinci. Huh? What are you talking about? I'm coming too. Oberon, make sure these fairies get out of here safely. Well, I'll be damned. I never saw this twist coming. Alright, get going. Sometimes you gotta throw caution into the wind. You Chaldeans have made it this far. I'm gonna trust you'll make it out of this too. That giant's gonna fall onto the harbor. That's one hell of a way to attack. Is it trying to prostrate herself or something? So, cruel as it might be, it'll definitely be strong enough to blow the whole harbor away. Any questions, Hio? Where's Mash? She's already on the pier with her round shield released. She's going to try and stop that thing by herself, but she can't even hold that thing back on her own. As Chaldee's technical advisor, my official advice is, if you head back now, you can still make it out here alive, Hio. Well, have you got a good reason to ignore that advice? So I have to ask, do you still need to concern yourself with Mash? Even though she might never remember you or go back to being the Mash you knew. So what? So what? It's probably going to be like 8.5 hours to 9 hours max. Now then, let's return to the girl's story, just for a little bit. Just do what I say and the other clan heads will never need to know about you. I can even keep you safe from the Queen's prying eyes. Spriggan did his best to convince her to stay inside, but she was having none of it. As soon as she learned the Moors had arrived, she chose to leave, though not through the heavily guarded exit on the ground floor. Instead, she left from the bell tower into the castle to keep all the way down to Norwich without any hesitation. Such daring, such bravery, such couragery. Wait, is that courage? Wait, what's couragery? I got a little carried away. Forget that bit. Anyway, upon landing in Norwich, the girl drew most of the Moors' attention away from the local ferries, giving them a chance to escape. Now there was just one big guy from the sea, the cursed hand up blank, rising up from the ocean. Even the girl couldn't help but flinch upon seeing it, but upon hearing the fairy's screams, she found her nerve once more. She ran for the harbor as fast as she could to face down the monster on the pier. She knew at once that she couldn't stop it from destroying the harbor, no matter how hard she tried. But even so... We're almost there, Sonic Mario. We have 2 arrows left, and they're just story arrows, and then we're done out of here. That's why I said it's not going to take more than... We're not passing the 9-hour mark. Even so, she could still absorb some of the impact. Even if the whole harbor was crushed, she might still be able to save some of its residents. That hope was enough for her to release her shield, but then she saw something unbelievable. It's her. The human she had met at the town square yesterday come running into the harbor. The girl was so overcome with indescribable feelings of joy and relief that she couldn't help but say something. Stop, you need to get out of here. In a few seconds the entire harbor will be destroyed. She shouted as loud as she could, but the human didn't stop. Why not? She could not hear her over the sound of her shield and the curse clashing. No, that wasn't it at all. She ran down the pier towards her and shouted even more loudly than the girl that she wasn't going to give up. She placed her hand on the girl's back. Without a word, she told her she wasn't going to leave her alone, that she would be there to support her. The girl was so moved by the kind gesture that it made her remember that she was human, too. That's right, humans feel pain when they're hurt, and they're frightened by terrifying monsters. What's even scarier is the idea of harm coming to someone who cares about you, supports you. You don't need to worry about me. I'm the child of prophecy. Please just save yourself. So he tried to put on a brave face one last time, like a child lying about being okay. By my command spell. Huh? I don't care if you're the child of prophecy or not. Her voice resonated through her back. The fire in her veins spread from her heart down to her fingertips. Just so this thing what you're really made of, Mash. I think it's funny that we're seeing us on an actual normal text box instead of just the text options, because it's from a different perspective. This is how prophecy is defined. Not even Einstein could have seen this scene coming. Yes, that's right. That's exactly right, Master. The white walls of Camelot repelled the curse's hands. They proved most effective against it. Its collapse prevented the Calamity recognized the creature standing before it as its enemy. A small, impotent enemy who dared protect the land of the Fae in the face of the threat it posed. Come on, Mash, let's send this thing packing. The familiar joy's twinkling in mind. She was no longer a niece, nor the child of prophecy. She was the knight who had inherited the holy shield, the servant of Chaldea. Right, Master. Please, lend me your strength. Together, I'm sure we can repel this calamity. I may not be the child of prophecy, but right now, in this moment, what I want more than anything is to keep this city safe. The girl's name is Nash Kyrie Light. She's a child of prophecy everyone everywhere believed in, and who has finally found something she wanted to fight for herself.
このアングルバッチリ。ステータスアップ。これで耐えます。キラキラしてる。ああ、とても楽しかった。覚えたよ。キューストン、聞こえますか？まだ倒れません。任せて。新名、偽装登録。いきます。せーの。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよ、ローダーキャメロット。僕は導く。
Yep, this is the last fight, and then we have 2 more story arrows, and we're done for
いつ
tonight.
か僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、パッパ。私の方、ふむふむ、任せて。どんな嵐であろうとも、どんな未来が待とうとも、これを突破するのが私たちの課題なのさ。ボンビアージョ、また会おう、諸君。いくよ、せーの。狙いを定めて、発射。ロジャーアイマン、大中中速度、シャッター、よっ、せーの、第3宇宙速度。ふむふむ、オッケー。了解。落ち着いて。了解。押し切ります。ターゲット。ふっ。やー。倒します。このアングルバッチリ。ステータスアップ。これで耐えます。まだ倒れません。新名、偽装登録。発信準備ます。完了。オーケー。新名、偽装登録。私の発信準備完了だ。早く早く。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよ、ローダーキャメロット。僕は導く。人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、パッパ。そう、君たちはあらゆる困難を乗り越える。その勝座を今示そう。ビューティフルジャーニー。さあ、行けるとこまで行ってみよう。ステータスアップ。これで耐えます。ああ、とても楽しかったとも。 黄金律にも種類があるのさ。シールドアップ。ロアイマスター。うん。セントール。フルスラット。ショット。ビールクラック。任せて。アイマスター。せーの。芸術とは輝くものさ。ロジャー、ロジャーカピー。はあ。リミーアップ。ムーンショット。スーパーロイジャーバック。このアングルをとても楽しかったとも。私の宝具いけますかい。それは全ての傷、全ての怨恨を癒す我らが故郷。権限せよロードキャメロット。僕は導く人の夢、人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、ブルー、パッタ。駆け抜けるは前人未到。未完の馬よ、輝ける轍を残せ。人生はとても楽しい。ビューティフルジャーニー。ロジャーカピー。ターゲット。せーの。ふむふむ。オッケー。任せて。せーの。頭上注意。気をつけたまえ。せーの。
And we're finally at the final break bar. Let's see here. Do you have invincible at all? Yep. Save it for next turn.
ロジャーカピー。任せて。セントール。フルスラット。大集中速度。えいせー。
Oof. Rip Thinky.
見届けよう。次はここから。僕は導く人の夢、
人の望み。いつか僕らはたどり着く。ペイル、フレイ、ドット。
ここからだ。
薄いな。ほう。
遅い。ねえ、次は
これを構わす。
一撃一瞬で終わらせる。石灰剣技開始。つなげミドフェイスアロンダイト。やる。
薄いな。
油断したんです。
ことは変わらねえよ。ほう、あの辺りか。どしがたいの。うん。薄いな。薄いな。恐れ多いにも程がある。
We should be able to make it. Yeah, support's always appreciated regardless of what's going on. Morning royalty. Also thank you Ick and David 95 for the follow. Woo! No need for revives this time, boys. It worked. Alright, now we just have to figure out what's going on with the plot, and we're done with this stream. No way, the Calamity is disappearing. We did it. We really did it, Senpai. I can't believe it. We actually defeated the Calamity. We sure did, Mash. Oh, right. This is no time to be celebrating, is it? I'm back, Senpai. I'm so sorry for all the trouble I put you through. Welcome back, Mash. Don't worry about it. We're just glad to see you again and safe, too. We have a lot of catching up to do, but that can wait until later. First of all, I want to introduce you to a local who's been helping us out. Well, she's really part of the team at this point. Oh, there she is. Hey, over here. Altria, this is Mash, Hio's main servant. Mash, this is Altria Caster. She's Hio's owner. This Lost Belt's King Arthur, the Child of Prophecy, and a powerful mage. I guess I'm technically the Child of Prophecy, but powerful? King Arthur? It's mortifying being called any of that around you when you're so incredibly strong. Sorry, if that had been me out there, that thing would have knocked me all the way back to the Nameless Woods with one flick of its finger. I'm sorry I couldn't do anything against Calamity. I'm sorry I'm so weak. I'm sorry. So your name's Altria and you're the real Child of Prophecy. No, not at all. If anything, I'm the one who should be apologizing for calling myself the Child of Prophecy, even though I didn't even know about you at the time, and I don't even know how I can make it up to you by hanging on. What was that about you owning that Senpai, and I'm struggling to make a sense of that, and I just realized it might be a ploy to hide the fact that Senpai's hiding from to you and all your teasing me, deviancy. Nerds, a lot of them. And now they're friends. That was fast. Oh, look at them hitting it off. I had a feeling they would get along well despite their differences, and it looks like I was right. Anyway, that takes care of the two of our major objectives, expelling the Calamity and reuniting with MASH. But there's still one more important thing we have left to do here in Norwich. That's right, the Bell of Pilgrimage. I think they've earned the right to ring it after coming this far, correct? I don't know. I mean, I don't actually do anything. Plus, it was MASH and Hio who defeated the Calamity, so I don't know if I'm qualified to ring the bell. That's not true, Altria. I know you fought with everything you had to protect Norwich. As well, it was me who defeated Calamity. It was just coincidence. Besides, I'm certain it takes more than defeating Calamity to meet the Child of Prophecy. All I did was follow my heart, just like you're doing. So please, I'm willing to ring that bell. Don't worry, I'll clear what's bringing. I see. You know, you're not exactly what I imagined from what Hio told me about you. But you really are a great person, aren't you, MASH? Come to think of it, the Calamity Pool is still here. Oh yeah, that's weird. Why is that big rain cloud still here, even though we got rid of the collapse? Oh, we're under the water now, I guess. Look out! MASH. Ow, ow, ow. Now I know what football feels like. Well, MASH. MASH is gone. What, didn't you see for yourselves? She disappeared after knocking you guys out of the way. That was Morgan's water meter. She usually just uses it against calamities. I don't know why you guys were just standing around when you could have seen it right there. Man, you humans from other worlds aren't big on caution, are you? Or is that just how you were taught? Ah, well, either way, my job is still the same. Come on, Hio, get your ass off the ground already. MASH is safe, she's just not here anymore. The water meter's a teleportation spell, so she's somewhere else in Britain right now. Don't worry, you two will see each other again. I'll be super pissed if you don't. But if you're going to make that happen, you need to stand up straight like a proper knight in shining armor for your bride, and do what needs to be done. Who are you? Well, at least you got spirit. I'd say you just barely pass. Nice to meet you people, Chuddy. I'm Habitrot. You can think of me as, let's just say, MASH's manager. I'm a little fairy with a big heart, and I'm ready to help you on your journey at no cost to you. But only until you and MASH are reunited, mind you. Anyway, now that we're in the same figurative boat, you better be grateful I'm sticking around. And at last, the final arrow. Oh man, this feels so good. Sheffield never had anything like this stuff. Hey, can I get more of that pescetti stuff? I love squirreling around on my fork. Snort, and I could have, no, 2 more of those colored cakes. Not 2 more slices, 2 whole cakes. I was so sad to see everything was all said and done by the time I finished my detour around the river and finally made it to Norwich. So if I don't ease my broken heart with natural sweetness, I don't think I'll ever be able to draw courage again. It'd be great that you guys were able to protect Norwich, and it's great that you have more strange new friends. But it sounds like things might have gotten a little more complicated. We were finally reunited with Mashy, only to be torn apart yet again. And now outside. The Child of Prophecy, the Child of Prophecy. The Child of Prophecy saved Norwich. The Child of Prophecy will defeat the Queen. We don't have to listen to Morgan anymore. The Child of Prophecy protected us. Now it is our turn to pay her back. No more shipments to Camelot. Send weapons to Londinium. Long live the Child of Prophecy. Long live the true King of Britain. You did it, Eltria. You won! True. In fact, between saving Norwich and repelling the calamity, you might have won a little too much. Now that the fairies in Norwich are all completely on the Child of Prophecy side, the Queen's not gonna just sit around and do nothing. So she's gonna start sending her army after us, huh? Now that we've taken care of the calamity, she's gonna be at all-out war for fairy soldiers. Oh right, I guess we did kind of openly rebel, didn't we? I'm also worried about Mash and where Morgan's water mirror might have taken her. And that fairy there just keeps on harping on about Mash is in no immediate danger, and we'll definitely see her again. Well, yeah, that's all guarantees you're gonna get from the little old happy cat, since that's all I know for sure. But I will say, you shouldn't run yourselves ragged and looking all over for her right now. Like they say, good things come for those who wait, and joyful evenings may follow the sorrowful mornings. You're just full of sayings, aren't you? Happy cat. Hey, right, it's not a good idea for us to go outside without a plan right now. If you're not careful, you could unwittingly end up inciting these fairies further down the path of rebellion. The smartest course of action would be to wait until nighttime and sneak out of Norwich quietly, assuming you have somewhere else to go, of course. Maybe she'll go back to Salisbury for now? No, I don't think that's a good idea. Regardless of how we pulled it off, we succeeded at repelling the calamity and saving Norwich. We can't let the opportunities this victory provides us to go to waste. Really, it's a miracle we even have them. Opportunities, I mean. I didn't mention this before because it would have been demotivating, but prophecy originally not only said that the calamity would be banished, but Norwich would be destroyed. I see. You want to meet with Brigand and demand payment for defending Norwich. That's right. We're going to tighten the screws while the Norwich fairies are still on our side. Let us ring your bell for pilgrimage, or we'll help your citizens kick you out of power. Let's see what he says to that. But of course, how can I say no to the savers in Norwich? There's something about this fairy. Yes, is there something on my face? No, I see. Then may I proceed? Thank you. You'll find the bell tower right above us. While I can't show you the way, given my subservience to the Queen, I have no problem with you heading up there and bringing it for yourselves. If the matter ever comes up, we could just say that I was careless in assigning too light a security detail. If it ever came up, you confirm that version of events, I'd be very appreciative. You heard the man. He must be downright terrified of his citizens revolting on him. Come on, Altria. Let's go ring that bell and be done with this place. Altria? I'm sorry. I can't do it. Ringing Norwich's bell would mean declaring war on Queen Morgan. And I'm just not ready to do that yet. Besides, I'm not the one who saved Norwich. Mash is. So it's not as though the people of Norwich have really accepted me. Oh, I see. Waiting for just the right time, I could certainly respect that. You're not nearly as naive as you appear. Indeed, ringing the bell here and now will not be the most moral choice. If you wish to rally more soldiers to your cause, and to be more deliberate of your bloodshed, there are other steps you will need to take first. Yeah, like what? What I'm trying to say is, there are so many fairies who are loyal to the Queen. After all, she has single-handedly protected Britain from the Moors for the past 2,000 years. However oppressive her rule may be, her accomplishments speak for themselves. So it wouldn't be right to declare war on her only because the prophecy says you will. First, you need to prove that you're on the side of justice and integrity. If you can't do that, it would make the Child of Prophecy no less a barbaric invader than the Saxons. So you're saying we should send out a letter explaining our intentions and condemning the Queen for her failures before ringing any bells? That's right. If you were to write such a letter, I would be happy to deliver it to Her Majesty myself. But fortunately, there's also no need for one just yet. As that just happens, I just spoke with the Queen. She said, in recognition of the Child of Prophecy and the foreign visitors' defense of Norwich, notwithstanding the rule of luck in your success, I am willing to grant them an audience. I shall treat them as guests who have accomplished a rare and unusual feat. Should they wish to speak on any particular subject, I will hear them on this occasion. So the Queen's outright telling us to come see her. Oh, really? Hey, why don't you just jump straight into the pit and save her of the trouble of killing us? Does Morgan really think we'll fall for such a blatantly obvious trap? I assure you it's not a trap. Ruthless though she is, the Queen doesn't believe in the importance of decorum. If she says she is prepared to welcome you as guests, you can trust that no harm will come to you. As a supreme monarch, her every word carries a great deal of weight. If it didn't, she could never have united all 6 clans under her rule. Now I see, we can't start a war against her without declaring it first. And the Queen can't kill the Child of Prophecy without a damn good reason. Especially now that she's gone and saved Norwich. Politically speaking, she's got to prove the justice of her rule, just as we got to prove the opposite. Which means it all comes down to what each side has to say. It sounds like it's worth taking her up on this invitation. I agree with Muramasa. Besides, I really want to know more about the queen herself. So far, all we really know about Morgan is her name. I'd like to speak with her directly so I can find out what she's thinking and what it is she really wants. That said, if we're going, well, of course, need assurance that we'll be able to leave safely, too. So she'll need to promise that our truce will remain in place for a while, even if the meeting doesn't go all that well. Naturally, in fact, she's already promised as much. It's all in this letter, which my fellow clan heads have also received copies of. Huh, what do you think, Io? If safety is guaranteed, we should definitely go give her a piece of our mind. Huh? Why do you sound like you're already set to pick a fight? Think about it. She won't do this if she thought you were actually a threat. Oh, so that's why you're so upset. Okay, let's do it. Honestly, I'm pretty pissed off too. What the hell does she mean, notwithstanding the role of luck in your success? There's no luck involved. Mash and I both worked super hard to save this town. I see. Okay, if you're all that sure about this, maybe accepting this invitation is the right move. Plus, Altria's decision not to ring the bell at this point also makes more sense to me this way. If she had rung the bell, it would have officially made the Queen and the Child of Prophecy political enemies. And then this invitation would be moot. Isn't that right, Spriggan? I'm afraid you'll have to draw your own conclusions there. I'm not at liberty to comment. What run was it? I don't think I've seen a fairy like you in Bryn before. Quite a nuisance, aren't you? Very well then, I'll send a messenger to the Count's house tomorrow. They'll take you to meet with the Queen's troops, who'll be waiting for you outside the city. So the Queen's own troops are going to escort us to Camelot, huh? Can I ask who's leading these troops? Of course, you'll be escorted by the 1st Royal Knight, Moore's Extermination Brigade, led by Captain Gawain. That's right, Tamlin Gawain herself will provide you all with safe passage to Camelot. Huh? What was that, Lady Spinio? I couldn't hear you very well. What was it that happened to the Black Armored Child of Prophecy again? She's dead. Dead as a doornail. Mother's Watermere scattered in Norwich. They say she vanished completely, armor and all, without so much as a finger left behind. What a joke, right? Sure, she was severely strong, but she couldn't even last a second against Mother. I guess I won't have to torture her anymore. Beryl, is something wrong? Did I say something I shouldn't have? Is that all? There's nothing to worry about that news, Lady Spinio. It's such obvious misinformation. It's not even creative enough to be interesting. Huh? But isn't Mash your girlfriend? How can it not be noteworthy that she's dead? It's simple. She just vanished, right? No body, no death. Besides, I might end up dying before her. But there's no way Mash would ever die before me. Never. That's just not how the god of romance rolls. She might end up taking a long and circuitous road to get here, but eventually Mash will make her way to me. After all, she and I are destined to be together. And so we have completed Act 1 of Avalon Le Fay. And that's going to conclude the stream after 8.5 hours. Jesus Christ. Thank you for anybody that stayed around for like the vast majority of the ride. And let's all get some sleep. Or just some rest in general. Night, night. Yeah, it's like 5 a.m. for me.